Imagine standing on the rim of Santorini at dusk. The specific quality of the light at this hour in the southern Aegean. Amber going orange going rose. The kind of light that makes white buildings glow and the sea go dark and everything sit still in a way that feels almost too beautiful to be real. The village of Oya is behind you. Its white cubic houses and blue-domed churches stacked down the cliff face that is the inside of the Caldera. Below you, the water, very dark blue, almost purple in this light, very still. The Caldera of Santorini is one of the most dramatic geological features in the Mediterranean. It is a near-circular bay approximately 12 kilometers across, enclosed by steep cliffs that rise on three sides and open to the southwest. The cliffs are the interior walls of what was once a volcanic island, a roughly circular island of moderate height that, roughly 3,600 years ago, experienced one of the largest volcanic eruptions in human history. The eruption destroyed the island. The central part collapsed into the emptied magma chamber below, creating the Caldera, the deep bay you are looking at. What remains of the island ring are the three fragments of the original rim. The main island of Thera, which is what most people call Santorini, the smaller island of Therasia to the northwest, and a tiny fragment called Aspronisi to the south. The Kameni Islands in the center of the Caldera are newer, volcanic material that has piled up since the original collapse. In the clear water at the base of the cliffs, archaeologists have found evidence of a civilization. The ancient Minoan city of Akrotiri, preserved under meters of volcanic ash like an Aegean Pompeii, was excavated beginning in the 1960s and revealed a sophisticated Bronze Age settlement. Multi-story buildings, running water, elaborate wall paintings, sophisticated drainage systems. The inhabitants had left before the final eruption, warned perhaps by smaller earthquakes that preceded the main event. They took their valuables but left their city, which was then buried and preserved for 3,600 years. What happened to them after they left, where they went, what they told their descendants about the island that was destroyed, we do not know. But someone remembered, or someone invented the memory. And that memory, or invention, reached the ears of the Greek philosopher Plato 2,000 years later, and became the most famous lost civilization story in human history. My name is Arthur, and tonight we are going to sit with the story of Atlantis, one of the oldest, most persistent, and most debated puzzles in all of Western culture. Before we go further, hello to whoever is listening right now. I don't know what time it is where you are. I don't know whether you've been here from the beginning of this series, or whether tonight is your first visit. Either way, welcome. If you want more videos like this, please click subscribe to show your support. A great deal of effort goes into making these videos, and simply subscribing genuinely makes a difference in keeping this channel going. Now, let me tell you what Atlantis actually is. Not the Atlantis of popular culture, not the sunken city of science fiction and alternative history, but the Atlantis of the actual ancient source. Atlantis appears in exactly two ancient texts. Both were written by Plato, the Athenian philosopher, in approximately 360 BCE. The first text is the Timaeus, a philosophical dialogue concerned primarily with the nature of the cosmos and the origin of the physical world. Atlantis appears in the Timaeus as a framing device, a brief account of a great conflict between ancient Athens and a powerful island empire called Atlantis, which ends with the destruction of Atlantis and its sinking beneath the sea. The second text is the Critias, which was intended to be the second part of a trilogy that also included the Timaeus, and a planned third dialogue called the Hermocrates. The Critias provides a much fuller account of Atlantis, its geography, its political structure, its history, and the beginning of its war with Athens. The Critias breaks off unfinished in the middle of a speech by the god Zeus to the other gods, announcing his intention to punish the Atlanteans for their corruption. The Hermocrates, which would presumably have described the punishment and the sinking of Atlantis, was apparently never written. These two texts are the only ancient sources for Atlantis. Every subsequent version of the story, from the Roman encyclopedists to the Renaissance humanists to the Victorian spiritualists to the modern alternative history tradition, derives ultimately from these two Platonic dialogues. This is the first and most important fact about Atlantis. It has exactly one ancient source, and that source is a philosophical dialogue written by a man who was not a historian, who was known for using invented stories to illustrate philosophical points, and who described the story as having come to him at several removes, through a chain of oral transmission that had already been active for at least 200 years. Whether Plato's Atlantis describes a real historical place, encodes a garbled memory of a real historical event, or is a philosophical invention with no historical basis. These are the questions we will be exploring tonight. The Caldera is dark now. The light has gone and the stars are coming out over the Aegean. The water is very still. Whatever lies beneath it, whether it is the geological consequence of a volcanic eruption or the physical location of a legendary civilization, it has been very quiet for a very long time, and the story has been very loud. Let me stay with Santorini a little longer, because the geology of the place is genuinely extraordinary, and it provides a specific and important context for one of the strongest candidates for the historical basis of the Atlantis story. The eruption that created the Santorini caldera is estimated to have released energy equivalent to several hundred nuclear weapons detonating simultaneously. The specific dating of the eruption has been debated. Archaeological evidence initially suggested approximately 1500 BCE, but radiocarbon dating of organic material from the ash layers has consistently placed it earlier, around 1600 to 1650 BCE. The debate between these dates continues, and the resolution matters for understanding the potential relationship between the eruption and other Bronze Age events. What is not in debate is the scale of the environmental impact. The ash from the Thera eruption has been found in ice cores from Greenland, in geological deposits across the eastern Mediterranean, in lake sediments from as far away as China. The specific chemical signature of the Thera ash is distinctive enough to be identified in any deposit where it appears, and its distribution speaks to an eruption that put enormous quantities of material into the stratosphere. The specific effects on the eastern Mediterranean world in the years following the eruption are harder to establish. A large volcanic eruption can cause significant short-term cooling. The aerosols in the stratosphere reflect sunlight back into space, reducing the amount that reaches the surface. Crop failures, famines, disruptions to agricultural systems. All of these are plausible consequences of a major eruption in the region. Whether the Thera eruption caused such consequences, and at what distance and magnitude, is a question that scholars continue to investigate. The Minoan civilization that flourished on Crete during this period was one of the most sophisticated Bronze Age cultures in the Mediterranean. The Minoans built elaborate palaces at Knossos, Phaistos, and other sites. Multi-story structures with indoor plumbing, elaborate storage systems, and wall paintings of extraordinary sophistication. They traded widely across the eastern Mediterranean, their pottery and other goods appearing in Egypt, the Levant, and the Greek mainland. The Minoan civilization of Crete and the Minoan settlement on Thera were clearly connected. The culture of Akrotiri, the buried city on Santorini, is recognizably Minoan in its material culture, its wall paintings, its architecture. The island was an outpost or colony of the broader Minoan world. What happened to the Minoan civilization after the Thera eruption is one of the most discussed questions in Bronze Age Mediterranean archaeology. The Minoan palace at Knossos was not immediately destroyed by the eruption. It continued to function for approximately a century and a half after the eruption before being destroyed, apparently by fire, around 1450 BCE. But the specific relationship between the Thera eruption and the eventual collapse of the Minoan palace culture is debated. Some scholars argue that the eruption fatally weakened the Minoan civilization, disrupting its agricultural base, damaging its fleet and trade networks, reducing its population. And that the palace destructions of 1450 BCE were the delayed consequence of a civilization in long-term decline. Others argue that the eruption's impact on Crete was less severe than its impact on Thera itself, and that the palace destructions were caused by the invasion of the Mycenaean Greeks rather than by volcanic aftershocks. Either way, the Minoan civilization as a distinct cultural entity was effectively over by 1400 BCE. The palace at Knossos was taken over by Mycenaean Greeks, who continued to use it, but in a transformed cultural context. The specific Minoan tradition, its language, its religion, its distinctive artistic and architectural forms, did not survive the transition. The memory of a sophisticated island civilization in the Aegean that was destroyed by a catastrophe and sank beneath the sea, or whose island was transformed beyond recognition by a volcanic eruption, is exactly the kind of memory that might, over 2,000 years of distorted oral transmission, become the Atlantis story. But we are getting ahead of ourselves. Before we assess the various candidates for the historical basis of Atlantis, we need to understand what Plato actually wrote. And before that, we need to understand something about the specific quality of the story's persistence, about why Atlantis has continued to fascinate people for 2.5 millennia. The persistence is not simply a matter of the story's dramatic qualities, though the dramatic qualities are real. A powerful island empire, a civilization of almost impossible perfection, a single catastrophic night of destruction, a city swallowed by the sea. These are compelling narrative elements. The persistence is also, and perhaps primarily, a matter of the specific thing the story promises. Atlantis promises that there was once a world better than ours, more powerful, more just, more advanced. It promises that human history contains a lost chapter of extraordinary achievement that has been forgotten. It promises that the past holds secrets that, if recovered, would transform our understanding of what humanity is capable of. This promise of the lost golden age, of the hidden chapter, of the recovery of forgotten excellence, is one of the most persistent themes in human culture across the world and across time. It is the same promise that the Sumerian king list makes in its pre-flood reign lengths. It is the same promise that the Hindu tradition makes in its doctrine of the Yugas. It is the same promise that drives the alternative history tradition's interest in Göbekli Tepe and Gunung Padang and the Anunnaki. Atlantis is the Western world's most fully developed version of this promise. And understanding it, understanding what Plato actually wrote, what the historical evidence actually shows, and what the story means as philosophy and as mythology, is worth the journey. The Caldera is dark, the stars are out. Let us begin. But before we begin, let me say one more thing about the specific experience of standing on the rim of the Santorini caldera, because it illuminates something about why this particular landscape has been associated with the Atlantis story. The caldera is not just visually dramatic, it is semantically rich. It is a landscape that looks like the result of a catastrophe, because it is the result of a catastrophe. The specific geometry of the near-circular bay, enclosed by steep cliffs with the small volcanic islands in the center, reads immediately as the remnant of something that was once larger and is now gone. You do not need to know the geology to feel that something happened here, that the present landscape is the absence of something that used to be present. This quality of presence as absence, the shape of the bay as the trace of the vanished island, gives Santorini a specific quality that is different from a landscape that has simply eroded over time. The Caldera is not the absence of something that gradually disappeared. It is the absence of something that was suddenly removed. The specific abruptness of the volcanic collapse, the island present one moment and gone the next in geological terms, is visible in the landscape. When you stand on the rim and look at the water, you are looking at a shape, the shape of the bay, that is the negative space of what was. You are looking at the trace of an absence. The story of Atlantis is also a story about an absence. A civilization that was present, powerful, sophisticated, enormous, and then was suddenly gone. The Caldera of Santorini is an absence in the landscape. Atlantis is an absence in history. Whether these two absences are the same absence, whether the Caldera is the physical trace of the event that became the Atlantis story, is one of the questions we will be exploring tonight. The Aegean is one of the most historically rich seas in the world. Its islands and its shores were the birthplace of much of the civilization that shaped the Western world. Greek philosophy, Greek drama, the specific form of democratic politics that subsequent democracies have looked to as their origin. The Bronze Age civilizations that preceded the classical Greeks, the Minoans of Crete, the Mycenaeans of the mainland, were extraordinary in their own right. Atlantis, if it was real, was part of that world. And if it was not real, if it was Plato's invention, it was also part of that world in the sense that Plato was part of that world. And his invention tells us something real about how the Greeks of the 4th century BCE understood their own past and their own present. Either way, the story is worth taking seriously. The Caldera is waiting. The water is still. Let me tell you what Plato actually wrote. The Atlantis story appears first in the Timaeus, in the opening pages of the dialogue. The setting is Athens, the day after the main events of the Republic. Plato's great philosophical dialogue about justice and the ideal city. Socrates is there along with 3 others, Timaeus of Locri, Critias, and Hermocrates. Socrates has been describing the ideal city, and he expresses a wish to see this city in action, not as an abstract model, but as a living community facing real challenges. It is Critias who responds. He says that he has the perfect story, a true account, not a fiction, of just such an ideal city facing just such a challenge. He describes the chain of transmission through which the story reached him. It was told to him by his grandfather, also named Critias, who had heard it from the Athenian statesman Solon. Solon had visited Egypt, probably in the early 6th century BCE, and had been told the story by Egyptian priests at the temple city of Sais. The priests had access to ancient records, they said, that preserved knowledge of events far older than anything the Greeks remembered. The chain of transmission is worth noting. Plato is writing in approximately 360 BCE. Solon visited Egypt in approximately 590 BCE, roughly 230 years earlier. The elder Critias heard the story from Solon when Critias was very young, and Solon was very old. The younger Critias in the dialogue heard it from his grandfather when he too was very young. The story has passed through several generations of oral transmission before reaching Plato, and Plato is describing it as the memory of a conversation. The Egyptian priests in Solon's account told him that the Greeks had no knowledge of antiquity, that great catastrophes periodically destroyed civilization and reset human memory, leaving the Greeks always young in their understanding of the past. The priests, by contrast, had access to written records that preserved knowledge of much older events. The specific ancient event they described was a great war, 9,000 years before Solon's time, between the prehistoric Athenians, who had apparently existed in this earlier era as a perfect city, realizing the ideal that Plato's Socrates described, and a powerful empire based on an island in the Atlantic Ocean, beyond the Pillars of Hercules. This island empire, which the Egyptians called Atlantis, was vast and powerful, larger than Libya and Asia combined according to the account. Its kings had conquered much of the Mediterranean world and were attempting to conquer the rest when the prehistoric Athenians, fighting alone after their allies abandoned them, drove them back. Shortly after this defeat, both the prehistoric Athenians and the Atlanteans were destroyed by violent earthquakes and floods. The Athenian warriors were swallowed by the earth. The island of Atlantis was swallowed by the sea, sinking in a single day and night of cataclysm, leaving only a shallow sea of mud impassable to ships in the place where it had stood. This is the account as given in the Timaeus, brief, establishing the basic facts but without much detail. The Critias provides the detail. In the Critias, Plato gives the most complete account of Atlantis that survives, and it is a remarkably specific one. Atlantis, he writes, was given to the god Poseidon at the original division of the earth among the gods. On the island was a hill, and on the hill lived a mortal woman named Cleito, whom Poseidon loved. To protect her from other suitors, Poseidon surrounded the hill with concentric rings of water and land. 2 rings of land and 3 of water, encircling the original hill like the rings of a target. This specific concentric ring structure is one of the most distinctive features of Plato's Atlantis description, and it has fascinated readers and investigators ever since. The city of Atlantis that developed around this original protected hill was laid out according to this concentric geometry. The central island with its temples and palaces at the heart, surrounded by alternating rings of water and land that were bridged and tunneled to allow passage between them. The dimensions Plato gives are specific. The great plain of Atlantis, which lay behind the city toward the mountains, was rectangular, 3,000 stadia long and 2,000 stadia wide. A stadion is approximately 185 meters, which would make the plain roughly 555 kilometers long and 370 kilometers wide. The capital city itself, the concentric ring city, had an outer diameter of approximately 27 kilometers. The political structure of Atlantis is also described in some detail. Poseidon and Cleito had 10 sons, and the island was divided among them. The eldest son, Atlas, gave his name to both the island and the ocean that surrounded it. The 10 kings, the direct descendants of Poseidon through Cleito, ruled their respective portions of the island under a constitution that Poseidon had established, meeting every 5 years alternately to conduct their affairs and resolve disputes. The specific ritual that accompanied these meetings is one of the most vivid passages in the Critias. The 10 kings hunted bulls in the sacred enclosure of Poseidon's temple without iron weapons, using only clubs and nooses. They caught a bull and sacrificed it at the altar, letting the blood flow over the sacred inscription of Poseidon's laws. They mixed the blood with wine in a great crater, drank from golden cups, swore oaths by the blood of their divine ancestor, and conducted their deliberations in the light of a great fire. For many generations, Plato writes, the Atlanteans were virtuous. Their divine nature prevailed over the human nature they had inherited from their mortal ancestors. They were moderate, wise, and temperate in their relations with one another and with other peoples. They treated wealth as a means rather than an end, not intoxicated by luxury, sober in their judgments. But over time, the divine portion faded and the human nature became dominant. The Atlanteans became greedy, power-hungry, and morally corrupt. They began to display a shameful willingness to appear just while actually becoming unjust. The god Zeus, observing their corruption, called the gods together to decide their punishment. It is at this point that the Critias breaks off. In mid-sentence, in the middle of Zeus's speech to the assembled gods, we are left without Plato's account of the punishment itself, without the sinking of Atlantis described in any detail, without the resolution of the story that the Timaeus had promised. The incompleteness of the Critias is one of the most discussed facts about the Atlantis tradition. Did Plato intend to complete it and simply ran out of time or inclination? Did he regard the unfinished state as philosophically appropriate? The story ending in the moment before judgment, leaving the reader to contemplate the corruption and its implications without the easy resolution of narrative punishment? Was there a completed version that was lost? We do not know. What we have is specific enough to generate the entire Atlantis tradition. The concentric ring city, the great rectangular plain, the 10 kings descended from Poseidon, the bull hunt without iron, the corruption of divine nature by human nature, the single day and night of cataclysm, the muddy sea where the island had been. These details are what every subsequent Atlantis investigator has worked with, measuring them against candidate locations, comparing them to known ancient civilizations, looking for the geological or historical event that might have generated them. The details are specific. The source is one man. The question is what he was doing when he wrote them. Let me develop the specific architectural and geographical details of Plato's Atlantis more fully, because they are worth dwelling on, both for what they tell us about the story's internal logic and for what they reveal about its relationship to the known ancient world. The concentric ring city that Plato describes is an extraordinarily specific piece of urban design. At the center is the original hill of Plato, now built up into a royal citadel. Around this central island are 2 rings of land and 3 rings of water, each separated by the next by a wall of stone. The innermost ring of water is 3 stadia wide, approximately 550 meters. The first ring of land is 3 stadia wide. The second ring of water is 3 stadia wide. The second ring of land is 3 stadia wide. The outer ring of water is 3 stadia wide. This gives the concentric city an outer diameter at the outermost ring of water of approximately 30 stadia, roughly 5.5 kilometers. The outer harbour wall beyond the rings brought the total diameter to approximately 50 stadia. These are specific numbers, and they produce a specific geometry. Investigators have noted that this concentric ring geometry has no obvious parallel in any known ancient city. The major cities of the ancient Bronze Age world, Egyptian cities, Mesopotamian cities, Mycenaean palatial centers, were not laid out on concentric ring plans. The concentric ring plan is found in some later Greek and Hellenistic city planning, and Plato himself was interested in ideal city layouts. The Republic's discussion of the ideal city, which frames the Atlantis account in the Timaeus, is concerned precisely with the question of how a just city should be organized. The concentric ring geometry of Atlantis might therefore be Plato's own invention. a philosophical ideal of city planning expressed in the architectural description of the legendary city. The perfect city of the past, fighting the perfect war against the corrupted empire, is itself perfectly planned. Its geometry expressing the mathematical ideals that Plato associated with justice and divine order. The temples of Atlantis are also described in specific terms. The Temple of Poseidon was 1 stadium long and 3 plethora wide, and of a height proportionate to these dimensions. It was built of coralline limestone, the local stone, and covered with silver on the outside with gold at the pinnacles. The interior ceiling was adorned with ivory. The inner sanctuary contained a gold statue of Poseidon in his chariot, so large that the god's head touched the roof, surrounded by 100 nereids on dolphins. This specific detail, the gold statue whose head touched the roof, connects Atlantis to a tradition of enormous cult statues in ancient temples. The chryselephantine statue of Zeus at Olympia, made by Phidias in approximately 430 BCE, was famously so large that the god would have broken through the roof if he had stood up. The specific imagery of the divine giant barely fitting inside the human-built temple is a recurring motif in Greek religious art, and may have influenced Plato's description of the Atlantis temple. The hot and cold springs of Atlantis are another specific detail. The concentric ring city had both hot and cold springs, which were used for bathing, for agriculture, and for the temples. These springs had been provided by Poseidon for the benefit of the island's inhabitants. The specific pairing of hot and cold springs is notable. It is more consistent with a volcanic island where geothermal activity produces hot springs than with most Mediterranean landscapes. Santorini, before the Great Eruption, was a volcanic island. It would have had hot springs. The pairing of hot and cold springs in Plato's description is one of the details that makes the Santorini hypothesis plausible. Now let me say more about the specific account of the Atlantean military and naval power, because it is one of the most striking parts of the Critias, and it raises specific questions about what Plato was describing. Atlantis in the Critias is described as having an enormous military capacity. Each of the 10 kings was responsible for providing a specific quota of warriors, horses, chariots, ships, and associated equipment. The numbers given are staggering: 10,000 chariots, 60,000 horses, 1,200 ships with a complement of 200 men each, a total naval force of 240,000 sailors. The total military force, including infantry, cavalry, and chariot warriors, is in the millions. These numbers are so large as to be obviously fantastic, not because ancient empires could not be large, but because the specific numbers exceed what is logistically plausible for any pre-industrial civilization. An empire capable of fielding millions of warriors and hundreds of thousands of sailors would require an agricultural and industrial base of a size that has no parallel in any known ancient civilization. The fantastic military numbers in the Critias are one of the strongest arguments for the view that Plato's Atlantis is philosophical fiction rather than historical record. A genuine historical tradition about an actual ancient empire would not be likely to preserve, across 2,000 years of oral transmission, numbers that are accurate in their implausibility. A philosophical tradition about an ideal empire to contrast with the ideal Athens, an empire so powerful that only the most virtuous city could resist it, might well use numbers of this scale to make the contrast vivid. The specific contrast between the Atlantean millions and the Athenian few who resist them is the moral heart of the story as a philosophical narrative. The Athenians are not numerous, but they are just. The Atlanteans are enormously powerful, but they are corrupt. Justice defeats power. This is a Platonic philosophical point, one of the central claims of the Republic, expressed in narrative form. The specific way the Critias ends, with the corruption of the Atlanteans established and Zeus about to pronounce judgment, leaves the philosophical point suspended at the moment of maximum clarity. The reader knows what is coming: the divine punishment, the sinking of the island, the vindication of justice over power. But Plato does not write it out. He leaves it in the space between the reader's knowledge and the text's silence. This is a very sophisticated narrative technique, not what you would expect from a simple historical account, and very much what you would expect from a master of philosophical dialogue. Let me close this part with a reflection on the specific quality of Plato's description, its combination of precise geographical and architectural detail with obvious philosophical purpose, and what this combination means for how we should read it. The Atlantis account in the Timaeus and Critias is not like other Platonic myths. Plato uses myths extensively in his dialogues: the myth of air in the Republic, the myth of the cicadas in the Phaedrus, the allegory of the cave. But these myths are clearly presented as myths, as extended illustrations of philosophical points. The Atlantis account is different. It is presented as a historical tradition, transmitted through a specific chain of oral testimony, with specific geographical and numerical details that give it the texture of historical record. This is unusual enough that it has divided scholars since antiquity. Those who believe Plato was recording a genuine historical tradition point to the specificity of the details, the geographical precision, the architectural measurements, the specific political constitution of the 10 kings. Those who believe Plato invented it point to the philosophical purposes the story serves, the implausibility of the military numbers, and the fact that no other ancient source corroborates the account. What is not in dispute is the quality of the writing. The Critias, for all its incompleteness, contains some of Plato's most vivid, descriptive prose. The bull hunt ritual, the golden statue barely fitting under the temple roof, the concentric rings of water and land. These are images that have haunted the Western imagination for 2.5 millennia. They were meant to haunt. Whether they were also meant to be believed, whether Plato himself believed them, is the question that has animated the Atlantis tradition from the beginning. And it is a question we will return to after we understand who Plato was and what he was trying to do. Let me tell you who Plato was. Plato was born in Athens in approximately 428 BCE, into one of the most aristocratic families in the city. His family connections on both sides traced back to the oldest Athenian nobility. On his mother's side, he was related to the great lawgiver Solon, the same Solon who appears in the Atlantis transmission chain as the man who heard the story from the Egyptian priests. This family connection is not incidental. It is one of the reasons Critias in the dialogue gives for how the story came to him, and it has been used by some scholars as evidence for and against the story's authenticity. Plato grew up during one of the most traumatic periods in Athenian history. He was a young man during the last years of the Peloponnesian War, the catastrophic conflict between Athens and Sparta that lasted from 431 to 404 BCE and ended in Athens's complete defeat. He witnessed the fall of the Athenian Empire, the humiliation of his city, the execution of his friend and teacher Socrates in 399 BCE, an event that shaped everything he subsequently wrote. The execution of Socrates by the Athenian democracy was the formative intellectual trauma of Plato's life. Socrates had been convicted by a democratic jury on charges of impiety and corrupting the youth of Athens, charges that Plato and most subsequent readers have understood as politically motivated. The most virtuous man Plato knew was killed by a democratic process that Plato regarded as fundamentally unjust. This experience drove Plato's entire philosophical project. The central question that runs through all his major works is, what is justice, and what kind of city or soul can embody it? The Republic is the most extended answer to this question. A massive philosophical dialogue exploring the nature of justice in the individual soul and in the ideal city. But the Timaeus, the Critias, and the proposed but never written Hermocrates were all intended to continue the investigation by applying the Republic's ideal city to a historical test. What would happen if the ideal city faced a real military challenge? Understanding this philosophical context is essential for understanding the Atlantis account. Plato was not a historian. He was a philosopher who used narrative and myth extensively as vehicles for philosophical argument. The dialogues are full of invented stories, elaborate fictional constructions that illustrate philosophical points with the vividness that abstract argument alone cannot provide. The most famous of these is the allegory of the cave in the Republic. The image of prisoners chained in a cave, watching shadows on a wall and taking them for reality, used to illustrate the philosopher's situation in relation to the ordinary human understanding of the world. No one has ever suggested that the cave allegory is a description of a real cave that Plato had visited. It is obviously a philosophical invention, chosen for its illustrative power. The myth of at the end of the Republic is another example. An extended vision of the afterlife, in which a soldier named dies in battle, travels through the realms of the dead, and returns to tell what he has seen. Plato presents as a real person, names his family, gives his specific origin, but no one has ever proposed that Plato was recording a genuine near-death experience. The myth of is a philosophical construction, using the fiction of personal testimony to give the argument about justice and its rewards a narrative weight. The Atlantis account follows this pattern in many ways. It is presented with the specificity of historical testimony, the named chain of transmission, the specific numerical details, the insistence that this is a true account rather than a myth. But these features are characteristic of Plato's use of philosophical fiction more broadly. The specificity is part of the literary technique, not evidence of historical accuracy. There is, however, a specific feature of the Atlantis account that distinguishes it from Plato's other philosophical myths: the specific insistence on its truth. In the Timaeus, Critias explicitly says that the Atlantis account is not a fiction, but a genuine historical tradition. He says, "I will tell you a tale which, though strange, is certainly true, as Solon, the wisest of the 7 sages, declared." This insistence on truth is more explicit and more sustained in the Atlantis account than in any of Plato's other mythological constructions. Various explanations have been proposed for this insistence. The most straightforward is that Plato genuinely believed the account was historically true, that he had received through his family connection to Solon a genuine historical tradition and was presenting it as such. This is the position of those who take the Atlantis account as evidence of a real historical event. A more sophisticated explanation is that the insistence on truth is itself a philosophical technique. That Plato is deliberately blurring the boundary between historical account and philosophical myth to produce a specific effect in the reader. By presenting the story as true, he makes it more compelling as a philosophical illustration. If this is how the ideal city actually behaved, the argument is stronger than if it is merely how an imaginary city might have behaved. A third explanation is that Plato was working with genuine historical material. some fragment of oral tradition about an ancient catastrophe or ancient civilization, but was elaborating and reshaping it for his philosophical purposes. The core might be historical, the elaboration is philosophical. None of these explanations can be definitively established from the available evidence. What can be established is the philosophical purpose the story serves, regardless of its historical status. The story of Atlantis in the Timaeus and Critias is designed to do several specific things. First, it demonstrates that the ideal city of the Republic is not merely a theoretical construction, but was once a historical reality. Prehistoric Athens embodied the Platonic ideal. Second, it shows the ideal city in action, successfully defending justice against overwhelming power. Third, it shows the corruption of a naturally superior civilization, the Atlanteans with their divine ancestry and their natural gifts, by the progressive dominance of human nature over divine nature. And fourth, it shows the divine punishment of that corruption, which the reader knows is coming even though Plato does not write it. Each of these elements serves Plato's central philosophical argument that justice is more powerful than injustice, that divine nature is superior to human nature, and that the corruption of the superior by the inferior is the fundamental dynamic of political and moral decline. These are specifically Platonic philosophical concerns. They are not the concerns of a historian recording a tradition. They are the concerns of a philosopher using a tradition, real or invented, to make an argument. And Plato was one of the most brilliant users of narrative in the history of philosophy. He knew exactly what he was doing with the story of Atlantis. Whether what he was doing included recording historical fact, we may never know. Let me develop Plato's specific use of myth and fiction in his philosophical writing more fully, because it helps clarify what is distinctive about the Atlantis account. Plato's dialogues are themselves a literary form of considerable sophistication. They are not treatises, they are dramatic conversations with named characters, specific settings, emotional dynamics, and the kind of back and forth argumentation that makes philosophy feel like a living activity rather than a finished product. The choice of the dialogue form was itself philosophically motivated. Plato believed that philosophy happened in conversation, in the specific encounter between minds, and the written dialogue was his attempt to preserve something of that conversational quality in writing. Within the dialogues, Plato uses myth in a specific and consistent way. When the discursive philosophical argument has reached a point where it cannot go further, where the subject matter is too deep or too uncertain or too distant from ordinary experience for direct argument to continue, Plato turns to myth. The myth provides an image, a story, a narrative illustration that carries the argument into territory where argument alone cannot reach. The myth of the charioteer in the Phaedrus is a perfect example. Plato is trying to explain the nature of the soul and its relationship to the forms, the eternal archetypes of which material things are imperfect copies. This is a difficult philosophical claim that requires an unusual mode of expression. Plato uses the image of a charioteer driving two winged horses, one noble and one obstinate, across the heavens toward the eternal forms. The image is not literally true. Plato knows it is not literally true. It is a philosophical image chosen for its ability to convey something that discursive argument cannot. The myths in the dialogues are therefore specifically distinguished from the arguments. They do not prove philosophical points, they illustrate them, and Plato typically signals when he is moving from argument to myth. He uses specific phrases that indicate the shift in mode. What is striking about the Atlantis account is that Plato does not make this shift. He does not signal that he is moving from historical testimony to philosophical myth. Critias insists throughout that the account is true. There is no moment in the Timaeus or Critias where Plato pulls back the curtain and signals to the reader that this is a philosophical construction rather than genuine history. This has led some scholars to argue that the Atlantis account must therefore be genuine history. That Plato would not have maintained the fiction of historical truth without breaking the fictional frame at some point if the account were entirely invented. This argument has been made most forcefully by some classical scholars who are persuaded that Plato had access to genuine historical material. The counter-argument is that the maintenance of the fiction of historical truth is precisely the philosophical technique. That the story is more powerful as a philosophical illustration if the reader takes it as historical, and that Plato was sophisticated enough to use fiction of historical truth as a deliberate rhetorical strategy. This debate has been going on since antiquity. Crantor, one of Plato's immediate successors in the Academy, is reported by the ancient writer Proclus to have believed the story was literally true and to have gone to Egypt to verify it. Proclus himself, writing in the 5th century CE, believed the story was historical. Aristotle, who was Plato's student for 20 years, is reported by the ancient writer Strabo to have believed that Plato had invented the story for philosophical purposes, and then had the island sink to get rid of it. Aristotle's alleged comment that the man who invented Atlantis also destroyed it has been quoted ever since as the most economical statement of the skeptical position. The specific weight of Aristotle's testimony is considerable. He was Plato's student. He had access to the Academy's traditions and discussions. If Atlantis were based on genuine historical material that Plato had received from Egyptian sources through the Solon connection, Aristotle would have been in a position to know this. His apparent skepticism is not conclusive, but it is significant. What is also significant is that no other ancient author in the 2,000 years between Plato and the fall of the Roman Empire corroborates the Atlantis account from an independent source. There is no Egyptian record of a great war between Egypt's ancient allies in Athens and an Atlantic empire. There is no Phoenician record of a great island beyond the Pillars of Hercules. The entire ancient textual tradition about Atlantis derives from Plato and from the subsequent discussion of Plato's account. This absence of independent corroboration is not conclusive evidence that Plato invented the story. Ancient records are sparse, and the survival of texts is unpredictable. But it does mean that the historical hypothesis requires believing that a genuine ancient tradition about an Atlantic empire survived exclusively through one chain of oral transmission and is attested in only one ancient text. The philosophical hypothesis requires only believing that Plato was doing what he did in many other places in his dialogues, constructing a narrative illustration of a philosophical point. The philosophical hypothesis is simpler. Simpler does not always mean correct, but in historical and textual reasoning, simpler is generally where you start. Let me close this part by thinking about what Plato's specific biography, the execution of Socrates, the defeat of Athens, the aristocratic family with its connection to Solon, contributes to understanding why he might have written the Atlantis account. Plato was a man who had watched the most just person he knew be killed by a democratic process he regarded as corrupt. He had watched his city lose a catastrophic war. He had seen the institutions of Athens, the democratic assembly, the jury system, the public culture, betray the values they claimed to embody. The Atlantis story is, in this light, a story about political decline, about what happens when natural aristocracy is corrupted, when the divinely inspired original constitution of a city gives way to the merely human pursuit of wealth and power. The Atlanteans start as a divinely descended aristocracy, virtuous and moderate. They decline into something greedy and power-hungry. They are punished. This is not an abstract philosophical point for Plato. It is a lived political experience thinly mythologized. The corruption of Athens that he had witnessed, the corruption that killed Socrates, was, in his understanding, exactly this process. The decline of natural aristocracy into the disorder of democracy, the replacement of genuine virtue by the appearance of virtue, the pursuit of power and wealth at the expense of justice. Atlantis was Athens, not geographically, not literally, but philosophically. The story Plato told about a great civilization corrupted by its own success was the story he saw being told around him. He was the kind of writer who could hold that mirror up to history, and he was looking for a form that would make the mirror as reflective as possible. Let me examine the Egyptian source claim. The Atlantis story, as Plato tells it, comes from Egypt. Solon, the great Athenian lawgiver and one of the 7 sages of Greece, visited Egypt, probably in the early 6th century BCE, and went to the temple city of Sais in the western Nile Delta. There he spoke with the priests of the goddess Neith, whose patron temple at Sais was one of the most ancient and most venerable religious institutions in Egypt. The priests, Plato says, had access to ancient records preserved in the temple archives, records stretching back far beyond anything the Greeks remembered. They told Solon the story of Atlantis and the war between Atlantis and prehistoric Athens, expressing a gentle condescension toward the Greek inability to remember their own ancient history. "You Greeks are always children," they said. "There is no such thing as an old Greek. You have no knowledge hoary with age, preserved from ancient times." This Egyptian framing is one of the most discussed elements of the Atlantis tradition because it raises 2 specific questions that pull in opposite directions. The first question is whether Solon actually visited Egypt and whether such a visit could have produced the kind of information Plato describes. The second question is whether Egyptian priests actually had records going back 9,000 years before Solon's time, which the Atlantis story requires. On the first question, whether Solon visited Egypt, the evidence is supportive. Solon is one of the best documented figures of early Greek history. He served as Archon of Athens in approximately 594 BCE, and is credited with fundamental legal reforms that shaped Athenian democracy. Ancient sources report that after his period as Archon, he undertook extensive travels, including a visit to Egypt. The poet Herodotus, writing in the 5th century BCE, mentions Solon's visit to the court of the Lydian king Croesus, a visit that is itself a famous story. The tradition of Solon visiting Egypt is consistent with what is known of his travels. Greek travel to Egypt in the 6th century BCE was not unusual. Egypt was a major destination for Greek merchants, scholars, and intellectuals throughout this period. Greek mercenaries served in the Egyptian army. Greek trading posts were established in the Nile Delta. Egyptian knowledge, particularly in the areas of mathematics, astronomy, and medicine, was highly respected in the Greek world, and educated Greeks regularly visited Egypt to learn from the priestly traditions. The specific city of Sais, where Plato says Solon's conversation took place, was an important religious and political center in the 6th century BCE. The 26th dynasty of Egypt, which ruled from Sais, was in power during the period of Solon's likely visit, and the site pharaohs were notably open to Greek contact. The Temple of Neith at Sais was indeed one of the most ancient and most prestigious religious institutions in Egypt, and its priests would have been among the most learned in the country. So the basic premise a Greek intellectual visiting Sais in the early 6th century BCE and conversing with the priests of the Neith temple, is entirely plausible. There is nothing historically implausible about the setting of Solon's Egyptian encounter. The second question is more problematic. The Atlantis story, as Plato tells it, places the events 9,000 years before Solon's time. If Solon visited Egypt around 590 BCE, this places the Atlantis War at approximately 9,600 BCE, the very end of the last ice age, when the sea levels that had been low during the glacial maximum were rising rapidly as the ice sheets melted. The date of 9,600 BCE is one of the most interesting and most contested features of the Atlantis tradition. It is interesting because 9,600 BCE does coincide with genuine geological and climatic events. The end of the younger Dryas cold period, the rapid rise of sea levels as the ice sheets melted, the flooding of coastal landscapes that had been inhabited during the glacial maximum. If the Atlantis story preserves a memory of genuine cataclysms at the end of the last ice age, the date is approximately right. It is contested because there is essentially no other ancient tradition that claims to preserve records going back 9,600 years. The oldest continuous written tradition in the ancient world is the Mesopotamian cuneiform tradition, which begins around 3,400 BCE. The oldest Egyptian written records date to approximately 3,200 BCE. For either tradition to have preserved accurate records of events at 9,600 BCE would require a continuity of historical memory across 6,000 years of pre-literate oral transmission. An extraordinary and essentially implausible claim. The Egyptian priestly tradition was genuinely ancient by the standards of the 6th century BCE. The temple at Sais traced its foundations back to the Old Kingdom more than 2,000 years before Solon's visit. Egyptian priests did maintain records and genealogies of extraordinary depth by ancient standards. Egyptian king lists, such as the Turin royal canon, trace the succession of pharaohs back to the divine dynasties that preceded human kings. But the Egyptian priestly records, impressive as they were, do not include anything that corroborates the specific Atlantis account. No Egyptian text has ever been found that describes a war between Egypt's allies in prehistoric Athens and an Atlantic empire. No Egyptian text has ever been found that mentions Atlantis by name or describes an island beyond the Pillars of Hercules. The Egyptian archive, which has been extensively excavated and studied since the decipherment of hieroglyphics in the 19th century, is silent on the specific claims that Plato attributes to the Sais priests. This silence is significant. The Egyptian priestly records were extensive. The Egyptians were one of the most documentation-minded civilizations in the ancient world, recording everything from the floods of the Nile to the price of grain, to the astronomical observations of their priest astronomers. If the priests of Sais had access to records describing a great war between prehistoric Athens and an Atlantic empire, some trace of this should exist in the Egyptian textual tradition. It does not. The most likely explanation for the Egyptian framing of the Atlantis story is that Plato chose it for specific rhetorical purposes. Egypt was, for the Greeks of the 4th century BCE, the embodiment of ancient wisdom, a civilization of incomprehensible antiquity, whose priests were understood to have access to knowledge stretching back to the beginning of the world. Attributing the Atlantis tradition to Egyptian priestly records gave it an authority and an antiquity that a Greek source could not provide. Plato was not the only ancient author to use Egyptian priestly wisdom as a rhetorical authority. The attribution of philosophical or religious wisdom to Egyptian sources was a common move in ancient Greek intellectual culture. Herodotus attributed Greek religious practices to Egyptian origins. Later, Neoplatonic philosophers attributed their doctrines to Egyptian priestly wisdom. The Egyptian priest as the repository of ancient secret knowledge was a stock figure in Greek intellectual culture, used to give weight to traditions that might otherwise lack authority. The specific detail that the Egyptian priests expressed condescension toward Greek historical ignorance, "You are always children," is particularly suggestive. This is exactly the kind of detail that serves a philosophical and rhetorical purpose. It establishes the authority of the Egyptian source by having the source claim superior knowledge, while also making the implicit point that the Greeks, despite their cultural pride, lack the historical depth that Egypt possesses. This is a point with specific resonance in Plato's philosophical project, which was deeply concerned with the relationship between appearance and reality, between the Greeks' self-understanding and what they actually were. The Egyptian source claim, in short, is almost certainly a literary device rather than a historical fact. This does not make the Atlantis account false. There might still be genuine historical material in the story even if the Egyptian framing is Plato's invention. But it does remove one of the main pillars of the historical hypothesis. If the Egyptian source is fictional, the story's claim to antiquity rests on Plato's authority alone. And Plato's authority, considerable as it is in philosophy, is not the kind of authority that establishes historical facts. He was one of the greatest thinkers in human history. He was also a man who believed that a beautiful lie in the service of truth was sometimes justified. He said so himself in the Republic, the city he used to frame the Atlantis account. Let me develop what Egyptian temple records actually contained, because the contrast between what the Egyptian priestly tradition genuinely preserved and what Plato claims it preserved is illuminating. The priests of the major Egyptian temples were among the most literate and most learned people in the ancient world. Egyptian temples functioned as centers of intellectual activity, as observatories, as medical schools, as libraries, as centers for the production of religious and administrative texts. The temple archives contained ritual texts, astronomical records, medical knowledge, genealogies of the priesthood, records of the festivals and their correct timing, and historical chronicles of the pharaohs and the major events of each reign. The depth of the Egyptian historical record was genuinely impressive by ancient standards. The Turin Royal Canon, a papyrus document listing the kings of Egypt with the lengths of their reigns, was compiled around 1200 BCE and covers Egyptian history stretching back to the divine dynasties that preceded the historical pharaohs. The Palermo Stone, another king list, records events from the pre-dynastic period before approximately 3100 BCE. The Manetho, an Egyptian priest writing in Greek in the 3rd century BCE, compiled a history of Egypt from its mythological origins through the historical period that has been an important reference point for Egyptologists ever since. None of these sources, not the Turin Canon, not the Palermo Stone, not Manetho, contains any reference to an Atlantic empire, to a war between Egypt's allies and a great island civilization, or to any event that could be identified with the Atlantis story. The Egyptian historical tradition, while genuinely deep by ancient standards, does not extend to 9600 BCE and does not contain the specific account that Plato attributes to the Sais priests. The specific claim that the Egyptian priests told Solon the story of a war 9,000 years in the past requires that Egyptian records accurately preserved events from approximately 9600 BCE, from the very end of the last ice age. This is a period more than 6,000 years before the earliest Egyptian writing. No tradition anywhere in the ancient world preserves accurate historical records from this period through oral transmission alone. The human cognitive and social mechanisms that allow accurate historical transmission, writing, consistent institutional structures, deliberate archival practice, didn't exist in 9600 BCE anywhere on Earth. There is a specific proposal that has been made by some scholars to resolve this problem, that the 9,000-year figure in the Atlantis account is the result of a confusion between Egyptian and Greek units of time. The Egyptian calendar used a short year based on the Nile flood cycle, and if Solon, who did not speak Egyptian and was working through interpreters, had misunderstood the unit, years might have been confused with months. If the 9,000 years were actually 9,000 months, approximately 750 years, the events of the Atlantis story would be placed around 1350 BCE, which overlaps with the period of the Late Bronze Age collapse and the Thera eruption. This proposal has been taken seriously by some researchers, particularly those who favor the Minoan or Bronze Age collapse hypothesis for the historical basis of Atlantis. A factor of 12 error in the transmission of a date across multiple generations of oral transmission is not impossible. But it is also not supported by any specific evidence. There is no indication in Plato's text that any confusion of units occurred, and the proposal requires assuming an error that conveniently places the events at a historically interesting period. The more significant question is whether Egyptian priestly culture had a specific reason to preserve very ancient oral traditions going back further than writing, in ways that other cultures did not. There is some evidence that Egyptian religious culture was specifically oriented toward the preservation of ancient knowledge. The concept of Zep Tepi, the first time, the primordial moment of creation, was central to Egyptian religious thought, and the effort to maintain ritual purity involved a consistent orientation toward the most ancient forms of practice. But preserving the memory of specific historical events, the specific details of a war between Athens and an Atlantic empire, across 6,000 years of pre-literate oral transmission, requires something more than a general orientation toward ancient practice. It requires the specific retention of narrative content across an enormous span of time, through conditions of social disruption, invasions, famines, political upheavals that would have challenged any oral tradition. The honest assessment is that the Egyptian source claim does not withstand scrutiny as a historical account. The priests of Sais did not preserve records of events at 9,600 BCE, because no human institution of that period was maintaining records of any kind. Whatever they told Solon, if they told him anything related to this tradition, it was not an accurate historical account of events 9,000 years in the past. This does not definitively settle the question of whether there is genuine historical material in the Atlantis story. There might be a garbled memory of the Thera eruption, a distorted account of the Bronze Age collapse, a fragment of genuine tradition about the flooding of coastal landscapes at the end of the last ice age. But if there is genuine historical material, it arrived in Plato's account through a different route than the one he describes. The Egyptian source is almost certainly part of the literary architecture of the story, not a window into actual ancient records. Now let me say something about the noble lie, the concept from the Republic that Plato introduces as a specific philosophical tool, and that is directly relevant to understanding what he might have been doing with the Atlantis account. In the Republic, Plato proposes that the ideal city should maintain a specific fiction about its origins, a noble lie that tells the citizens that they were born from the earth of their city, that their class differences were determined by the metals mixed into their souls at the moment of their creation. Plato knows this is false. He presents it as a deliberate fiction, justified by its social utility, by the specific social cohesion that the belief in a shared earthly origin would produce. The concept of the noble lie, the deliberately constructed fiction that serves a philosophical or political purpose, is one of the most controversial ideas in all of Plato's writing, and it is directly relevant to the Atlantis question. If Plato was willing, in theory, to endorse the deliberate construction of a useful fiction in the service of political or philosophical good, then the Atlantis account, presented as true but possibly invented, fits exactly this pattern. Plato believed that the truth was not always accessible to the many, and that useful fictions could serve the many better than difficult truths. The Atlantis story, whether invented or historical, served specific philosophical purposes, demonstrating the reality of the ideal city, illustrating the corruption of power, warning against the decline of natural virtue into human acquisitiveness. Whether it was true was, for these purposes, secondary. Whether Plato thought it was true is a different question, and one that the surviving texts do not answer. The Egyptian source is a door that opens onto more questions than it closes. It is a beautifully constructed literary device, giving the story antiquity, giving it authority, giving it the specific flavor of ancient wisdom recovered from a tradition deeper than anything the Greeks could claim for themselves. Whether it points to anything real behind it, we cannot say with confidence. What we can say is that Egypt, the actual Egypt, the documented Egypt, the Egypt whose priestly records have been studied for 2 centuries since decipherment, does not contain the Atlantis account. The door opens, but the room behind it is not what Plato said it was. Let me tell you about the Bronze Age collapse. Around 1200 BCE, give or take a few decades, something catastrophic happened to the civilizations of the Eastern Mediterranean. The Mycenaean palace culture of mainland Greece collapsed. The Hittite Empire, which had dominated Anatolia for centuries, fell and was never rebuilt. The kingdom of Ugarit on the Syrian coast was destroyed and abandoned. Numerous palace centers across Cyprus were burned. The major Canaanite cities were destroyed or abandoned. The Egyptian New Kingdom survived but was severely weakened. Within the space of roughly 50 years, a network of interconnected palace civilizations that had dominated the Eastern Mediterranean for centuries simply ceased to exist. This was one of the most dramatic civilizational collapses in the ancient world, comparable in scope and consequence to the fall of the Western Roman Empire, but compressed into a much shorter time frame. The specific scale of what was lost is staggering. The Linear B writing system of the Mycenaeans disappeared and was not rediscovered until the 20th century. Trade networks that had connected Greece to Egypt to Anatolia, to Cyprus to the Levant, collapsed. Populations fell sharply. The recovery, what historians call the Greek Dark Ages, took approximately 4 centuries. The Bronze Age collapse has attracted an enormous amount of scholarly attention, precisely because no single clear cause has been identified. The traditional explanation attributed it primarily to the Sea Peoples, a confederation of maritime raiders who appear in Egyptian records as attacking Egypt during the reign of Rameses III around 1177 BCE, and who have been associated with the destruction of many of the palace centers. But the Sea Peoples hypothesis has significant problems. Who the Sea Peoples were, where they came from, and whether they were a cause or a consequence of the broader collapse is debated. The current scholarly consensus is that the Bronze Age collapse was multi-causal, that it resulted from the interaction of several factors: climate change producing drought and famine across the Eastern Mediterranean, the disruption of the long-distance trade networks that had sustained the palace economies, internal social and political pressures within the palace cultures, and external military threats, including but not limited to the sea peoples. The specific combination and sequencing of these factors varied by region and by site, which is why the pattern of destruction and abandonment across the eastern Mediterranean is so varied. What does this have to do with Atlantis? The connection is this. The Bronze Age collapse was so catastrophic and so widespread that it effectively reset the cultural memory of the eastern Mediterranean world. The 4th-century Greek Dark Ages that followed the Mycenaean collapse were a period of significant population decline, reduced literacy, Linear B disappeared entirely, and cultural fragmentation. The oral traditions that survived the Dark Ages and were eventually written down in the Homeric epics, and the earliest Greek historical writing preserved memories of the Mycenaean world, but in highly distorted form. Troy, the city whose siege is the subject of the Iliad, was almost certainly a real Mycenaean-era city on the coast of Anatolia. But the Homeric account of the Trojan War is so elaborated with divine intervention and heroic mythology that disentangling the historical core from the literary elaboration has occupied scholars for 2 centuries. The archaeological discovery of Troy by Heinrich Schliemann in the 1870s confirmed that the oral tradition preserved a genuine historical memory, however distorted. If oral tradition could preserve a memory of Mycenaean Troy across the Dark Ages, it could also preserve memories of other Mycenaean-era events, including potentially the traumatic collapse itself. A network of palace civilizations connected by sea, suddenly destroyed by military attack and internal crisis, with populations dispersed and many sites never rebuilt. This is exactly the kind of event that leaves a mythological trace. The specific Atlantis Bronze Age collapse hypothesis takes several forms. In its most general version, it proposes that the Atlantis story encodes a Greek memory of the Bronze Age collapse, of the sudden destruction of sophisticated, interconnected civilizations that had dominated the eastern Mediterranean. The great empire of Atlantis, with its naval power and its wide dominions, maps onto the network of Bronze Age palace civilizations. The destruction in a single day and night of cataclysm maps onto the rapid collapse of these civilizations around 1200 BCE. The most specific version of the hypothesis identifies Atlantis not with the Bronze Age collapse as a whole, but with a specific component of it, the sudden disappearance of the Mycenaean maritime civilization that had dominated the Aegean. The Mycenaeans were the dominant sea power of the Bronze Age Aegean. Their ships and their trade goods are found across the eastern Mediterranean. Their collapse was sudden and catastrophic. In the Greek memory of the subsequent Dark Ages, this collapse could have been mythologized as the sinking of a great sea power. There is also a more specific proposal that connects Atlantis to the Hittite Empire. The Hittites were the dominant land power of Bronze Age Anatolia, controlling territories that extended from the Aegean coast to northern Syria. Their empire collapsed completely around 1200 BCE, leaving no successor state. The Hittite capital of Hattusa was abandoned and never reoccupied. In the geographical understanding of the Greeks, Anatolia was to the east and north, not the west where Plato places Atlantis. But the traumatic memory of a great empire suddenly destroyed might have been redirected westward in the process of mythological transformation. The specific appeal of the Bronze Age collapse hypothesis is that it provides a genuine historical catastrophe of the right magnitude to have generated the Atlantis story. The scale of the collapse, dozens of major cities destroyed, 2 major empires ended, centuries of cultural regression, is large enough to leave a mythological trace of the kind that the Atlantis story represents. The specific problems with the hypothesis are equally significant. The most obvious is the chronological gap. The Bronze Age collapse occurred around 1200 BCE. Solon visited Egypt around 590 BCE. Plato wrote the Atlantis account around 360 BCE. The period between the Bronze Age collapse and Solon's Egyptian visit is approximately 610 years, a long time for oral tradition to preserve specific details about the nature and location of the collapsed civilizations. But the more fundamental problem is that the Bronze Age collapse does not fit Plato's specific geographical claim. Plato places Atlantis in the Atlantic Ocean, beyond the Pillars of Hercules, beyond the Strait of Gibraltar. The Mycenaean civilization was in the Aegean Sea. The Hittite Empire was in Anatolia. Neither of these is remotely close to the Atlantic. If the Atlantis story is a memory of the Bronze Age collapse, Plato's geographical framework has not merely distorted the location of the events. It has moved them to the opposite end of the Mediterranean and beyond. Such a geographical displacement is not impossible across several centuries of oral tradition. The process by which oral traditions distort and relocate historical events is well documented, and major geographical displacements do occur. But the more dimensions of the story that require distortion, the chronology, the geography, the specific nature of the civilization, the weaker the hypothesis becomes. The Bronze Age collapse is one of the most important and most interesting events in the ancient history of the Eastern Mediterranean. It deserves to be understood on its own terms, as a genuine historical event with profound consequences for the subsequent development of the civilizations of the region. Whether it was also the source of the Atlantis tradition is a separate question, and the evidence for a direct connection is suggestive but not conclusive. The specific quality of the Bronze Age collapse as a candidate for the Atlantis tradition is this: it is the right kind of event. A sophisticated maritime civilization suddenly destroyed, leaving a traumatic memory that persisted in distorted oral tradition for centuries. This is what the Atlantis story looks like when you strip away Plato's philosophical elaboration. Whether that is what it actually is remains genuinely open. The collapse happened. Something caused the Atlantis story. Whether those two facts are connected is the question we cannot answer with certainty. But the connection is not implausible. And implausibility is all we can rule out tonight. Let me develop the Bronze Age collapse itself more fully, because it deserves to be understood in its specific human reality, rather than only as a candidate explanation for Atlantis. The palace civilizations of the late Bronze Age were the most sophisticated and most interconnected cultures the Mediterranean world had yet produced. The Mycenaeans of mainland Greece built massive palace complexes at Mycenae, Tiryns, Pylos, and other sites. Structures of enormous stone blocks with elaborate administrative systems, specialist craftspeople, and extensive trade networks. Their Linear B writing system, a syllabic script used primarily for administrative records, documented the flow of goods, the lists of workers, the inventories of stored commodities that sustained the palace economy. Mycenaean trade goods, distinctive pottery, bronze weapons, and other products appear across the entire Eastern Mediterranean in the archaeological record of the late Bronze Age. Mycenaean merchants and traders were active in Egypt, in the Levant, in Cyprus, in Anatolia. The network of exchange that connected these diverse civilizations was one of the most extensive in the ancient world, linking the tin mines of Afghanistan and the gold of Nubia to the copper of Cyprus, and the grain of Egypt and the timber of Lebanon. The specific moment at which this world began to unravel is visible in the archaeological record with terrible clarity. At site after site, the destruction layers are unmistakable. Burned timbers, smashed pottery, unburied human remains, hordes of valuables buried in haste by people who evidently expected to return and never did. The palace at Pylos on the Greek mainland was burned around 1180 BCE. Linear B tablets found in the ruins of the destruction include frantic administrative records of military preparation, ships being recalled, watchmen posted along the coast, rowers being requisitioned. Someone knew something was coming. The tablets record the preparation. Then the fire came. The Egyptian records from this period include remarkable first-hand accounts of what was happening across the eastern Mediterranean. A letter found in the archive at Ugarit, written just before the city's final destruction, describes the situation in desperate terms. Ships of the enemy have been observed at sea. 7 enemy ships have come and done much damage to us. If there are enemy ships, let me know so I can act accordingly. The reply from the king of Al-Ashia, probably Cyprus, is equally desperate. The cities of my country are all finished. Do not know if your cities still exist. Ugarit was destroyed shortly after this correspondence. It was never rebuilt. The specific quality of the Bronze Age collapse in the archaeological record is exactly this. Not gradual decline, but sudden, violent ending with no recovery. The Linear B tablets stopped being written. The palace centers were not rebuilt. The trade networks that had sustained them were not restored. The specific sophisticated material culture of the late Bronze Age, the palace architecture, the Linear B writing, the distinctive pottery traditions, the bronze working technology at the highest levels, simply disappeared. The human cost of this collapse is difficult to estimate, but was clearly enormous. Population collapse is visible in the archaeological record as a dramatic reduction in the number and size of occupied sites in the century after the collapse. Regions that had been densely settled with substantial towns became sparsely populated with small villages. The diet of the population, where it can be reconstructed from archaeological evidence, deteriorated. Literacy disappeared entirely from Greece for 4 centuries. This was not a political reorganization or a change of dynasty. It was the effective end of a civilization. Now let me think about how an event of this magnitude, the sudden collapse of an interconnected maritime civilization, would leave traces in oral tradition. The Trojan War tradition is the best documented example of how Mycenaean-era events were preserved in Greek oral memory. The war itself, if it happened, occurred around 1200 BCE, at the very end of the Mycenaean period, approximately contemporary with the collapse. The oral tradition that preserved memory of the war survived the Dark Ages and was eventually written down in the Iliad and Odyssey, attributed to Homer, probably in the 8th century BCE, approximately 400 years after the events they describe. What the Homeric epics preserve is a genuine memory of the Mycenaean world, its bronze weapons, its palace culture, its social organization, but preserved in a form so elaborated with mythology and so distorted in specific details that the historical core is difficult to identify. The gods participate directly in the war. The heroes are superhuman in their capabilities. The scale of the conflict is probably vastly exaggerated. Yet the geographical locations are largely accurate. The material culture is broadly consistent with the archaeology, and the social organization reflects features of the Mycenaean world that the later Greeks had largely forgotten. If oral tradition preserved a genuine but distorted memory of the Trojan War across 400 years of Dark Ages, it could plausibly have preserved distorted memories of the collapse itself. The sudden destruction of a maritime civilization, the disappearance of great palace complexes, the ending of trade networks. These experiences would have been traumatic enough to leave lasting mythological traces. The specific form those traces took would depend on the specific social and cognitive conditions of the transmission. The memories would have been compressed, simplified, relocated, and elaborated with mythological content. The specific details of which cities were destroyed and why might have been replaced by a simpler narrative of a great power suddenly ending. And the specific cognitive tendency to look for an agent behind catastrophic events might have introduced the divine punishment theme that is so central to Plato's account. The Bronze Age collapse was not caused by the gods punishing human hubris. It was caused by a complex interaction of climate, trade disruption, military pressure, and internal social stress. But a population experiencing this collapse, trying to make sense of why their world had ended, might very well have reached for a theological explanation. The gods punished the powerful for their pride. The memory of the collapse, filtered through 4 centuries of oral tradition, emerged as a story about a great civilization destroyed by divine punishment for its corruption. This is speculation, but it is not unreasonable speculation. The Bronze Age collapse was real. The memory of it was real. The mythology that grew around it was real. Whether the Atlantis story is one expression of that mythology, whether Plato's account encodes, however distantly, a memory of the world that ended around 1200 BCE, is a question that the current evidence cannot answer definitively. But standing at the edge of that question, in the dark, in the hours before sleep, it is hard not to feel the specific weight of what was lost. Whole civilizations, whole ways of life, whole ways of understanding the world, gone in the space of a generation, and leaving behind only the distorted echo of their existence in the stories the survivors told their children. There is one more aspect of the Bronze Age collapse that deserves attention in this context: the specific experience of the survivors. The people who lived through the Bronze Age collapse were not abstractions. They were specific human beings who had grown up in a world of palace economies and long-distance trade, who had a specific understanding of their place in a sophisticated, interconnected world, and who watched that world end. Their children grew up in a different world, smaller, poorer, less connected, without writing, without the administrative structures that had organized the palace economies. Their grandchildren grew up in a world that had largely forgotten the specific institutions of the palace period. But they remembered that something had been lost. The material record of the Mycenaean world, the massive palace walls, the gold grave goods, the distinctive pottery, remained visible in the landscape even after the palaces had ceased to function. The Greeks of the Dark Ages and the Archaic period lived in a landscape full of the physical remains of a more powerful and more sophisticated world that had preceded them. They called the builders of those massive walls the heroes, beings of an earlier, greater age. This is the specific quality of historical memory in a post-collapse society. The landscape remembers what the oral tradition has partially forgotten. The massive stone walls of Mycenae were so far beyond what Dark Age Greeks could build that they attributed them to the Cyclops, the mythological one-eyed giants who alone could have moved such stones. This is exactly the cognitive move that the alternative history tradition makes about ancient monuments generally. If we cannot imagine how ancient people built this, ancient people could not have built it either. So someone else, someone more powerful, must have done it. The Mycenaeans built those walls themselves, and the Mycenaeans, like the Minoan civilization before them, were fully human, working with the specific technologies and the specific organizational structures that their era allowed. What was lost in the collapse was not superhuman capability. It was the specific social and economic structures that allowed human capability to be deployed at that scale. The Atlantis story, in this reading, is a memory of what those structures were capable of before they fell. Let me make the case for Santorini. Of all the proposed candidates for the historical basis of Atlantis, the Thera eruption hypothesis is the most archaeologically supported and the most geographically intuitive. It begins with a real catastrophe of the right scale, in the right cultural milieu, capable of producing exactly the kind of distorted mythological trace that the Atlantis tradition represents. The Minoan civilization that flourished on Crete and across the Aegean islands in the 2nd millennium BCE was, by any measure, one of the most sophisticated cultures of the ancient Bronze Age world. The palaces at Knossos, Phaistos, Malea, and Zakros were not merely large buildings. They were elaborate administrative centers with hundreds of rooms, extensive storage facilities, sophisticated drainage and plumbing systems, and interior spaces decorated with wall paintings of extraordinary beauty and technical accomplishment. The Minoan wall paintings are among the most vivid surviving expressions of Bronze Age culture anywhere in the Mediterranean. At Knossos, the famous bull-leaping fresco shows acrobats vaulting over the horns of a charging bull, an image of extraordinary dynamism and physical confidence, suggesting a culture that valued athletic display and perhaps ritual confrontation with the animal world. The saffron gatherer, the ladies in blue, the prince of the lilies. These paintings show a sophisticated society with a refined aesthetic sensibility, a love of colour and natural forms, and a specific quality of elegance that was lost for centuries after the collapse. At Akrotiri, the buried city on Santorini that was excavated beginning in the 1960s, the wall paintings are even better preserved than those at Knossos, protected by the volcanic ash that destroyed and simultaneously preserved the settlement. The spring fresco at Akrotiri, covering the walls of a small room in one of the townhouses, shows swallows flying above a landscape of red lilies. It is approximately 3,600 years old, and it looks as if it was painted yesterday. The Minoan civilization was not confined to Crete. It was a maritime culture with settlements and trading posts across the Aegean. Akrotiri on Thera was one of the most important of these, a prosperous town of several thousand people with multi-story buildings, running water, ceramic workshops, and a harbour that connected it to the broader Minoan trading world. The eruption that destroyed this world was one of the largest volcanic events of the Holocene, the current geological epoch that began approximately 11,700 years ago. The Thera eruption released an estimated 60 cubic kilometers of magma into the atmosphere, roughly 4 times the volume ejected by the eruption of Krakatoa in 1883, which was heard 4,000 kilometers away and whose atmospheric effects caused years of reduced global temperatures and spectacular sunsets worldwide. The Thera eruption left ash deposits across an enormous area. The ash plume spread primarily to the southeast, with ash falling across the eastern Mediterranean as far as Egypt and the Black Sea. Ice cores from Greenland contain a chemical signature, a layer of sulfate aerosols, that can be dated to approximately 1628 BCE, based on dendrochronological correlation, and many researchers identify this layer with the Thera eruption, though the correlation is disputed. The specific sequence of the Thera eruption is reconstructed from the geological and archaeological evidence. The eruption was preceded by a period of smaller earthquakes and volcanic activity, warning signs that prompted the inhabitants of Akrotiri to evacuate. This is confirmed by the absence of human remains in the Akrotiri excavations. Unlike Pompeii, where many inhabitants were killed in the eruption, Akrotiri appears to have been abandoned before the worst occurred. The inhabitants took their valuables and left. They did not return. The main eruption destroyed the central part of the island and caused the collapse of the volcanic edifice into the emptied magma chamber, creating the caldera that we now know as the Bay of Santorini. The collapse generated an enormous tsunami whose waves have been estimated at heights of up to 30 meters on nearby coastlines. The ash cloud would have blocked the sun across a wide area for days or weeks, causing darkness in daylight hours and significant disruption to agriculture. The impact on the Minoan world is a matter of significant scholarly debate. The timing of the eruption, whether it was around 1628 BCE, as the ice core evidence suggests, or around 1500 BCE, as some archaeological evidence indicates, determines how it relates to the subsequent collapse of the Minoan palace culture on Crete. The palace at Knossos was destroyed around 1450 BCE, along with the other Minoan palaces. If the eruption was around 1628 BCE, there is a gap of nearly 2 centuries between the eruption and the palace destructions, making a direct causal connection less straightforward. If the eruption was around 1500 BCE, the gap is only 50 years, more plausibly within the time frame of a causal relationship. The specific hypothesis that connects Thera to Atlantis was developed most influentially by the Greek seismologist Angelos Gallinopoulos in the 1960s, and has been elaborated by many subsequent researchers. The hypothesis notes several specific correspondences between Plato's Atlantis account and the Thera/Minoan reality. The geography of Santorini, a roughly circular volcanic island in the Aegean, resembles the circular island of Atlantis that Plato describes. The concentric ring structure of the Santorini caldera, with the central volcanic islands surrounded by the ring of the surviving island arc, could be seen as a natural geological version of Plato's concentric rings of water and land. The Minoan civilization's specific characteristics correspond in several ways to Plato's description of Atlantis. The Minoans were a great maritime power with naval strength that allowed them to dominate the Aegean trade networks. Minoan cultural influence extended across the eastern Mediterranean. Their pottery, their artistic styles, and their religious practices appear across a wide geographical area. The specific Minoan practices involving bulls, including the bull leaping rituals depicted in the wall paintings and the bull sacrifices evidenced at various Minoan sites, resemble Plato's description of the elaborate bull hunt and sacrifice at the heart of Atlantean religious practice. The hot and cold springs that Plato describes as a feature of Atlantis are consistent with a volcanic island. Santorini, before the eruption, would have had geothermal hot springs alongside the regular cold water springs of the landscape. The destruction of Atlantis, sinking beneath the sea in a single day and night of violent earthquakes and floods, is a dramatically accurate description of what a volcanic island collapse would look like from the perspective of survivors on nearby islands. The sudden disappearance of the island, the tsunamis, the earthquakes, the ash cloud darkening the sky. This is the experience of the Thera eruption as it would have been witnessed by people on Crete or the other Aegean islands. The specific months versus years hypothesis that we discussed in Part 4 is particularly relevant to the Thera connection. If Plato's 9,000 years were actually 900 years, if a factor of 10 error occurred somewhere in the transmission chain, the Atlantis events would be placed around 1500 BCE, in close correspondence with the Thera eruption and the subsequent Minoan collapse. A factor of 10 error in the transmission of a number across multiple generations of oral translation between Egyptian and Greek is not implausible. The Gallinopoulos hypothesis has been influential but not universally accepted. The most persistent objection is Plato's specific geographical placement of Atlantis, beyond the Pillars of Hercules in the Atlantic Ocean. Thera is in the Aegean, as far from the Atlantic as it is possible to be while remaining in the Mediterranean. If the Minoan Thera is the basis of the Atlantis story, the geographical displacement is not a small distortion. It is the most prominent specific fact about Atlantis's location, completely wrong. Gallinopoulos and others have argued that the displacement of Atlantis to the Atlantic was itself a Greek error, that the original Egyptian account placed the empire in the sea beyond the boundary of the known Greek world, and that successive transmissions moved this boundary further and further west. But this argument requires a specific and large geographical distortion in addition to the chronological distortions already required. The Thera hypothesis, despite its problems, remains the single strongest candidate for the historical basis of the Atlantis tradition. It has the right scale of catastrophe, the right cultural milieu, the right geological mechanism, the right material culture parallels, and the right geographical proximity to both Egypt and Greece for the tradition to have been transmitted in the way Plato describes. Akrotiri is still there, under its protective roof in the southern part of Santorini. The spring fresco is still on its wall. The swallows still fly over the red lilies, painted by someone who lived 3,600 years ago, and evacuated before the world they knew disappeared beneath the sea. Let me develop the Minoan civilization more fully, because it deserves to be understood in its own right, not just as a candidate for Atlantis, but as one of the most remarkable Bronze Age cultures in the ancient world. The Minoans had no army in the conventional ancient sense. The palace at Knossos was unfortified. There were no defensive walls, no watchtowers, no evidence of the kind of permanent military infrastructure that characterized the Mycenaean palaces or the Hittite imperial capitals. This has led some scholars to propose that the Minoan civilization maintained its dominance through naval power and commercial superiority rather than through military force. A thalassocracy, a sea empire whose control over trade routes made land-based military competition unnecessary. The specific nature of Minoan political organization is one of the most debated questions in Bronze Age Aegean archaeology. The palaces were clearly centers of administrative and economic power. The Linear A script, which has not been deciphered, was used for administrative records in the same way that Mycenaean Linear B was used on the mainland. But whether there was a single Minoan king or a network of regional palace lords, whether the palaces were competing or cooperating, whether the Minoan world had a political center or was a looser confederation of palace communities, these questions remain open. What is clear is that the Minoan world was a world of abundance and sophistication. The palace storerooms at Knossos contained enormous quantities of grain, wine, and olive oil, stored in great ceramic jars called pithoi that stood several meters tall. The palace workshops produced high-quality ceramic ware, bronze tools and weapons, and luxury goods in gold, silver, ivory, and semi-precious stone. Minoan craftspeople were among the most skilled in the Bronze Age world, and their products were traded across the entire eastern Mediterranean. The specific Minoan religion centered on bull worship and on a female deity, sometimes called the Minoan goddess or the goddess of nature, who appears repeatedly in the wall paintings and the small-scale religious art of the palaces. The relationship between the bull cult and the goddess cult is not fully understood, but the prominence of both in the material record suggests a religious world centered on fertility, nature, and the specific animating power of the natural world. The bull-leaping scenes that appear in Minoan art, images of acrobats performing elaborate vaulting over charging bulls, are one of the most distinctive elements of Minoan culture. Whether these scenes record actual athletic or religious events, whether bull leaping was a ritual practice or a secular sport, whether the acrobats were volunteers or captives, these questions are debated, but the scenes are vivid and specific, depicting a practice that was central enough to Minoan culture to be repeatedly represented in their most prestigious artistic contexts. The connection to Plato's Atlantis account is obvious and has been noted by every researcher who has engaged seriously with the Thera hypothesis. The Atlantean bull hunt, the elaborate ritual in which the 10 kings of Atlantis caught and sacrificed bulls without iron weapons, resonates directly with the Minoan bull cult. Plato's account of Atlantean religious practice includes specific details that have no parallel in the classical Greek religious world, but that are strikingly consistent with what we know of Minoan religion. This specific correspondence is one of the strongest arguments for the Thera hypothesis. The Minoan civilization was lost, its script undeciphered, its religion largely unknown to the classical Greeks, for more than 1,000 years before the modern archaeological rediscovery of Akrotiri and Knossos. Plato could not have invented the specific bull sacrifice ritual from knowledge of Minoan culture, because Minoan culture was not known in classical Athens. If the bull sacrifice detail in the Critias reflects genuine historical tradition rather than Platonic invention, it is a strong argument that the tradition goes back to a real Bronze Age Aegean culture. Now let me say more about the specific impact of the Thera eruption on the wider Aegean world, because the scale of the environmental effects is relevant to whether the eruption could have produced the mythological impact that the Thera hypothesis requires. The tsunami generated by the collapse of the Thera caldera would have been one of the largest in the Mediterranean in the Holocene. Estimates of wave height at the coast of Crete, approximately 110 kilometers from Thera, range from 7 to 30 meters, depending on the specific model used. A 30-meter wave striking the northern coast of Crete, where several of the most important Minoan harbour towns were located, would have been catastrophic. The harbour town of Amnisos, the port of Knossos, was excavated in the 20th century and shows evidence of a violent destruction event that some researchers attribute to a tsunami. The ash cloud from the eruption would have fallen across a wide area of the eastern Mediterranean. Ash in sufficient quantity, even a few centimeters, kills crops, contaminates water sources, and causes respiratory problems in humans and animals. The disruption to Minoan agriculture in the years following the eruption could have been significant, even if the eruption itself did not directly destroy the Cretan palaces. Egyptian records from the period contain a text known as the Tempest Stele, an inscription from the reign of Ahmose I, dated to approximately 1550 BCE, that describes a catastrophic storm of unusual character, darkness during the day, violent rain and thunder, the flooding of tombs, a calamity that the pharaoh's supernatural power was required to overcome. Some researchers have identified the events described in the Tempest Stele with the atmospheric effects of the Thera eruption. The darkness caused by the ash cloud, the unusual weather patterns that a major volcanic eruption can produce. If this identification is correct, it provides independent Egyptian corroboration for the Thera eruption's wider impact, evidence that the eruption's effects were felt and recorded as far away as Egypt. This Egyptian awareness of the Thera event would make it more plausible that Egyptian priests in the centuries following the eruption had knowledge of the destruction of a great Aegean island civilization, and that this knowledge could have been transmitted to Solon when he visited Sais. The Thera hypothesis, developed carefully and honestly, does not claim that Plato's account is a literal description of the Thera eruption. It claims something more modest and more plausible, that the eruption of Thera and the subsequent collapse of the Minoan palace culture was one of the most traumatic events in the ancient Aegean world. That memory of this event survived in both Egyptian and Greek oral tradition across many centuries of distortion and elaboration, and that Plato drew on this distorted traditional material, whether consciously or not, when he wrote the Atlantis account. The distortions are significant. The geography has been moved from the Aegean to the Atlantic. The timeline has been inflated from a few centuries to 9,000 years. The civilization that was destroyed has been elaborated into the specific political and architectural ideal of Plato's philosophical imagination. But underneath the distortions the Thera hypothesis proposes, there is a real catastrophe, a real island that erupted, a real civilization that collapsed, a real event that the world around it experienced as the end of a golden age. The spring fresco at Akrotiri remains the most moving piece of evidence for this reading, not because it proves the Thera hypothesis, but because it shows what was there before the eruption, a sophisticated, confident, beautiful civilization that painted swallows in the spring and then evacuated and never came back. The specific poignancy of Akrotiri is this: the people who painted the spring fresco are more real to us now than they were to the classical Greeks who knew the Atlantis story. In Plato's time, Akrotiri was buried under meters of volcanic ash. The Minoan world was a dim memory, absorbed into Mycenaean culture and then largely lost in the Dark Ages. The specific people who painted the swallows, who ate from the ceramic dishes found in the kitchen storage jars, who looked out from their multi-story windows at the harbour, they were invisible to Plato. They are visible to us. The archaeologists who have worked at Akrotiri since the 1960s have given us back something that was gone for 3,500 years. Not the people themselves, but the specific quality of the world they inhabited. The colours of the walls they painted, the shapes of the vessels they used. The specific domestic arrangements of the houses they lived in before the earthquake warnings came, and they gathered what they could carry and left. In this sense, the archaeological recovery of the Minoan world is a more complete recovery of something lost than anything Atlantis seekers have achieved. The Minoan civilization was genuinely lost, buried, its script undeciphered, its specific culture forgotten. And it has been genuinely found, not through the search for Atlantis, but through the patient work of archaeological excavation. The real lost civilization was there all along, under the ash, waiting to be found. Let me describe what the science actually shows. The Thera eruption is one of the most studied volcanic events in the geological record, and the evidence for its scale and its effects has been accumulating for decades from multiple independent lines of investigation. Understanding what the science actually demonstrates, as opposed to what popular accounts sometimes claim, is essential for evaluating the Thera hypothesis honestly. The primary geological evidence for the eruption comes from the tephra, the volcanic ash and pumice, deposited across the eastern Mediterranean. The Thera tephra layer is chemically distinctive and can be identified wherever it appears in archaeological or geological contexts. It has been found in lake sediment cores from Turkey, Greece, the Black Sea, and the Nile Delta. It has been found in marine sediment cores from the eastern Mediterranean. It has been found in archaeological sites across the Aegean, at Mycenaean palace sites on the Greek mainland, at sites on Cyprus and the Levant, and at sites in Egypt. The distribution of the Thera tephra is informative about the direction and intensity of the eruption. The main ash cloud moved primarily to the southeast, with the thickest deposits found in the Aegean and the eastern Mediterranean. This directional pattern is consistent with the prevailing wind patterns in the region during summer, the Atesian winds that blow from the north and northwest. The specific distribution helps researchers estimate the total volume of material ejected and the conditions of the eruption column. The thickness of the tephra deposit at specific sites is particularly informative. On the island of Anafi, approximately 27 kilometers east of Santorini, the Thera tephra is meters thick, enough to have buried whatever was on the island at the time. On Crete, approximately 110 kilometers to the south, the tephra layer is thinner, but still clearly visible in sediment cores and in some archaeological contexts. In the Nile Delta, approximately 900 kilometers away, the tephra is detectable as a chemical trace in sediment cores. The ice core evidence is more complex and more contested. The identification of the Thera eruption in Greenland ice cores through a distinctive sulfate spike caused by the sulfur dioxide released by the eruption is one of the most important potential sources of an absolute date for the eruption. The ice cores preserve a detailed year-by-year record of atmospheric conditions, and major volcanic eruptions produce distinctive spikes in sulfate concentration that can be identified and dated. A sulfate spike at approximately 1628 BCE in Greenland ice cores has been tentatively associated with the Thera eruption by several researchers. If this association is correct, it provides an absolute date that is approximately 130 years earlier than the 1500 BCE date, suggested by some archaeological evidence. The discrepancy between the ice core date and the archaeological date has generated an extensive and still unresolved scholarly debate. The resolution of this dating controversy matters for the Thera Atlantis hypothesis because the relationship between the eruption and the subsequent collapse of the Minoan palace culture depends critically on the timing. If the eruption was in 1628 BCE and the palaces were destroyed in 1450 BCE, the two events are separated by nearly 2 centuries. Long enough that it becomes difficult to argue for a direct causal relationship without proposing a prolonged cascade of consequences. If the eruption was closer to 1500 BCE, the causal relationship is more plausible. The tsunami evidence has been investigated at multiple sites around the Aegean. At Palikastro, on the eastern coast of Crete, archaeologists have found a thick deposit of tsunami debris, marine sand and shells mixed with building debris, that dates to the period of the Thera eruption. The deposit is consistent with a wave of significant height, washing over the site and depositing marine material well above the normal sea level. Similar tsunami deposits have been identified at other coastal sites in the Aegean. The specific modelling of the Thera tsunami has been refined in recent years, using increasingly sophisticated computational methods. The Caldera collapse that created the modern Santorini Bay would have generated a displacement of an enormous volume of water. The caldera is approximately 80 square kilometers in area, and the collapse depth has been estimated at several hundred meters. The tsunami waves generated by this displacement would have propagated outward in all directions, with the highest waves hitting the nearest coastlines and decreasing in height with distance. For Crete, the modelling suggests waves of between 7 and 30 meters, depending on the specific parameters of the collapse and the local coastal geometry. A 7-meter wave is significant, but not necessarily catastrophic for a Bronze Age harbour town. The buildings at Akrotiri, which were multi-storey and built of substantial stone, would have withstood waves of this height reasonably well. A 30-meter wave would have been devastating. The range of estimates reflects genuine uncertainty in the modelling, which depends on assumptions about the specific geometry and timing of the caldera collapse that cannot be precisely determined from the available evidence. The atmospheric effects of the eruption are also a subject of ongoing investigation. Major volcanic eruptions release large quantities of sulfur dioxide into the stratosphere, where it reacts with water vapor to form sulfate aerosols. These aerosols reflect incoming solar radiation back into space, reducing the amount that reaches the Earth's surface and causing a cooling effect that can last for several years. The eruption of Mount Pinatubo in the Philippines in 1991, a much smaller eruption than Thera, caused a measurable global temperature reduction of approximately 0.5 degrees Celsius for 2 years. The Thera eruption, which was much larger than Pinatubo, would have produced a significantly larger cooling effect. Estimates vary widely, from a fraction of a degree to several degrees of cooling, depending on assumptions about the total sulfur dioxide released and the efficiency of stratospheric injection. Tree ring records from the Northern Hemisphere show a period of reduced growth beginning around 1628 BCE that has been attributed to volcanic cooling, consistent with the ice core date for the eruption. The agricultural implications of even a moderate cooling effect in the eastern Mediterranean could be significant. The Aegean Bronze Age economy was based on grain, olive, and vine cultivation, all of which are sensitive to temperature and precipitation. A cooling of 1 or 2 degrees over several years, combined with disrupted precipitation patterns, could cause significant crop failures and food shortages. The relationship between volcanic cooling and political instability through the mechanism of agricultural failure has been documented for several other volcanic events in the historical record. Now let me compare these specific scientific findings to what Plato describes in the Atlantis account, because the comparison illuminates both the strengths and the weaknesses of the Thera hypothesis. The match between Plato's description of a powerful island civilization, destroyed by violent earthquakes and floods, and the geological reality of the Thera eruption is strong in its broad outlines. The Thera eruption was preceded by earthquakes. The evacuation of Akrotiri was triggered by seismic activity. The eruption itself generated enormous floods in the form of the tsunami. The island was effectively destroyed. The central portion collapsed into the sea, leaving only fragments of the rim. The match between Plato's specific detail, a single day and night of violent earthquakes and floods, and the geological reality is more complex. The Thera eruption was not a single-day event. The sequence of earthquakes, eruptions, and tsunami propagation extended over hours or possibly days. The final Caldera collapse that created the bay was the culmination of a process, not a single instantaneous event. But from the perspective of observers on Crete, the experience might have approximated Plato's description. A sudden onset of catastrophic events, a day of earthquake and wave and ash darkness, after which everything was different. The specific match between Plato's circular island with concentric rings and the Santorini caldera is often cited but is weaker than it appears. The modern Santorini caldera is circular because it was created by a volcanic collapse. The pre-eruption island of Thera was a roughly circular volcanic island, but it did not have the concentric ring structure of alternating water and land that Plato describes in such specific detail. The concentric rings of Plato's Atlantis are a terrestrial feature, rings of land and water on the surface of the island, not the submerged volcanic structure of the Santorini caldera. The dimension mismatch is also significant. Plato's Atlantis had a great plain 555 kilometers long. The island of Thera, at its maximum extent before the eruption, was roughly 15 kilometers in diameter. The scale discrepancy is enormous. A factor of approximately 35 in linear dimensions, meaning a factor of more than 1,000 in area. These specific mismatches do not necessarily refute the Thera hypothesis. They are consistent with the kind of distortion and elaboration that occurs in oral tradition over many centuries. But they are reminders that the Thera hypothesis, even at its most convincing, requires the transmission of a genuine historical memory through many generations of distortion before it reaches Plato. What the science establishes is that a catastrophe of the right kind and the right scale did occur in the Aegean around the time that the Atlantis tradition requires. What it cannot establish is that the memory of that catastrophe became the Atlantis story. The geological evidence is real. The connection to Plato is inferential. The inference is reasonable, but it is not proof. Let me develop the tree ring and dendrochronological evidence more fully, because it is one of the most interesting independent lines of evidence for the Thera eruption's date and impact. Dendrochronology, the study of tree rings, provides one of the most precise dating tools available to archaeologists and climate scientists. Trees add one ring per year, and the width of each ring reflects the growing conditions of that year. Wide rings indicate good growing conditions. Narrow rings indicate stress from drought, cold, or other factors. By matching ring patterns across overlapping samples, an old living tree, a preserved timber from an ancient building, a piece of wood from an archaeological site. Researchers have constructed continuous tree ring sequences stretching back thousands of years. The Irish and English oak chronology, constructed from preserved bog oaks and timber from ancient buildings, is one of the most precise in the world. In the Irish chronology, there is a period of very narrow rings, indicating severe growth stress, beginning around 1628 BCE and lasting for approximately 5 years. A similar narrow ring event appears in tree ring chronologies from Germany, Scandinavia, and North America around the same date. These narrow ring events are consistent with a volcanic winter, a period of reduced solar radiation caused by stratospheric aerosols from a major eruption. The 1628 BCE event is one of the most distinctive in the tree ring record of the second millennium BCE, and it has been identified by many researchers as the signature of the Thera eruption. The frost ring evidence from North American trees provides additional support. Frost rings, rings that show evidence of tissue damage from unexpected frost during the growing season, can indicate years when volcanic cooling caused unseasonably cold temperatures. Frost rings from several North American species have been identified around 1628 BCE, consistent with a major volcanic eruption in that year. The convergence of the ice core sulfate spike, the tree ring growth suppression, and the frost ring evidence all pointing to approximately 1628 BCE is one of the strongest arguments for placing the Thera eruption in this decade rather than the 1500 BCE date preferred by some archaeologists. The multi-proxy evidence is independently derived and converges on the same approximate date. The archaeological resistance to the 1628 BCE date comes primarily from the evidence of the relative chronology of the Bronze Age Aegean. The Thera tephra is found in deposits associated with late Minoan 1A pottery, a specific phase of Minoan ceramic tradition. This late Minoan 1A phase has been dated through a sequence of correlations with Egyptian absolute chronology to approximately 1500 BCE. If the tephra is truly late Minoan 1A, then the eruption must be approximately 1500 BCE, regardless of what the tree rings and ice cores say. This conflict between the scientific dating and the archaeological relative dating is one of the most contentious issues in Bronze Age Aegean scholarship. The scientific evidence appears robust and independently converging. The archaeological evidence depends on a specific chain of correlations, from Aegean pottery phases to Egyptian contexts to Egyptian absolute dates, that has its own sources of uncertainty. The resolution of this conflict, if it comes, will require either a reinterpretation of the archaeological correlations or a reinterpretation of the scientific evidence. What the conflict illustrates is the specific complexity of establishing absolute dates for events in the ancient world. Even with multiple independent lines of evidence, ice cores, tree rings, archaeological stratigraphy, the dating of a specific event 3,500 years ago involves genuine uncertainty and genuine scholarly disagreement. Now let me think about what the totality of the geological, climatological, and archaeological evidence for the Thera eruption tells us about the experience of the Bronze Age Aegean world in the period following the eruption. A civilization that experienced the full impact of the Thera eruption, the earthquakes, the ashfall, the tsunami, the years of reduced sunlight and disrupted agriculture that followed, would have understood it as a catastrophe of cosmic proportions. In a world without geophysical science, without the knowledge that volcanic eruptions are natural phenomena with natural causes, the specific events of the Thera eruption would have been interpreted as divine anger made manifest. The sky darkened, the earth shook, the sea rose up and destroyed the harbours. The crops failed for years. A great island visible on the horizon simply disappeared. People who had sailed to that island in their youth returned to find only the open sea and a great darkness of ash and pumice floating on the water. From inside this experience, the natural human response was theological. The gods are punishing someone. The question was who and for what? The Atlantis story, in its Platonic form, provides exactly this theological explanation. The gods punished the Atlanteans for their corruption, their greed, their loss of divine virtue. The punishment was specific, dramatic, and total. The entire island swallowed by the sea in a single catastrophic event. Whether this theology developed among the survivors of the Thera eruption and was transmitted to Plato through the chain of oral tradition he describes, or whether Plato developed the theological explanation himself from a kernel of genuine historical tradition, the specific match between the volcanic catastrophe and the theological narrative is striking. The experience of a civilization-ending volcanic eruption generates exactly the kind of narrative that the Atlantis story is. A great power, a sudden end, a divine judgment, and the sea closing over everything that had been. The geology does not prove the hypothesis, but it shows that the hypothesis is not unreasonable. The catastrophe happened. The narrative fits. What remains uncertain is the connection between them. Let me close this part with a reflection on what the geological evidence for the Thera eruption tells us about the specific nature of the ancient world's relationship to catastrophe. The Bronze Age Eastern Mediterranean was a world that experienced major catastrophes periodically, not as aberrations from a stable background, but as recurring features of the natural environment. The floods of the Nile were annual, and their failure or excess could cause famines that threatened entire societies. The earthquakes that affected the Aegean region were frequent and destructive. The geological record shows repeated destruction events at Bronze Age sites across the region. The volcanic eruptions that punctuated the history of the Aegean, Thera, the largest but not the only one, were the most dramatic expression of the instability that underlay the apparent prosperity of the palace civilizations. Living in this world required a specific psychological and theological relationship to catastrophe. You could not pretend that catastrophes did not happen. You could not build institutions and traditions on the assumption of geological and climatic stability. You had to develop frameworks for understanding catastrophe, for making sense of why it happened, what it meant, what the appropriate human response was. The theological framework that the Bronze Age Aegean civilizations developed, the pantheon of gods who controlled the forces of nature and who punished or rewarded human behavior, was partly a response to this necessity. The gods explained the earthquakes and the floods and the volcanic eruptions, not as natural events with natural causes, but as divine interventions with moral meaning. The Atlantis story, whatever its historical basis, participates in this theological framework. The destruction of Atlantis is not an accident. It is a judgment. The gods decided that the Atlanteans had become corrupt and removed them from the world. The specific catastrophe, the sinking of the island, was the vehicle for divine moral action. This is the specific way that ancient cultures made sense of the catastrophes they experienced. The geological record shows the catastrophe. The Atlantis story shows the meaning that human beings made of it. Both are real. Both are worth understanding. Let me take Plato's geography seriously for a moment. Every candidate we have examined so far, the Bronze Age collapse, the Thera eruption, the Minoan civilization, requires dismissing or radically reinterpreting Plato's most prominent geographical claim, that Atlantis lay in the Atlantic Ocean, beyond the Pillars of Hercules. Santorini is in the Aegean. The Bronze Age palatial centers were in the eastern Mediterranean. None of them is remotely close to where Plato says Atlantis was. What if we take the geography at face value? What if we look at the Atlantic Ocean, the actual ocean west of Gibraltar, and ask what the geological and archaeological record shows about whether any large island civilization existed there within human memory? The Pillars of Hercules is the ancient name for the Strait of Gibraltar, the narrow passage between the southern tip of Spain and the northern tip of Morocco that connects the Mediterranean Sea to the Atlantic Ocean. In the ancient Greek and Roman worldview, the Pillars of Hercules marked the western edge of the known world. Everything beyond them, the vast Atlantic, was the domain of the unknown, the mythological, the marvelous. For Plato's original audience, placing Atlantis beyond the Pillars of Hercules placed it at the furthest imaginable remove from the familiar world. The specific Atlantic location candidates that have been proposed by various Atlantis researchers over the centuries include the Azores, the Canary Islands, the Madeira Archipelago, the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, the area near Gibraltar, the Bimini Road in the Bahamas, and various locations in the Caribbean. Each of these candidates has attracted specific advocacy and specific investigation. None has produced evidence of a Bronze Age or earlier advanced civilization. Let me go through the main candidates in some detail. The Azores are a group of 9 volcanic islands in the mid-Atlantic, approximately 1,500 kilometers west of Portugal. They are geologically young, the oldest emerged from the sea no more than a few million years ago. And they were uninhabited when Portuguese sailors arrived in the early 15th century. There is no evidence of any pre-Portuguese human habitation on the Azores. No stone tools, no pottery, no biological evidence of human-modified landscapes. If Atlantis was in the Azores, it left no trace. The Mid-Atlantic Ridge is the geological structure that underlies the Azores, an underwater mountain range that runs the entire length of the Atlantic Ocean, along the boundary between the North American and Eurasian tectonic plates. The ridge occasionally rises above sea level, producing volcanic islands like the Azores and Iceland. The suggestion that the Mid-Atlantic Ridge was once significantly higher, that it supported a large island or continent that has since subsided, has been made repeatedly in the Atlantis literature. The geological evidence decisively refutes this suggestion. Tectonic plate movement is well understood, and the Mid-Atlantic Ridge has not been significantly higher in the Holocene, the past 12,000 years, than it is today. The subsidence of significant land masses in the Atlantic, on the timescales relevant to human history, has not occurred. The geological processes that could cause rapid subsidence of a continent-sized land mass simply do not operate on the timescale of human history. Continental crust does not sink into the ocean in a single day and night. This is perhaps the most definitive piece of evidence against the literal Atlantic interpretation of the Atlantis story. The geology of the Atlantic is extremely well understood. We have mapped the ocean floor in detail. We have cores from the sediments. We understand the tectonic processes that created and continue to modify the Atlantic basin. There is no geological mechanism by which a large island or continental landmass could have existed in the Atlantic during human history and then sunk without trace. The ocean floor of the Atlantic shows no evidence of recently submerged continental land. The Bimini Road, a formation of apparently flat rectangular limestone blocks on the seafloor near the island of North Bimini in the Bahamas, was proposed in the 1970s as evidence of a sunken ancient road or harbour wall, potentially associated with Atlantis. The formation attracted enormous popular attention and has been the subject of extensive investigation. The scientific consensus established through detailed geological analysis of the rocks and the formation's structure is that the Bimini Road is a natural formation, a type of beach rock known as beach rock, produced by the cementation of carbonate sediments on a beach. The rectangular blocks result from the natural fracture patterns of the beach rock. There is no evidence that the formation is artificial. The Canary Islands, a Spanish archipelago off the northwest coast of Africa, have also been proposed as a candidate for Atlantis or as the remnants of a larger Atlantean territory. Like the Azores, the Canary Islands are volcanic and geologically young. The indigenous Guanche people, who were present when European explorers arrived in the 14th century, were anatomically modern humans of North African origin, whose ancestors probably arrived on the islands within the last few thousand years. There is no evidence of a more ancient, more sophisticated civilization preceding the Guanche. The area near Gibraltar has been proposed as an Atlantis location by researchers who note that Plato places Atlantis near the Pillars of Hercules, and that the floor of the Gulf of Cadiz, the body of water just beyond Gibraltar on the Atlantic side, is relatively shallow in places and shows evidence of geological activity. A 2011 documentary proposed that a site in the marshes of the Doñana National Park in southern Spain, an area that has been flooded and drained repeatedly over historical time, might be the location of Atlantis. The proposal attracted significant media attention, but was not taken seriously by mainstream archaeologists. The underwater search for Atlantis, which has been ongoing in various forms since the development of practical diving technology in the 20th century, has produced a consistent result: nothing. Decades of underwater exploration of the Atlantic floor, the Gulf of Cadiz, the Azores platform, and various other proposed locations have found no evidence of a sunken, advanced civilization. The ocean floor is extensively mapped by sonar, which would reveal the large-scale architectural features that a city the size of Plato's Atlantis would have left. No such features have been identified in the Atlantic. This negative result is significant. The absence of evidence is not always evidence of absence, but in this case, the absence is systematic and extensive. The technology available to modern marine archaeology, multi-beam sonar, remotely operated vehicles, side-scan sonar, sub-bottom profilers, is more than capable of identifying large, submerged architectural structures if they exist. They have not been found because they are not there. The geological argument against a literal Atlantic Atlantis is reinforced by what we know about sea level changes in the recent past. Sea levels have changed significantly over the course of the Holocene. During the last glacial maximum, approximately 20,000 years ago, sea levels were approximately 120 meters lower than they are today. As the ice sheets melted after the end of the Ice Age, sea levels rose, flooding coastal landscapes and continental shelves that had been dry land during the glacial period. This sea level rise did flood significant areas of land that had been inhabited by human populations during the glacial maximum. The Dogger Bank in the North Sea, now submerged under approximately 20 to 30 meters of water, was dry land during the glacial maximum and was inhabited by Mesolithic hunter-gatherers. Archaeological material, stone tools, worked animal bones, even a harpoon tip, has been recovered from the Dogger Bank by trawlers and targeted archaeological investigations. This is a genuine case of a human-inhabited landscape being flooded by sea level rise. But the Dogger Bank was a low-lying coastal plain, not a sophisticated island civilization. The sea level changes that submerged the Dogger Bank occurred between approximately 10,000 and 6,000 years ago, long before any civilization capable of building the structures Plato describes. And the Atlantic Ocean floor, where Plato places Atlantis, shows no evidence of the kind of recently submerged continental land that would be required for an Atlantic Atlantis. What the geological and archaeological evidence of the Atlantic shows is clear. There is no Atlantis in the Atlantic. Not because the search has been inadequate, the search has been thorough, but because the specific geological history of the Atlantic Ocean is incompatible with the existence of a large island civilization that sank beneath its waters within human memory. Plato's geography, taken literally, points to a place that cannot have existed. This is perhaps the strongest single argument for the view that the Atlantis account is philosophical fiction rather than historical tradition. If there was a real Atlantis, it was not in the Atlantic. And Plato said it was in the Atlantic. Something does not add up. And the most parsimonious resolution is that Plato placed it in the Atlantic because the Atlantic was the edge of the world, the most remote and most mythologically charged location available, and because the story needed to be set in a place that was as far as possible from the familiar world of his readers. The Atlantic was the perfect location for a civilization that had never existed. Let me develop the sea level change argument more carefully, because it is one of the more interesting areas of genuine scientific uncertainty in the Atlantis discussion. The flooding of coastal landscapes at the end of the last ice age was a genuine and dramatic process. Between approximately 18,000 and 6,000 years ago, global sea levels rose by approximately 120 meters as the ice sheets of North America and Eurasia melted. This rise was not uniform or smooth. It occurred in phases, with some periods of rapid rise and some periods of relative stability. At certain moments, the rise in sea levels would have been fast enough to be perceptible within a human lifetime. Fast enough for a person to notice over the course of their life that the shoreline had moved significantly inland. The flooding of specific landscapes during this period has been extensively documented. The English Channel was dry land until approximately 8,000 years ago. Britain was connected to continental Europe by a land bridge that was progressively flooded as sea levels rose. The Bering Land Bridge, which connected Siberia to Alaska, was flooded approximately 11,000 years ago, ending the land connection between Asia and North America. The Persian Gulf was largely dry land during the glacial maximum and was flooded progressively as sea levels rose. These are genuine cases of inhabited landscapes being flooded by sea level rise. The populations that lived on these landscapes experienced the flooding, though the rate of rise was slow enough, typically, that they adapted and moved rather than being catastrophically overwhelmed. The Mesolithic populations of what is now the English Channel floor, and of the Dogger Bank in particular, were hunter-gatherers living in a rich wetland environment that was progressively flooded over thousands of years. Could the flooding of these landscapes have left mythological traces? This is a genuinely interesting question. A population that experienced, over many generations, the progressive flooding of their ancestral homeland, the coastlines retreating inland, the islands diminishing, the familiar landscapes disappearing, might well have developed stories about the sea swallowing the land. These stories, transmitted over thousands of years of oral tradition, could eventually have been crystallized into the Atlantis myth. The specific proposal that the Atlantis story preserves a memory of Ice Age coastal flooding, rather than a specific historical event like the Thera eruption, has been made by several researchers, including the geologist Bruce Maas and the archaeologist Stephen Oppenheimer. Oppenheimer's book Eden in the East proposes that many ancient flood myths, including the Atlantis story, preserve memories of the flooding of the Sunderland continental shelf in Southeast Asia at the end of the last Ice Age. The appeal of this hypothesis is that it provides a genuine catastrophic flooding event of the right kind, coastal landscapes disappearing beneath rising seas, at a time consistent with Plato's 9,000-year chronology. The end of the Ice Age flooding occurred between 18,000 and 6,000 years ago, which overlaps with the 9,600 BCE date that Plato's chronology requires. The problems with the hypothesis are significant. The flooding of the Ice Age coastal landscapes was slow, a gradual process of rising sea levels over thousands of years, not a single catastrophic event. Plato specifically describes the sinking of Atlantis in a single day and night, which is inconsistent with gradual sea level rise. And the specific geographical and cultural details of Plato's account are so specific and so consistent with a Bronze Age Mediterranean civilization that connecting them to Ice Age coastal flooding requires an enormous amount of cultural elaboration over an enormous time span. The most honest assessment of the Atlantic location candidates and the sea level change hypothesis is this: there is no evidence for a large island civilization in the Atlantic that was destroyed within human memory. The geological record of the Atlantic ocean floor is incompatible with the existence of such a civilization in the Holocene. The sea level changes of the end of the last Ice Age did flood coastal landscapes, but the timescale and character of this flooding is inconsistent with the specific Atlantis narrative. The Dogger Bank and similar submerged landscapes are genuinely interesting and genuinely affected by flooding, but they were not the sites of advanced civilizations of the type Plato describes. What the Atlantic location question illuminates ultimately is the specific function that the Atlantic played in ancient Greek geographical imagination. The Pillars of Hercules were the western boundary of the known world. Everything beyond them was the domain of myth, the islands of the blessed where heroes went after death, the Elysian fields, the garden of the Hesperides, the Gorgons. In the mythological geography of the ancient Greek world, the far Atlantic was a space reserved for the marvelous and the divine. Placing Atlantis in this mythological space was a specific literary and rhetorical choice. It put the story beyond verification. No one in Plato's world was going to sail to the far Atlantic to check. It gave the story the flavor of the marvelous, the quality of a tale from beyond the edge of the world. And it made the subsequent sinking of the island into the sea narratively satisfying. The island that was already beyond the edge of the known world disappeared even further into the depths of the ocean that was already thought to extend to the boundaries of reality. This reading of the Atlantic location as a literary choice rather than a geographical claim is consistent with Plato's methods elsewhere. When he places the ideal city in a beautiful location, or the myth of in a specific meadow at the edge of the cosmos, or the story of the charioteer in the vaults of heaven, he is using geography as a literary device, a way of placing the story in a space that resonates with its philosophical content. The far Atlantic was the right space for a story about a great civilization that was so far from ordinary experience that its existence was beyond verification. The geography is not a clue. It is a choice. The most remote and mythologically saturated location in the ancient world. For a civilization that never existed there, or perhaps never existed at all. Let me close this part by thinking about what the exhaustive failure of the Atlantic search reveals about the Atlantis tradition and the human need it serves. For roughly 2 centuries since the development of practical oceanography and then of modern marine archaeology, researchers and enthusiasts have searched the Atlantic for evidence of Atlantis. The search has been thorough, technologically sophisticated, and internationally distributed. Every major proposed location has been investigated. Every geological anomaly in the Atlantic floor has been examined for signs of human habitation. The sonar maps of the ocean floor are detailed enough to identify individual large boulders. Nothing has been found. This is not the conclusion that the Atlantis seekers wanted to reach. Many of them began their investigations with genuine hope, the hope that the next dive, the next sonar sweep, the next analysis of the sediment core would reveal the evidence that would confirm the story. The hope was disappointed, systematically and repeatedly. And yet, the searching continues. New proposals emerge regularly, each claiming to have found the definitive location, each attracting media attention, each eventually failing to produce the promised evidence. The pattern of claim and refutation has been consistent for decades. This persistence in the face of repeated failure is itself informative. It tells us that the need for Atlantis to be real is stronger for many people than the evidence that it is not. The emotional investment in the story, in the specific promise of a lost golden age recoverable by diligent searching, survives the disappointment of specific searches. This is what myths do. They are not refuted by evidence. They are sustained by the needs they address. The Atlantic search has not found Atlantis, but it has found something else. The specific depth of the human need to believe that something important was lost and might still be recovered. Let me tell you about the Younger Dryas. The Younger Dryas was a period of abrupt climatic cooling that began approximately 12,900 years ago and ended approximately 11,700 years ago. A roughly 1,200-year cold snap in the middle of the general warming trend that followed the last ice age. Before the Younger Dryas, the climate of the northern hemisphere had been warming steadily as the ice sheets retreated. The Younger Dryas reversed this warming. Temperatures in parts of the northern hemisphere dropped by as much as 10 degrees Celsius within decades. Glaciers re-advanced, and the cold, dry conditions of the full glacial period returned to many regions. Then, as abruptly as it had begun, the Younger Dryas ended. Approximately 11,700 years ago, global temperatures rose sharply, by as much as 10 degrees in a few decades in some regions. And the warming trend resumed. The ice sheets began retreating again. Sea levels began rising again. The world began warming toward its current state. The cause of the Younger Dryas has been debated since the period was first identified in the geological record in the early 20th century. The most widely accepted explanation involves a disruption of the thermohaline circulation, the system of ocean currents that transports heat from the tropics toward the poles and plays a major role in regulating European climate. The hypothesis proposes that a massive influx of cold fresh water into the North Atlantic, from the melting of the Laurentide ice sheet over North America, perhaps released catastrophically through a glacial lake outburst, disrupted the thermohaline circulation and caused the abrupt cooling. This thermohaline disruption hypothesis has been the dominant explanation in the scientific literature for several decades. But in 2007, a team of researchers published a paper proposing an alternative cause: the impact of a comet or asteroid fragmenting in the atmosphere and raining down on the North American ice sheet approximately 12,900 years ago, precisely at the onset of the Younger Dryas. The Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, as it has come to be known, proposes that this cosmic impact, or a swarm of impacts from a fragmenting comet, triggered the Younger Dryas cooling by multiple mechanisms, by injecting dust and debris into the stratosphere, blocking sunlight, by causing massive wildfires across North America, and by melting significant portions of the North American ice sheet through impact heating, releasing the fresh water that disrupted the thermohaline circulation. The hypothesis also proposes that the impact caused or contributed to the extinction of the North American megafauna, the mammoths, mastodons, giant ground sloths, and other large animals that disappeared from North America at approximately this time, and possibly contributed to the disappearance of the Clovis culture, the earliest well-documented human culture in North America. The evidence proposed in support of the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis includes a layer of sediment at numerous sites across North America, Europe, and parts of Asia that contains elevated concentrations of specific markers: nanodiamonds, microspherules, iridium, and other materials associated with impact events or with high-temperature wildfires. This layer, which dates to approximately 12,900 years ago, has been found at dozens of sites across 4 continents. The hypothesis has generated enormous scientific controversy. Some researchers have confirmed the presence of the proposed impact markers in the Younger Dryas boundary layer and argued that the evidence strongly supports a cosmic impact. Others have challenged the identification and interpretation of the markers, arguing that they can be produced by non-impact processes, that some claimed identifications are incorrect, or that the correlation with the onset of the Younger Dryas is less clear than the hypothesis requires. The scientific debate over the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis is ongoing and unresolved. The hypothesis has not been definitively confirmed, but it has not been definitively refuted either. The evidence continues to be accumulated and debated by researchers across multiple disciplines. The honest scientific assessment is that a cosmic impact at the onset of the Younger Dryas is a plausible but unconfirmed hypothesis. What does this have to do with Atlantis? The connection is made in the most ambitious version of the Younger Dryas catastrophe hypothesis for the origin of the Atlantis story. This version proposes that the cosmic impact at 12,900 years ago, or the cascade of consequences it triggered, was the real-world event that the Atlantis tradition preserves as a mythological memory. The specific argument goes as follows. At the onset of the Younger Dryas, approximately 12,900 years ago, the world's coastlines were significantly different from today. Sea levels were lower, and large areas of continental shelf that are now submerged were dry land. These coastal regions were inhabited by human populations, hunter-gatherers, and perhaps early agricultural communities whose sophistication we are only beginning to appreciate through the archaeology of sites like Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, which was built approximately 11,000 years ago. The cosmic impact and its consequences, the wildfires, the climatic disruption, the subsequent sea level rise as the ice sheets melted more rapidly, caused the flooding of these coastal civilizations. The populations that survived the catastrophe preserved memories of the great disaster in oral tradition. These memories, transmitted across thousands of years and eventually modified and elaborated by successive cultures, became the flood myths and lost civilization stories of the ancient world, including, ultimately, the Atlantis tradition. Plato's 9,000-year timeline in this interpretation is not accurate. It places the events at 9,600 BCE, not 12,900 BCE, but it is in the right order of magnitude. The enormous antiquity of the events in the Atlantis account, so difficult to explain in terms of historical oral tradition, is explained by the hypothesis as a genuine but imprecise memory of catastrophes at the end of the Ice Age. This version of the Atlantis origin hypothesis is associated with researchers like Randall Carlson and the alternative history writer Graham Hancock, whose 2019 book America Before and 2022 book The Earth Chronicles develop the argument extensively. The hypothesis has attracted a very large popular following and has been extensively discussed in the alternative history genre. The scientific status of this hypothesis is more problematic than the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis on its own. Even if a cosmic impact occurred at 12,900 years ago, which is plausible but unconfirmed. The specific chain of causation from that impact to the Atlantis tradition requires several additional links, each of which is speculative. That the impact destroyed sophisticated coastal civilizations of which we currently have no archaeological evidence. That memories of these civilizations were preserved in oral tradition across 12,000 years of transmission, and that those memories eventually reached Plato in recognizable form. The 12,000 years of oral tradition required by this hypothesis is a serious problem. We have discussed the difficulty of preserving specific historical information across even a few centuries of oral transmission. 12,000 years from the Younger Dryas to Plato is roughly 60 times longer than the interval between Homer and Plato. The preservation of specific narrative content about specific civilizations across this time span, through the enormous disruptions of the Younger Dryas itself, the subsequent warming, the Neolithic Revolution, the Bronze Age, and the Dark Ages, is not credibly possible with any known mechanism of cultural transmission. What is genuinely interesting about the Younger Dryas period, and this is worth separating carefully from the Atlantis hypothesis, is the question of what human cultures existed in the world at this time and what their sophistication was. The existence of Göbekli Tepe, built beginning approximately 11,700 years ago by people who were still largely hunter-gatherers, demonstrates that the cognitive and social capacity for large-scale cooperative construction existed in human populations before the Neolithic Revolution. The coastal populations of the Younger Dryas period, living on continental shelf landscapes that are now submerged, were genuinely invisible to archaeologists until recently because their sites are underwater. The development of underwater archaeology and the ability to conduct targeted excavations on submerged continental shelves has begun to reveal evidence of these populations. Sites have been found on the continental shelves of the North Sea, the Adriatic, and the Gulf of Mexico that show evidence of pre-Neolithic human habitation. This is genuinely exciting archaeology. It reveals that significant human populations lived in landscapes that were subsequently flooded by rising sea levels, and that these populations are currently poorly represented in the archaeological record, precisely because their sites are underwater. Understanding these populations better, understanding how sophisticated they were, how they were organized, what they built, is one of the most interesting frontiers in current archaeological research. But the existence of pre-Neolithic coastal populations is very different from the existence of a sophisticated civilization equivalent to classical period Greece or Bronze Age Crete that was destroyed in a cosmic catastrophe and preserved in the Atlantis tradition. The gap between the actual evidence for Younger Dryas-era human populations and the claims made in the alternative history tradition is enormous. The honest assessment is that the Younger Dryas and the associated sea level rise did affect human populations around the world. The cosmic impact hypothesis, if confirmed, would represent an additional layer of catastrophe. But the connection from these genuine events to the specific Atlantis tradition requires a chain of inference so long and so speculative that it cannot be taken as a serious historical hypothesis. The Younger Dryas was real. The coastal flooding was real. The human populations affected were real. The Atlantis story that allegedly preserves their memory is a chain of speculation. That does not make the Younger Dryas less interesting. It makes the Atlantis story less informative about it. Let me develop the Göbekli Tepe connection more fully, because it is genuinely fascinating, and it is often misused in the alternative history discussion of Atlantis and the Younger Dryas. Göbekli Tepe is a site in southeastern Turkey near the modern city of Şanlıurfa that was excavated beginning in the mid-1990s by the German archaeologist Klaus Schmidt. What Schmidt found, and what has continued to be revealed by ongoing excavations, is a series of large circular enclosures built of T-shaped limestone pillars, many of them elaborately carved with animals: foxes, snakes, cranes, scorpions, wild boar, aurochs. The largest pillars are nearly 6 meters tall and weigh up to 20 tons. The dating of Göbekli Tepe is one of its most startling features. The site was being built and used from approximately 11,700 years ago, right at the transition from the Younger Dryas to the current climatic period, through to approximately 8,000 years ago. The builders were, as far as the archaeological evidence shows, hunter-gatherers, people who had not yet developed agriculture, who lived by hunting and foraging rather than by farming. This is extraordinary. Göbekli Tepe demonstrates that large-scale cooperative construction, requiring the coordination of hundreds of people, the quarrying and transport of enormous stone blocks, and the sustained maintenance of a complex social enterprise over many generations, was possible for human populations before the development of agriculture. The standard model, which assumed that the social complexity necessary for monument building was a product of agricultural surplus, and the stable sedentary societies it supports, is clearly insufficient. The specific implication of Göbekli Tepe for the Atlantis discussion is more modest than the alternative history tradition suggests. Göbekli Tepe shows that pre-Neolithic human populations were cognitively and socially capable of more than previously assumed. It does not show that a sophisticated island civilization, with the specific political organization, naval power, architectural complexity, and cultural sophistication that Plato's Atlantis possessed, existed anywhere in the world 12,000 years ago. The leap from Göbekli Tepe-level social organization to Platonic Atlantis-level civilization is enormous. Göbekli Tepe is impressive. It involves large stone monuments and implies significant social cooperation. But it does not involve writing, metallurgy, naval technology, long-distance trade, urban organization, or any of the other features that characterize the civilizations of the Bronze Age Mediterranean that Plato's Atlantis most closely resembles. The alternative history tradition uses Göbekli Tepe as evidence that sophisticated civilizations could have existed in the Younger Dryas period and been destroyed by the hypothesized cosmic impact. But this inference requires jumping from the evidence that hunter-gatherers could build stone monuments to the conclusion that they could also maintain the kind of sophisticated urban maritime civilization that Plato describes. That is a jump too far. Now let me say more about the specific impact layer evidence, because the scientific controversy around it is worth understanding in some detail. The impact layer proposed by the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis has been found at a large number of sites across multiple continents, and the researchers who support the hypothesis have published their findings in peer-reviewed journals. The most distinctive proposed impact markers are nanodiamonds, microscopic diamonds that can be produced by the high temperatures and pressures of an impact event, and magnetic spherules, small magnetic particles that form when molten material is blasted into the air by an impact and solidifies in flight. The presence of these materials in sediment layers dating to approximately 12,900 years ago at sites across North America, Europe, and elsewhere is the core of the evidential case. Supporters of the hypothesis argue that the simultaneous appearance of these materials at so many sites, in sediment that also shows evidence of widespread wildfires, is consistent with a cosmic impact event and very difficult to explain by non-impact processes. Critics of the hypothesis have challenged several aspects of this evidence. Some have argued that the identification of nanodiamonds in the sediment samples is incorrect, that what was identified as impact nanodiamonds is actually graphene or other carbon forms that can be produced by natural processes. Some have challenged the identification of magnetic spherules as impact-derived, arguing that cosmic dust and industrial pollution can produce similar particles. And some have challenged the dating of the proposed impact layer, arguing that it does not consistently date to the onset of the Younger Dryas across the different sites. The scientific debate over these specific technical questions is genuinely unresolved, and both sides have published extensively. What can be said is that the hypothesis is taken seriously enough by the scientific community to generate sustained research and debate. It has not been dismissed as fringe science, but it has also not achieved the consensus acceptance that would make it established fact. The specific relationship between the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis and the Atlantis tradition is mostly the work of popular writers rather than scientists. The scientists who study the impact evidence are primarily concerned with questions of climate history, megafaunal extinction, and the Clovis culture, not with Atlantis. The connection to Atlantis is made by writers like Graham Hancock, who weaves together the Younger Dryas impact evidence, the submerged continental shelf archaeology, the Göbekli Tepe discovery, and the Atlantis tradition into a grand unified narrative of a lost civilization destroyed by cosmic catastrophe. Hancock's narrative is compelling as popular writing. It synthesizes genuine scientific discoveries, some of which are genuinely interesting and important, into a story that is emotionally satisfying, internally consistent, and resonant with the specific human needs that the Atlantis tradition has always addressed. The problem is not that Hancock is dishonest. The problem is that the synthesis he creates goes far beyond what the evidence supports, and the gap between the evidence and the narrative is filled by a specific quality of imaginative inference that is presented as reasonable, but is actually speculative. The Younger Dryas was a genuine and dramatic climatic event. The cosmic impact hypothesis is a genuine and interesting scientific proposal. The submerged continental shelf populations are a genuine and fascinating area of archaeological investigation. The connection from all of these to the Atlantis tradition requires a chain of inference that is longer and weaker than it appears. The honest position is to find all three areas genuinely interesting in their own right, and to resist the temptation to connect them into a story that they do not, on their own evidence, support. Let me close this part with a thought about the specific cognitive appeal of the grand unified hypothesis. The narrative that connects Göbekli Tepe, the Younger Dryas impact, the submerged continental shelves, and the Atlantis tradition into a single explanatory story. There is a genuine intellectual pleasure in this kind of grand synthesis. When disparate pieces of evidence suddenly fall into a coherent pattern, when a single explanatory principle illuminates multiple, apparently unconnected phenomena, when the small local story suddenly becomes part of a much larger cosmic narrative. This is one of the most satisfying experiences in intellectual life. It is the experience of suddenly understanding, and the experience feels like truth. But the feeling of coherence is not the same as evidence of correctness. Human cognitive systems are pattern recognition systems that are extremely good at finding patterns. And that tendency to find patterns can generate false coherence as easily as it generates genuine understanding. The grand unified theory of Atlantis and the younger Dryas impact feels coherent because it connects real phenomena in a narrative arc that the human mind finds satisfying. The narrative coherence is real. The historical connection it proposes may not be. The most rigorous intellectual discipline is the ability to appreciate the emotional and narrative appeal of a hypothesis while simultaneously maintaining the capacity to evaluate it against the evidence. The younger Dryas happened. The cosmic impact may have happened. The submerged populations were real. Göbekli Tepe was built by remarkable people, and Plato wrote an extraordinary story. Whether these 5 things are connected is a question that the current evidence cannot answer. And the intellectual honesty required is the honesty of sitting with that uncertainty. Even when a compelling narrative is available that removes it, let me turn to the Americas. The identification of Atlantis with the Americas has a longer history than most people realize. It predates the alternative history tradition by several centuries, going back to the first European encounters with the New World. When Spanish conquistadors and the scholars who followed them began to grapple with the existence of advanced civilizations in the Americas, civilizations that possessed sophisticated agriculture, elaborate monumental architecture, complex astronomical knowledge, and highly organized social structures. They needed an explanation for how these civilizations had arisen in isolation from the old world. Atlantis was one answer. In 1553, Francisco López de Gómara, the Spanish historian and secretary to Hernán Cortés, proposed that the Americas were the continent of Atlantis, the great landmass that Plato had described, now partially submerged but still existing as the landmass that Columbus had reached. This proposal was taken up by other Spanish writers and eventually reached the mainstream of European intellectual culture. Francis Bacon's utopian novel New Atlantis, published in 1627, is the most influential literary elaboration of this connection. In Bacon's work, the navigators of his fictional island utopia reach an island in the Pacific that is identified as the remnant of the old Atlantis, the great civilization that had once dominated both the Atlantic and the Pacific, now reduced but still preserving ancient wisdom. Bacon's New Atlantis is not a serious historical hypothesis, but a literary vehicle for his ideas about the ideal scientific and social organization. But it firmly established the Americas-Atlantis connection in European cultural imagination. The modern version of the Americas-Atlantis hypothesis focuses primarily on Mesoamerica, on the Maya and Aztec civilizations of Mexico and Central America, and sometimes on the earlier Olmec culture. The argument typically notes several specific features of these civilizations that are claimed to parallel the Atlantis account: pyramid construction, astronomical sophistication, elaborate calendar systems, and the specific cultural prominence of the number 13 in Maya thought, which some writers connect to Plato's description of the 10 kings of Atlantis. The most sustained modern version of the Americas-Atlantis hypothesis is probably Charles Berlitz's work from the 1970s, which proposed that Atlantis was located in the Caribbean and that the Bimini Road we discussed in Part 8 was a remnant of its harbour walls. Berlitz also argued that various cultural similarities between Old World and New World civilizations, pyramid building, sun worship, flood myths, were evidence of a common origin in Atlantis, which had influenced both before its destruction. The specific cultural parallels claimed by Berlitz and others pyramid building in Egypt and in Mesoamerica, sun worship across multiple cultures, flood myths worldwide, are the same cross-cultural parallel argument we examined in the context of the Anunnaki in video 18. The problems are the same. Superficial structural similarities explained more parsimoniously by the universal human tendency to build tall structures for visibility and status, by the universal human experience of the sun as the most powerful natural phenomenon, and by the universal experience of floods in river valley civilizations. The specific archaeology of the Americas makes the Atlantis-Americas connection extremely difficult to sustain. Pre-Columbian American civilizations did not develop in isolation from any period of human existence. They developed from the populations that crossed into the Americas from Asia via the Bering Land Bridge during the glacial period, approximately 15,000 to 20,000 years ago. These founding populations were hunter-gatherers, and the agricultural civilizations of Mesoamerica and the Andes developed independently from this foundation over the subsequent millennia. The archaeological record of the development of Mesoamerican civilization is detailed and continuous. The Olmec civilization, the earliest major Mesoamerican culture with its distinctive colossal stone heads, developed on the Gulf Coast of Mexico, beginning approximately 3,500 years ago. The Maya civilization, which produced the most elaborate calendar system and the most sophisticated writing system in the pre-Columbian Americas, developed from earlier cultures beginning approximately 3,000 years ago. The Aztec civilization, which the Spanish encountered in 1519, was relatively recent. It had emerged as a major power only in the 14th and 15th centuries CE. Each of these civilizations has clear archaeological precursors, earlier, simpler cultures from which they developed gradually over centuries. There are no sudden appearances of sophisticated culture in the pre-Columbian Americas that require an external source. The development of agriculture, of pottery, of monumental architecture, of writing, of complex calendars. All of these are visible in the archaeological record as gradual processes of cultural innovation and elaboration. The Maya writing system, which was successfully deciphered in the 20th century and which turns out to record genealogies, historical narratives, astronomical observations, and religious texts, contains no reference to Atlantis, to a lost Atlantic civilization, or to any cultural heritage from outside the Americas. The Maya understood themselves as the products of their own specific cultural tradition, with their own specific divine creators and their own specific sacred history. There is no indication in the Maya textual tradition that they preserved memories of a connection to an Atlantic predecessor. The genetic evidence for the origins of the indigenous populations of the Americas is also clear. Ancient DNA studies of pre-Columbian American populations show ancestry that derives entirely from the founding populations that crossed from Asia via the Bering Land Bridge. There is no genetic signal of any ancient connection to Old World populations that would be consistent with either an Atlantean origin or significant pre-Columbian transoceanic contact. The specific claims made about pre-Columbian transoceanic contact, the argument that various cultural similarities between Old World and New World civilizations prove contact before Columbus, have been examined by archaeologists and anthropologists for decades. The conclusion of this examination is that the similarities, while sometimes striking, are all explicable by independent development and do not require transoceanic contact to explain. The specific features that are claimed as evidence of contact, pyramid building, mummification, writing systems, astronomical knowledge, all developed independently in the Americas from indigenous cultural traditions. The one case of confirmed pre-Columbian transoceanic contact is the Norse settlement at Lanzo Meadows in Newfoundland, Canada, established approximately 1,000 years ago and occupied briefly before being abandoned. This contact left no lasting cultural influence on the indigenous populations of the Americas. There is also genetic and archaeological evidence for Polynesian contact with the pre-Columbian populations of South America, probably through Polynesian voyagers reaching the South American coast, which introduced the sweet potato to Polynesia. But neither of these contacts left the kind of cultural legacy that the Atlantis hypothesis requires. The Americas are not Atlantis. The Maya are not the descendants of Atlanteans. The Olmec colossal heads, sometimes claimed in fringe literature to depict African or other Old World faces, and therefore to prove transoceanic contact, depict the specific physiognomic features of the indigenous Gulf Coast populations among whom the Olmec culture developed. The pre-Columbian Americans were extraordinary in their own right, developing agriculture, astronomy, writing, monumental architecture, and sophisticated social organization entirely from their own cultural and intellectual resources. The attempt to connect their achievements to an external Atlantean source is not a compliment to their ingenuity. It is, in its own way, a form of the same underestimation of ancient human capability that we discussed in the context of the ancient astronaut tradition. The Americas do not need Atlantis. Their civilizations are remarkable enough without it. And the specific people who built Teotihuacan and Chichen Itza and Machu Picchu and the great earthworks of the Mississippi Valley deserve credit for what they actually did, for what they created through their own intelligence, their own labor, and their own cultural traditions. Not for what someone from a sunken Atlantic island allegedly taught them. They taught themselves, as human beings have always done, given sufficient time and sufficient motivation, and the specific quality of attention that remarkable things require. Let me develop the Maya civilization more fully, because it is the pre-Columbian culture most frequently invoked in the Atlantis Americas discussion, and it deserves to be understood on its own extraordinary terms. The Maya developed one of only a handful of fully independent writing systems in human history. Most of the world's writing systems are historically connected. They derive from the Sumerian cuneiform tradition through various chains of influence that include Phoenician script, from which most European alphabets descend. The Maya writing system has no such connection. It was invented independently, from scratch, by people working with their own cognitive and cultural resources. The Maya script is a logosyllabic system. It uses a combination of logograms, which represent words or morphemes, and syllabic signs, which represent syllables. It is functionally similar in structure to Egyptian hieroglyphics, but there is no historical connection between the two. The parallel development of similar writing system structures is a product of the similar cognitive challenges involved in developing a writing system, not of common origin. The decipherment of the Maya script, which occurred gradually through the 20th century, with a crucial breakthrough by the Russian linguist Yuri Knorozov in the 1950s, and substantial subsequent contributions by many scholars, revealed a rich textual tradition, recording genealogies, historical events, astronomical observations, and religious mythology. The Maya royal inscriptions describe specific kings, specific dates, specific battles and alliances and marriages and deaths. They are historical documents in the fullest sense. The Maya calendar system is one of the most mathematically sophisticated chronological systems developed by any pre-modern culture. The long count calendar, which the Maya used to place events in absolute time, counts days from a fixed starting date, corresponding to approximately 3114 BCE in our calendar. The Maya were aware that the long count would complete a major cycle, a Bakhtun of 144,000 days. In December 2012, which generated an enormous amount of popular attention and apocalyptic speculation in the years leading up to that date. For the record, nothing happened in December 2012. The Maya themselves did not believe the world would end at the completion of a Bakhtun. Completing a major calendar cycle was, in the Maya understanding, an occasion for renewal and celebration, not catastrophe. The apocalyptic interpretation was a product of Western projection onto Maya cultural materials. The Maya astronomical knowledge was genuinely extraordinary. Without telescopes, without modern instruments, through naked-eye observation over many generations, Maya astronomers tracked the movements of Venus with extraordinary precision. Their Venus tables in the Dresden Codex, one of only 4 surviving pre-Columbian Maya books, record the synodic period of Venus, the time for Venus to return to the same position relative to the Sun, with an accuracy of less than 2 minutes of error per revolution. The Maya also tracked the movements of Mars and Jupiter, and the cycles of solar and lunar eclipses. This astronomical achievement is not evidence of Atlantean teaching or of transoceanic contact with Old World astronomical traditions. It is evidence of what happens when a culture makes astronomical observation a central cultural and religious priority over many generations, and applies patient intelligence to the accumulation and analysis of observational data. The Maya had time, motivation, and intelligence. The results were extraordinary. The Olmec civilization, which preceded the Maya and strongly influenced subsequent Mesoamerican cultures, is sometimes claimed in fringe literature to show evidence of African contact, particularly through the colossal stone heads whose facial features some writers interpret as negroid. This claim has been examined by physical anthropologists and has been found to have no merit. The facial features of the colossal heads are consistent with the indigenous population of the Gulf Coast of Mexico, and there is no archaeological, genetic, or textual evidence for any pre-Columbian African contact with the Americas. The specific claim is a racialized misreading of indigenous achievement, the assumption that features associated with certain populations could not belong to others, and the implication that a sophisticated early civilization must therefore have had an external Old World source. This is the same logic that animated 19th century claims that the builders of Great Zimbabwe in Africa must have been Phoenicians rather than the indigenous Shona people. It is consistently wrong, and it is consistently an underestimation of the capabilities of the indigenous people whose achievements are being denied. Now let me say something about what the genuine pre-Columbian American civilizations achieved, and what that achievement tells us about human capability. The city of Teotihuacan in the Valley of Mexico was one of the largest cities in the world at its peak in approximately 450 CE, with a population estimated at between 100,000 and 200,000 people. Its main avenue, the Avenue of the Dead, is nearly 4 kilometers long and is flanked by the Pyramid of the Sun, one of the largest pyramids in the world by volume, and the Pyramid of the Moon. The city was planned on a grid system aligned with specific astronomical orientations, and it served as a major center of commerce and culture that influenced all of subsequent Mesoamerican civilization. Teotihuacan was built, occupied, and eventually abandoned by people about whom we know remarkably little. The city's inhabitants left no decipherable inscriptions, and their language and ethnic identity are unknown. They were, however, fully human people who built an extraordinary city through their own organizational and technical capabilities. The builders of the earthworks of the Mississippi Valley, the mound builders of cultures like Cahokia and the Hopewell tradition, constructed earthen monuments of enormous scale across what is now the central United States. Cahokia, near modern St. Louis, was a city of perhaps 20,000 people at its peak, around 1100 CE, with a central earthen mound, Monk's Mound, that covers more area at its base than the Great Pyramid of Giza. The builders of these earthworks were indigenous North American peoples whose achievements require no external source. The pattern across all of these cases is consistent. Remarkable human achievements built by people working with their own cultural and intellectual resources, attributed by fringe writers to an external source, Atlantis or ancient astronauts or transoceanic visitors, because it seems too impressive to have been done independently. The implicit assumption behind all of these attributions is that the indigenous people of the Americas, of sub-Saharan Africa, of prehistoric Europe, were not capable of the things they demonstrably did. This assumption is wrong, and the Atlantis Americas hypothesis is one of its more persistent expressions. The Americas did not need Atlantis. They had their own extraordinary history, and the people who made that history deserve to be seen clearly, not obscured by a myth about what they could not have done without outside help. Let me close this part with a thought about the specific relationship between the Atlantis tradition and colonialism, because the history of how the Americas Atlantis hypothesis has been used is inseparable from the history of European colonialism and its intellectual legacy. When the Spanish conquistadors arrived in Mesoamerica and encountered the Aztec and Maya civilizations, they needed an intellectual framework for understanding what they were seeing. The achievement of these civilizations, the cities, the temples, the complex social organization, the sophisticated knowledge systems, was clearly not primitive or savage in the European sense. Something had produced these things. The Atlantis hypothesis provided one answer: an external civilizing influence, a lost superior culture that had taught the natives the arts of civilization before disappearing. This was, in a specific way, a more comfortable answer than the alternative, that the indigenous people of the Americas had developed sophisticated civilizations entirely on their own, without external help, demonstrating that the specific European claim to cultural and intellectual superiority was not universal or inevitable. The alternative, which is what the archaeological and genetic evidence consistently shows, is that human beings everywhere, given sufficient time and sufficient motivation, are capable of developing sophisticated civilizations. The Americas prove this point independently. The Old World proves it. The specific paths of development differ. The specific achievements differ. The specific forms of culture differ. But the underlying capability is consistent. Fully modern humans anywhere can do extraordinary things. This is ultimately the most important thing that the study of pre-Columbian American civilizations reveals. Not that they needed Atlantis, but that they didn't. And that this says something important about what human beings are. Let me lay out the honest accounting. We have now examined the major candidates for the historical basis of the Atlantis tradition: the Bronze Age collapse, the Thera eruption, and the Minoan civilization, the Atlantic location claims, the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, and the Americas connection. We have examined what the evidence actually shows about each. Let me now assess them honestly and directly. The pure philosophical fiction hypothesis that Plato invented the Atlantis story entirely for philosophical purposes, drawing on no genuine historical tradition, is the simplest hypothesis and the one best supported by the available evidence. It requires no mechanism for transmitting genuine historical information across multiple centuries and multiple languages. It is consistent with Plato's known use of philosophical myth elsewhere in his dialogues. It explains the specific internal coherence of the Atlantis account, which reflects Plato's philosophical concerns more closely than it reflects any known historical event. and it is consistent with the absence of any independent ancient corroboration. The pure fiction hypothesis is supported by Aristotle's reported comment that Plato invented the story and then had the island sink to get rid of it. It is supported by the fact that the story is told by Critias, who is not a historian but a character in a philosophical dialogue, a historical figure chosen by Plato precisely because his family connection to Solon gives the story a specific authority. And it is supported by the absence of any Egyptian record corroborating what Plato says the Egyptian priests told Solon. The Thera hypothesis, that the Atlantis tradition preserves a distorted memory of the Thera eruption and the Minoan civilization, is the second best supported hypothesis. It has a genuine catastrophe of the right kind and the right approximate era. It has specific correspondences with Plato's description, particularly the bull sacrifice ritual and the hot and cold springs. It has a plausible transmission pathway from Minoan culture through the Mycenaean tradition, through Greek oral culture, to Plato. And it has the independent support of the Egyptian tempest stele, which may record awareness of the Thera eruption in Egypt. The Thera hypothesis requires accepting several significant distortions in the transmission: the geographical displacement from the Aegean to the Atlantic, the chronological inflation from a few centuries to 9,000 years, and the transformation of a volcanic eruption into a single-night cataclysm. These are large distortions, but they are within the range of what is known to occur in oral tradition across many centuries. The Thera hypothesis is not proven, but it is the most archaeologically grounded of the historical hypotheses. The Bronze Age collapse hypothesis has appeal. It provides a catastrophe of the right magnitude and cultural character. But its specific problems are more severe than the Thera hypothesis. The Bronze Age collapse is geographically even further from Plato's Atlantic location than Thera. The specific cultural correspondences are less precise. And the pathway of transmission from the collapse to Plato requires oral tradition preserving specific content across a slightly longer period without the specific cultural anchor that the Minoan to Greek connection provides. The Younger Dryas impact hypothesis and the sea level flooding hypothesis fail primarily on the transmission problem. The interval between the Younger Dryas events and Plato, approximately 9,000 to 12,000 years, is so large that no mechanism of oral cultural transmission could plausibly preserve specific historical information from this period. The Atlantis story is too specific, too internally detailed, too reflecting of Bronze Age Mediterranean cultural assumptions to be a genuine memory of events at the end of the Ice Age. The Atlantic location hypothesis and the Americas hypothesis fail primarily on the physical evidence. The geological record of the Atlantic shows no evidence of a large island civilization that sank within human memory. The archaeological record of the Americas shows indigenous civilizational development with no dependence on an Atlantean source. Now let me say what Plato's account actually requires. What would need to be true for the historical hypothesis in any form to be viable? For any historical hypothesis to work, the Atlantis tradition must have been transmitted from a genuine historical event to Plato through some combination of oral tradition, written records, and cultural memory. This transmission must have preserved enough specific content to be recognizable in Plato's account, while allowing the very large distortions in geography, chronology, and specific details that separate any real candidate from Plato's description. The transmission must also explain why the story is attributed to Egyptian sources when no Egyptian text corroborates it. Either the Egyptian attribution is genuine, the priests of Sais really did have records of the tradition, records that have since been lost, or the Egyptian attribution is a literary device that Plato added to give the story authority. and the transmission must explain the specific philosophical content of the Atlantis account, the specific way it embodies Plato's concerns about the corruption of virtue by wealth and power, the specific way it illustrates the Republic's ideal city in historical action, the specific way the story's structure serves Plato's argument about justice and its opposite. None of the historical hypotheses explains the philosophical content well. The Thera eruption was not a story about the corruption of divine virtue by human acquisitiveness. The Bronze Age collapse was not a story about a perfect city resisting an empire's overreach. These are Plato's stories, fitted onto whatever historical material he had available. The most honest synthesis of the evidence is this: Plato probably had access to some fragments of genuine, ancient tradition. Perhaps garbled memories of the Thera eruption transmitted through the Minoan Mycenaean cultural chain, perhaps generic, ancient Egyptian accounts of great cataclysms, perhaps older Mediterranean flood traditions. And he wove these fragments into a philosophical narrative that served his specific intellectual purposes. The story is neither pure fiction nor pure history. It is what creative philosophical writing often is: a combination of genuine tradition, deliberate invention, and the specific shaping intelligence of a great writer who knew exactly what he was doing. This synthesis is unsatisfying to those who want Atlantis to be either definitively real or definitively invented. It is, however, the position that the evidence most honestly supports. What does the evidence not support? It does not support the existence of an advanced island civilization in the Atlantic Ocean that was destroyed in a single cataclysmic night. It does not support the existence of a lost golden age 10,000 years ago, whose achievements exceeded those of any subsequent civilization. It does not support the existence of a global civilization destroyed by a cosmic impact that seeded all subsequent cultural traditions with its memory. These are compelling narratives. They are not supported by the evidence. The evidence supports something less dramatic and more interesting. A great philosopher, working with the specific intellectual tools and the specific cultural materials of 4th century BCE Athens, creating a story powerful enough to be taken seriously for 2,500 years. That is its own kind of remarkable, not because it points to a real lost civilization, but because it reveals what a specific kind of philosophical intelligence applied to specific cultural materials can produce, and how long the result can echo. Let me develop the honest accounting of each major hypothesis more carefully, because the specific strengths and weaknesses of each tell us something about what the Atlantis tradition is and is not. The pure philosophical fiction hypothesis has one significant weakness that is worth acknowledging. If Plato invented the entire story, why did he maintain the fiction of historical truth so insistently? His other philosophical myths, the myth of the allegory of the cave, the myth of the charioteer, are presented more openly as illustrative stories. The Atlantis account is presented with unusual specificity and with unusual insistence on its historical character. If it is fiction, why did Plato present it this way? Several answers have been proposed. The most psychologically plausible is that the story was more persuasive as a philosophical illustration if it was believed to be historical, and that Plato, who in the Republic explicitly endorsed the noble lie as a political tool, was willing to use the fiction of historical truth for philosophical purposes. The specific intellectual project of the Timaeus and Critias, demonstrating that the ideal city was not just a theoretical possibility, but a historical reality, required the story to be presented as history. Another possibility is that Plato genuinely believed some version of the story and was presenting it faithfully as he understood it, while elaborating the specific philosophical content that served his argument. In this reading, the historical truth claim is genuine, but the historical content is already significantly distorted by the time it reaches Plato, through multiple generations of oral transmission and through Plato's own elaboration. The creative synthesis hypothesis I sketched above sits between these two extremes. Plato had some genuine material, fragments of historical tradition that contained elements of the Atlantis story in some form. But he shaped and elaborated that material so completely that the result is primarily his own creation, even if it is not entirely his invention. This creative synthesis hypothesis has a specific parallel in what we know about Plato's relationship to Socrates. The historical Socrates was a real person, and the dialogues present themselves as records of real conversations with him. But scholars are virtually unanimous that the philosophical content of the dialogues, particularly the later dialogues, is primarily Plato's own thinking, presented in Socratic form for literary and rhetorical reasons. The historical Socrates is the nucleus around which Plato's philosophical elaboration accumulates. The historical tradition of Atlantis in this reading is the nucleus around which Plato's philosophical elaboration accumulates. The tradition might have been as thin as a garbled folk memory of a volcanic catastrophe in the Aegean, or a generic ancient Egyptian account of a great naval power destroyed by a natural disaster. Around this thin nucleus, Plato constructed the specific, detailed, philosophically charged account that we have. Now let me think about what the specific details of Plato's account, the details that seem most resistant to philosophical explanation, can tell us about the historical nucleus, if any. The most philosophically unaccountable detail in the Critias is the specific religious ritual of the bull hunt without iron. This detail has no obvious philosophical function. It does not serve Plato's argument about justice or the corruption of virtue. It is a specific and unusual ritual practice that stands somewhat apart from the broader philosophical framework of the account. If Plato invented everything, this is an odd invention. If Plato is drawing on historical tradition, this is exactly the kind of specific detail that genuine historical traditions preserve. As we noted in Part 6, this detail corresponds closely to Minoan religious practice. And the Minoan world was lost and unknown to classical Greeks. Plato could not have invented a detail consistent with Minoan culture by drawing on known cultural parallels. This is perhaps the strongest single piece of evidence that the Atlantis tradition preserves a genuine historical memory, however distorted, of the Minoan Bronze Age world. The hot and cold springs are another detail that serves no obvious philosophical function and that corresponds specifically to the geography of a volcanic island. The 10 kings descended from a sea god who founded a maritime empire is consistent with the specific character of the Minoan civilization, which was a sea-based culture with apparent multiple regional centers of power. None of these specific details proves the historical hypothesis. Each is also consistent with coincidence or with Plato drawing on generic ancient Mediterranean culture without specific knowledge of the Minoans. But the convergence of these details, the bull ritual, the hot springs, the maritime empire, in a story attributed to a Bronze Age source does suggest that something of the Minoan world has filtered into the Atlantis tradition, however indirectly. The specific chronological claim, 9,000 years, remains the most difficult feature of the story for any historical hypothesis. The only honest position is that this number is not an accurate historical record of anything. It is either a philosophical exaggeration intended to place the events at the most remote possible antiquity, a multiplication error in the transmission chain, or a generic marker of extreme antiquity in the narrative tradition from which Plato drew. What the number 9,000 does is effectively place the events beyond the reach of historical investigation by the methods available to Plato's contemporaries. No one in classical Athens could verify or refute a claim about events 9,000 years in the past. The number functions to insulate the story from empirical challenge. This is a specific rhetorical move that is consistent with philosophical fiction and also consistent with genuinely ancient tradition. We cannot determine which it is from the number alone. The honest final position is therefore one of calibrated uncertainty. The Thera hypothesis is the most archaeologically grounded of the historical hypotheses and should be taken seriously as one possibility. The philosophical fiction hypothesis is the simplest and best supported by the overall pattern of evidence. The most honest synthesis is that Plato was doing what great writers always do, taking genuine material and shaping it into something that serves a purpose that transcends the material itself. The story he told has outlasted every civilization that existed when he wrote it. It is still being told, still being searched for, still generating the specific combination of excitement and disappointment that all great mysteries produce. Whatever its historical basis, real or invented, the Atlantis story is one of the most productive philosophical and cultural objects ever created. And that productivity is its own kind of truth. Let me close this part by thinking about what the specific pattern of evidence, the convergence of the bull ritual, the hot springs, the maritime empire, and the volcanic destruction reveals about the relationship between myth and history. Myths are not arbitrary. They are shaped by the experiences of the people who create them and by the specific materials available in the cultural environment from which they emerge. Even myths that are primarily philosophical inventions tend to draw on genuine cultural and historical materials. They use elements from the world their creators knew, elements that give the myth its specific texture and its specific resonances. If Plato drew on fragments of genuine Minoan tradition, even fragments preserved in highly distorted form through Mycenaean and then Greek oral culture, then the specific texture of his Atlantis account reflects a genuine Bronze Age Aegean reality, however indirectly. The bull ritual was real, the volcanic island was real, the maritime empire was real, the catastrophe was real. The story Plato told was his own, but it was made from real things. And in those real things, if you look carefully enough, you can see the outline of the world that was. Not Atlantis, the Minoans, the actual lost civilization. More interesting than the myth. And now, thanks to the archaeologists who excavated Akrotiri and Knossos, visible again. Let me trace what happened to Atlantis after Plato. The story Plato told in the Timaeus and Critias did not end with those dialogues. It entered the cultural bloodstream of the ancient world and has never left. For 2.5 millennia, each generation has taken the Atlantis tradition and made of it what its own time required. A lost golden age, an ideal commonwealth, a warning against hubris, a hidden history of the human race, a destination for romantic searchers, an anchor for alternative cosmologies. Understanding how the Atlantis tradition was transformed across these different eras is as revealing as understanding Plato's original account. It shows us not just what the story is, but what it does, what specific human needs it serves, and why those needs are persistent enough to keep the story alive across 2,500 years of intellectual history. In the ancient world, the immediate reception of the Atlantis account was divided. Some ancient authors took it as historical fact. Crantor, Plato's near contemporary and one of the first commentators on his work, reportedly believed the account was literally true and sent someone to Egypt to verify it with the priests of Sais. The Neoplatonist Proclus, writing in the 5th century CE, also believed the account was historical and included references to it in his commentary on the Timaeus. Other ancient writers were skeptical. Aristotle, as we have discussed, is reported to have believed that Plato invented the story. Strabo, the Greek geographer writing in the 1st century BCE, treated the Atlantis account as a philosophical fable rather than a historical record. The ancient debate about Atlantis, historical tradition or philosophical invention, was never resolved and is still ongoing. The Hellenistic period and the centuries following Alexander the Great's conquest of the Persian Empire saw the Atlantis tradition absorbed into a broader pattern of interest in utopian islands and ideal commonwealths. The Hellenistic world was one of cultural mixing and geographical exploration, and the idea of a perfect society somewhere at the edge of the known world was a common literary device. Atlantis fitted naturally into this genre, a perfect city destroyed by its own moral corruption, serving as a warning to the ambitious empires of the Hellenistic age. In the Roman period, the Atlantis tradition was further absorbed and modified. The Roman encyclopedist Pliny the Elder mentions Atlantis in his Natural History, treating it as a genuine geographical claim about the Atlantic. The Roman philosopher Plutarch makes references to a large island in the Western Ocean that some scholars identify with Atlantis. The Roman period also saw the first connections between the Atlantis tradition and the emerging geography of the Americas, as Roman sailors and geographers speculated about what lay beyond the Atlantic horizon. The medieval period largely forgot Atlantis. The classical texts in which it appeared were not widely read in the Latin West, and the theological framework of medieval Christianity left little room for a pre-Christian Golden Age civilization that had no place in the biblical account of human history. Atlantis appears occasionally in medieval cosmographical literature, usually as a geographical curiosity rather than a philosophical subject. The Renaissance recovery of classical texts brought Atlantis back to prominence. When humanist scholars began recovering and translating the works of Plato in the 15th and 16th centuries, the Timaeus and Critias were among the texts rediscovered, and the Atlantis account attracted renewed attention. The Renaissance interest in Plato as a source of ancient wisdom gave the Atlantis account a new prestige. If Plato, the greatest of the ancient philosophers, had treated this as historical fact, it deserved to be taken seriously. The specific Renaissance engagement with Atlantis was transformed by the European discovery of the Americas. When Columbus returned from his first voyage in 1493, the existence of unknown lands and peoples in the Western Atlantic required an explanation. Atlantis provided one. The Americas were identified as either the remnants of Atlantis, the partly submerged empire that Plato had described, or as civilizations that descended from Atlantean refugees who had fled the destruction of their homeland. Francis Bacon's New Atlantis, published in 1627, is the most intellectually sophisticated Renaissance engagement with the tradition. Bacon's utopian novel places an ideal island commonwealth in the Pacific, identifying it obliquely with the old Atlantis, and uses it to describe his vision of a society organized around the systematic pursuit of natural knowledge. Bacon's Salomon's House, the research institution at the heart of New Atlantis, is a proto-royal society, a vision of what organized scientific inquiry could achieve. The Atlantis tradition here serves a specific Enlightenment project, the advocacy for institutionalized empirical science as the foundation of a better society. Bacon's use of the Atlantis myth is philosophically sophisticated in exactly the way Plato's original use was, taking a literary tradition and bending it to serve a specific intellectual purpose. For Plato, Atlantis illustrated the corruption of virtue by power. For Bacon, it illustrated the possibility of an ideal society organized around knowledge. The same story, redirected by a different philosophical agenda. The 18th and 19th centuries saw the Atlantis tradition move from the realm of philosophy into the realm of popular culture and proto-scientific speculation. The Swedish mystic Emanuel Swedenborg wrote about Atlantis in the 18th century as a historical civilization that had been destroyed. The Comte de Buffon, the French naturalist, speculated about a former Atlantic continent in the context of his theories about the natural history of the Earth. The tradition was becoming more explicitly historical, less philosophical allegory and more lost civilization. The most consequential 19th century intervention was Ignatius Donnelly's Atlantis, the Antediluvian World, published in 1882. Donnelly was an American politician and writer. He had served as a congressman from Minnesota who devoted years to researching the Atlantis tradition and wrote the first systematic popular account that treated it as literal history. Donnelly's book argued that Atlantis was a real Atlantic continent, the cradle of all human civilization, the source of the cultural parallels between the Old World and the New World, and the origin of all the world's flood myths. Donnelly's book was a massive popular success. It went through numerous editions, was translated into multiple languages, and remained in print for decades. More importantly, it established the framework for all subsequent popular Atlantis writing. The literal historical civilization, the transoceanic cultural influence, the convergence of world flood myths as evidence of a common origin. Donnelly did not prove any of these claims. His methodology was selective, and his use of evidence was uncritical. But he created the template that Berlitz, Hancock, and countless other writers have worked within ever since. The theosophical movement of the late 19th century added a specifically spiritual dimension to the Atlantis tradition. Helena Blavatsky, the Russian occultist who founded the Theosophical Society in 1875, incorporated Atlantis into her elaborate cosmological system. In Blavatsky's theosophical framework, Atlantis was one of a series of root races, advanced civilizations that had preceded the current human race, each embodying a different stage of cosmic evolution. The Atlanteans were the fourth root race, possessed of psychic powers and spiritual knowledge that modern humanity had lost. The theosophical Atlantis was not the Platonic Atlantis. It was a much more elaborate construction, drawing on Plato's account as one element in a vast system of occult history. But the theosophical tradition was enormously influential on subsequent alternative history, establishing the idea that Atlantis was associated with lost spiritual and psychic knowledge, a theme that recurs in New Age spirituality to the present day. The 20th century saw the Atlantis tradition fragment into multiple competing versions, each serving the specific needs of its specific cultural moment. Edgar Cayce, the American psychic known as the Sleeping Prophet, produced extensive readings about Atlantis in the 1930s and 1940s, describing its technology, its spiritual practices, and its people in detail. Cayce's Atlanteans had electricity, aeroplanes, a special power crystal called the Tuaoi Stone, and advanced medical knowledge. His readings predicted that Atlantis would rise from the Atlantic in 1968 or 1969, a prediction that the Bimini Road discovery appeared to some to fulfill. The modern alternative history genre, Berlitz, Hancock, Wilson, and their numerous successors, represents the current form of the tradition. Historical Atlantis combined with archaeological anomalies, ancient astronomical knowledge, lost cosmic events, and a critique of mainstream academic archaeology as institutionally resistant to paradigm-challenging evidence. Each of these versions of Atlantis, Plato's philosophical parable, Bacon's scientific utopia, Donnelly's antediluvian world, Blavatsky's root race, Casey's psychic civilization, Hancock's cosmic catastrophe, tells us something specific about the era that produced it. Plato's Athens needed a story about the corruption of civic virtue. Bacon's England needed a vision of organized knowledge as the foundation of the ideal society. Donnelly's America needed a story connecting the New World to the oldest roots of human civilization. Blavatsky's spiritualists needed a lost tradition of esoteric wisdom to oppose to materialist science. Casey's mid-century America needed a story of psychic gifts and spiritual technology. Hancock's globalized world needs a story of cosmic catastrophe and human resilience. The story changes. The need it addresses is the same. The need for a story about what we have lost and whether it might be found again. Let me develop Donnelly's work more fully, because he is the most important figure in the modern popular Atlantis tradition, and his methodology, both its appeal and its problems, illuminates the entire genre that followed him. Ignatius Donnelly was not a charlatan. He was a serious intellectual who read widely, thought carefully, and genuinely believed that the evidence he had assembled supported his conclusions. His book, Atlantis. The antediluvian world is not a credulous work. It is a systematic argument, marshalling evidence from multiple sources, drawing connections across many fields of knowledge, and presenting a coherent narrative that was genuinely persuasive to many intelligent readers. The specific method Donnelly used was the same method we have discussed in other contexts: selective citation of cross-cultural parallels. He noted that both Old World and New World cultures had pyramid construction. Both had flood myths. Both had sun worship. Both had similar mythological figures and similar cultural practices. He argued that these parallels were too widespread and too specific to have arisen independently, and that they therefore pointed to a common cultural ancestor. Atlantis, the cradle of all civilization. The flaw in this argument, as we have discussed, is the assumption that cross-cultural similarities require a common source. Independent development, universal human experiences, and the specific cognitive architecture of the human mind produce similar cultural forms across unconnected populations. The pyramid comparison is particularly instructive. People build pyramids, tall, stable, visually impressive structures, because pyramids are an efficient architectural form for construction without metal tools or mechanical advantage. The specific form is determined by structural constraints, not by cultural transmission. What Donnelly's book did that was genuinely new was to treat the Atlantis tradition with the same seriousness that mainstream historians of the time were treating ancient civilizations like Egypt and Mesopotamia. He did not dismiss it as myth. He researched it systematically and presented the results systematically. The problem was not his seriousness, but his method, a method that found patterns by looking for them selectively, rather than testing hypotheses against all the available evidence. Donnelly was also responding to a specific intellectual moment. In 1882, the science of archaeology was young. The major Bronze Age civilizations of the Near East and the Aegean had only recently been rediscovered. Schliemann's excavation of Troy was in 1871, and the full extent of Mycenaean civilization was only beginning to be understood. The ancient world was still being revealed, and the possibility that there was more to find, a civilization even older and even more impressive than Egypt or Mesopotamia, was not obviously implausible in this intellectual climate. The subsequent century of archaeological investigation has filled in much of the picture that Donnelly saw as missing. We now know the developmental history of human civilization in considerable detail. We know that agriculture developed independently in multiple regions. We know that writing was independently invented in Mesopotamia, Egypt, China, and Mesoamerica. We know the specific local roots of every major ancient civilization. The gaps in the record that Donnelly's Atlantis was meant to fill have been substantially reduced, not eliminated, but reduced. This makes Donnelly's methodology less defensible now than it might have seemed in 1882. The evidence for independent development of the cultural features he attributed to Atlantean diffusion is now much stronger than it was. The Atlantis hypothesis is not just unproven, it is specifically contradicted by detailed archaeological knowledge that did not exist in Donnelly's time. Now let me say something about the specific theosophical transformation of the Atlantis tradition, because it introduced elements into the popular understanding of Atlantis that persist to the present. Blavatsky's system was elaborate and internally consistent in its own terms. She divided human history into a sequence of root races, vast geological epochs in which different types of humanity successively dominated the Earth. The third root race inhabited the now sunken continent of Lemuria in the Pacific. The fourth root race, the Atlanteans, inhabited Atlantis in the Atlantic. The fifth root race is the current humanity, destined in due course to give way to a sixth and eventually a seventh root race. In this system, each root race has specific psychic and spiritual capacities that subsequent races have lost. The Atlanteans had advanced psychic abilities, spiritual knowledge, and technologies that operated through mental rather than mechanical means. The specific theosophical Atlantis has levitating vehicles, crystal power, psychic communication, and a direct awareness of the divine that modern humanity has lost in its materialistic development. This version of Atlantis is not historical in any sense that historians would recognize. It is a cosmological mythology, a way of understanding human history and human destiny within a framework of spiritual evolution. The historical Plato is the pretext. The content is Blavatsky's own. But the specific elements she introduced, the crystals, the psychic powers, the spiritual technology, have become fixtures of the popular Atlantis imagination that persist in New Age spirituality and in much of the alternative history genre to this day. The Edgar Cayce readings about Atlantis, which describe the continent in enormous technical detail, including its power sources, its social organization, and the specific events of its destruction, were enormously influential in mid-20th century American alternative spirituality. Cayce described the Hall of Records, a hidden repository of Atlantean knowledge that he said was buried beneath the Sphinx in Egypt, waiting to be discovered when humanity was ready for the knowledge it contained. The Hall of Records claim has generated decades of investigation of the Giza Plateau by researchers looking for hidden chambers beneath the Sphinx. Seismic surveys have identified some anomalies in the bedrock beneath the plateau, but no hidden repository of knowledge has been found. The hall, if it exists, has not been discovered. The specific appeal of the Cayce version of Atlantis is the promise it makes about the future, that the knowledge of the superior civilization was not lost, but hidden, waiting to be recovered. This is the specific hope that the Atlantis tradition has always offered in its most compelling forms. Not just that something was lost, but that it might be found. This hope is, in its own way, admirable. It is a hope that the past contains something that the present needs, that the future might recover what the past destroyed, that the losses of history are not necessarily permanent. These are beautiful hopes. The specific object of those hopes, a real Atlantis hidden under the ocean or beneath the Sphinx, does not exist. But the hopes themselves are real. And the story that carries them has been told for 2,500 years, and will almost certainly be told for 2,500 more. Let me close this part with a specific reflection on what the persistence and transformation of the Atlantis tradition across 25 centuries reveals about the relationship between stories and the people who tell them. Stories are not passive objects that simply exist in culture and are transmitted unchanged. They are active. They are reshaped by the people who tell them, adapted to new contexts, invested with new meanings, stripped of old ones. The Atlantis story is a particularly vivid example of this active character because the transformation has been so extensive and so well documented. Plato's Atlantis was a philosophical argument about civic virtue. Bacon's Atlantis was an argument for organized science. Donnelly's Atlantis was an argument about cultural diffusion. Blavatsky's Atlantis was an argument about spiritual evolution. Casey's Atlantis was an argument about psychic knowledge. Hancock's Atlantis is an argument about a lost cosmic catastrophe. In each case, the story has been used as a vehicle for a specific intellectual and cultural project. The story is valuable not because it is true, but because it can carry meaning, because its specific qualities, its combination of dramatic specificity and ultimate mystery, make it an effective vehicle for almost any large claim about the deep past and the lost possibilities of human civilization. This is what great stories do. They are flexible enough to carry many meanings, durable enough to outlast the people who tell them, and resonant enough to keep attracting new tellers. Plato gave us one of the great stories, whatever he meant by it. Let me ask why Atlantis is so compelling. We have now traced the Atlantis tradition from Plato through 25 centuries of transformation. We have established that the literal Atlantic civilization almost certainly did not exist. We have shown that the specific claims made by the alternative history tradition are not supported by the available evidence. We have examined every major candidate for the historical basis of the story and found each wanting in specific ways. And yet, the story endures. It endures not as an academic curiosity, not as the kind of thing that specialists discuss in journals and that the general public ignores, but as a genuinely popular obsession. Television series about Atlantis attract large audiences. Books about Atlantis sell well. Online forums dedicated to Atlantis attract hundreds of thousands of participants. The story is alive in popular culture in a way that very few ancient philosophical texts manage to be. Why? The first and most obvious answer is the quality of the story itself. Plato wrote well, and the specific narrative elements of the Atlantis account, the concentric ring city, the 10 kings, the bull hunt by torchlight, the corruption of divine nature, the single night of destruction, are the kinds of vivid images that lodge in the imagination and resist forgetting. The specific detail of the story is one of the things that makes it feel real, and the feeling of reality is one of the things that makes a story compelling. But many well-told stories have been forgotten. The specific persistence of Atlantis across 25 centuries of cultural transformation requires a deeper explanation than the quality of Plato's prose. The deeper explanation is in what the story promises, not what it claims, not the specific assertions about an Atlantic island or a pre-Hellenic golden age, but the specific hope it carries in its structure. The Atlantis story is a story about loss. Specifically, it is a story about the loss of something superior, a civilization more perfect, more powerful, more spiritually attuned than anything the present world contains, and about the possibility that this loss might somehow be undone. recovered, or at least understood. This is a specific psychological structure that appears across many of the most persistent human stories. The lost paradise, the fall from grace, the golden age before the corruption. These are among the most universal themes in human mythology. They are universal because the specific experience of loss, of knowing that something good has ended, of living in a world that is clearly imperfect and feeling the ache of what it might have been, is universal. Every human being who has ever lived has experienced loss, and the mythological structure that gives that loss cosmic significance is one of the most powerful consolations available. The Atlantis story gives personal loss a specific form. Whatever you have lost in your own life, whatever capacity or possibility or relationship or world that was once present and is now gone, the Atlantis story provides a mythological parallel. You are living in the diminished present, after the fall, after the catastrophe that ended the better world. This is not your personal failing, it is the condition of humanity since the destruction of the Golden Age. This consolatory function of the lost civilization myth has been noted by several scholars, and it explains why the myth tends to become more popular in periods of historical disruption and cultural anxiety. The late 19th century, when Donnelly wrote, was a period of enormous disruption, industrialization, urbanization, the beginning of the end of traditional communities, the challenges of Darwin's evolutionary theory to traditional religious frameworks. The early 21st century, when Hancock writes, is another period of disruption. Climate crisis, political instability, the challenges of globalization to traditional identities. In both cases, the lost civilization myth offers a specific kind of comfort, the assurance that the current disruption is not the end of the story. If a great civilization was lost before and humanity recovered, perhaps the current disruptions too will give way to recovery. If the Atlanteans had knowledge and capability that we have lost, perhaps we can recover it. The story frames the present as a low point in a larger arc. After Atlantis, before the recovery. The specific appeal of this framing is that it simultaneously validates the feeling that things are wrong, that the present is diminished compared to what could or should be, while also providing hope. The present is bad, but the past was better, and the future might be better again. This is a more emotionally sustainable narrative than simple pessimism, and it is more intellectually exciting than simple optimism, because it promises that there are specific things to discover that would transform the present. The Atlantis story also appeals to a specific kind of anti-establishment sentiment. The feeling that official knowledge is incomplete or suppressed, that the mainstream account of human history is missing something important that a more careful investigation would reveal. This is the specific appeal of alternative archaeology more broadly. The sense that the standard story is not the whole story, that there are anomalies and contradictions and unexplained features of the ancient world that conventional scholarship has failed to address. This anti-establishment sentiment is not entirely irrational. Conventional scholarship does have blind spots. Archaeological knowledge is genuinely incomplete. The specific ways in which the mainstream account of human prehistory has been revised in the last few decades, by the ancient DNA revolution, by new discoveries like Göbekli Tepe, by the development of underwater archaeology, show that the standard story is not fixed and that significant discoveries remain to be made. The problem is not the anti-establishment sentiment itself, but the specific conclusions it is used to support. The genuine incompleteness of conventional knowledge does not validate any specific alternative account. The fact that there are things conventional archaeology has not yet explained does not mean that those things are explained by Atlantis. The gap between what conventional knowledge knows and the specific alternative claims is typically much larger than the alternative writers acknowledge. There is a specific cognitive pattern that the Atlantis tradition exploits, the pattern of finding a gap in the conventional account and then filling it with a preferred explanation. The gap is real. Conventional knowledge is genuinely incomplete, but the filling is not determined by the gap. Any number of explanations could fill any gap, and the preference for the Atlantis explanation reflects the specific emotional needs of the searcher rather than the specific demands of the evidence. Understanding this cognitive pattern does not make the emotional needs less real or less legitimate. The desire for a world that makes sense, for a history that has meaning, for the possibility that something important has been lost and might be recovered. These are genuine human needs, and they deserve genuine responses. The Atlantis tradition is one response. It is not a good response in the sense of being accurate, but it is a genuine response in the sense of being a real attempt to address real needs. And understanding what those needs are is ultimately more interesting than debating whether the Bimini Road is natural or artificial. The needs are what the story is about, not the island. The island is just the vehicle. The need is the destination. Let me develop the psychology of the Golden Age myth more carefully, because it is one of the most studied and most interesting patterns in the comparative study of religion and mythology. The psychologist Carl Jung described what he called the archetype of the primordial paradise, the deep cognitive structure that generates across cultures and across historical periods images of a lost original condition of wholeness, harmony, and abundance. For Jung, this archetype was not a memory of a specific historical event, but a pattern in the structure of the human psyche itself, a tendency to project onto the distant past the qualities of wholeness and completion that feel absent in the present. Jung's analysis does not require us to accept the full apparatus of his analytical psychology to find the core observation useful. There does appear to be a universal human tendency to imagine the past as better than the present, to locate qualities of abundance, harmony, and rightness in some prior condition from which the current world is a deterioration. This tendency appears in the Greek Hesiodic tradition of the Golden Age, in the Hebrew tradition of Eden, in the Hindu doctrine of the Yugas, in the Norse tradition of the time before Ragnarok, and in the Sumerian tradition of the pre-flood era, whose king list we examined in video 18. The specific form this tendency takes varies enormously across cultures. The Golden Age might be located in the primordial past, in a lost paradise, in a hidden civilization, or in a future restoration of original conditions. But the underlying structure is remarkably consistent. Something good has been lost. The loss explains the imperfection of the present, and the possibility of recovery provides a specific kind of hope. The Atlantis story is the Western world's most elaborated expression of this universal tendency. Its specific elaboration, the named civilization, the specific geography, the concrete political and architectural details, gives it a quality of apparent concreteness that more abstract Golden Age myths lack. Atlantis is not just a general sense that things were better before. It is a specific place, with a specific name, with specific dimensions and a specific political constitution. This specificity makes it feel more like history than myth, and feeling like history makes it more compelling for a culture that privileges historical knowledge over mythological understanding. The specific emotional structure of the Atlantis belief also involves what psychologists call magical thinking. The belief that an action or discovery could transform the present situation fundamentally. The discovery of Atlantis would not just be an archaeological finding, It would be a revelation. Proof that humanity's history is radically different from what the mainstream account claims. Proof that we have been living with a false understanding of our past. Proof that the recovery of the lost knowledge could transform the present. This magical transformation quality is one of the most powerful features of the Atlantis belief. It is not just about the past, it is about what the recovery of the past would do to the present. Finding Atlantis would not be an archaeological achievement. It would be a spiritual event, a reversal of the fall, a recovery of what was lost. The Hall of Records, if found, would not just contain historical information. It would contain the knowledge that could save or redeem the current world. This transformation fantasy is not unique to Atlantis. It appears in the tradition of the Holy Grail, the sacred object whose recovery would heal the Fisher King and restore the wasteland. It appears in the tradition of the Philosopher's Stone, the substance that would transmute base metals to gold and grant eternal life. It appears in the tradition of the Ark of the Covenant, whose recovery, in certain popular fictional traditions, would give its possessor world-transforming power. In each case, there is a specific lost object or lost knowledge, and the recovery of that object or knowledge would restore what has been lost. The specific object varies: the Grail, the Stone, the Ark, the Hall of Records. But the structure is the same. The present is broken. The past contained what the present needs, and the recovery of the past would fix the present. Understanding this psychological structure does not make it less real or less legitimate as a human response to the experience of living in an imperfect world. The feeling that something important has been lost, that the present is broken in ways that require more than ordinary repair, is a genuine feeling produced by genuine conditions. The specific object that the feeling attaches to, the Grail, the Hall of Records, Atlantis, is the vehicle for the feeling, not the feeling itself. The problem with Atlantis as a vehicle for this feeling is not that the feeling is wrong, but that the vehicle is fictional. The feeling of loss and the desire for recovery are real and legitimate. The specific object of recovery, the Atlantean archive of lost knowledge, does not exist. Attaching the legitimate feeling to a fictional object is, in the end, a way of ensuring that the feeling can never be resolved, because the object that is supposed to resolve it cannot be found. This is not a comfortable observation, but it is an honest one. The people who devote years to searching for Atlantis are not foolish or credulous in some simple sense. They are responding to genuine needs with genuine passion and genuine intelligence. The specific form that their searching takes, the alternative archaeology, the anomaly hunting, the counter-narrative construction, is a response to real needs for meaning and for a sense that the world contains more mystery and more possibility than the official account allows. What they deserve is not mockery, but a genuine alternative. A way of engaging with the genuine mysteries of the human past that is both intellectually honest and emotionally satisfying. The genuine mysteries of the ancient world are rich enough to sustain exactly this kind of engagement. The Minoan civilization and its destruction is a genuine mystery and a genuine tragedy. The Bronze Age collapse is genuinely unexplained in its full complexity. The younger Dryas was genuinely dramatic. The pre-Neolithic cultures revealed by sites like Göbekli Tepe are genuinely surprising. None of these requires Atlantis. All of them are compelling on their own terms. The genuine past is stranger and richer than the mythological substitute. But you have to be willing to engage with the evidence on its own terms. Rather than on the terms of the story, you need to be true. Let me close this part with a thought about what the psychology of Atlantis reveals about the relationship between myth and intellectual honesty. One of the specific difficulties of engaging with the Atlantis tradition honestly is that the legitimate emotional needs it addresses are real, and dismissing the tradition can feel like dismissing those needs. The person who believes in Atlantis because they need the world to contain more mystery and more meaning than the official account provides is not wrong to need those things. Mystery and meaning are genuine human requirements. The question is, where to find them? The honest answer is that the genuine past, the past revealed by careful archaeology and honest scholarship, is full of genuine mystery and genuine meaning. The specific mysteries of why the Minoans built what they built and worshipped what they worshipped. The specific meaning of the Bronze Age collapse and what it tells us about the fragility of sophisticated civilizations. The specific mystery of what happened at the end of the Ice Age and what the coastal populations of the younger Dryas were like. These are not convenient mysteries that resolve easily into a satisfying narrative. They are genuinely difficult, genuinely unresolved, genuinely open questions that require sustained engagement with complex evidence and calibrated uncertainty. That is harder than believing in Atlantis. It is also more honest, and it is in the end more deeply satisfying, because it engages with something real, the genuine past, which is, in all its incompleteness and uncertainty, more extraordinary than any myth about it. Let me tell you about the genuine mysteries. Having spent the last several parts establishing what we know and what we do not know about Atlantis, I want to spend this part on something different. The genuine mysteries of the ancient world that do not require Atlantis to be interesting. Because the genuine mysteries are real, and they are more than sufficient to sustain the sense of wonder that the Atlantis tradition promises, but does not honestly deliver. Let me begin with Göbekli Tepe, which we touched on in part 9, but which deserves fuller treatment on its own terms. Göbekli Tepe sits on a ridge in southeastern Turkey, roughly 12 kilometers northeast of the city of Şanlıurfa. It was known to local farmers for decades. The hilltop was covered with what appeared to be broken limestone, before the German archaeologist Klaus Schmidt recognized its significance in 1994 and began systematic excavations that continued until his death in 2014. What Schmidt found was unlike anything previously known from this period. A series of circular or oval enclosures, built of T-shaped limestone pillars standing up to 5.5 meters tall and weighing between 10 and 20 tons. The pillars were carved with elaborate reliefs: foxes, snakes, birds, wild boar, aurochs, scorpions, spiders, and other animals, rendered in a style of confident naturalistic observation. The largest pillars in each enclosure stood at the center, facing each other across a central space. Whatever rituals or activities took place in these enclosures, they were clearly central to the life of the community that built them. The builders were hunter-gatherers. The site predates agriculture in the region by at least several centuries. The earliest phases at the bottom of the stratified deposits date to approximately 11,700 years ago, and the site was in active use for at least 1,500 years before being deliberately buried around 8,000 years ago. Why it was buried, and the burying was deliberate, involving the careful backfilling of the enclosures with stone and soil, is one of the genuine mysteries of the site. The specific revelation of Göbekli Tepe is not that it shows a lost advanced civilization. The builders were hunter-gatherers working with flint tools and without metal, without pottery in the earliest phases, without agriculture. The revelation is that the social and cognitive capacity for large-scale cooperative construction, the coordination required to quarry, transport, and erect 20-ton stone pillars to maintain the continuous human presence at the site over many generations, to develop and transmit the specific iconographic program visible in the carvings, existed among people who had not yet developed the agricultural surplus that was previously assumed to be a prerequisite for this kind of social complexity. Göbekli Tepe forces a revision of the conventional account of the origins of social complexity. It does not require Atlantis or alien visitors or any external source. It requires only a reconsideration of what pre-agricultural hunter-gatherers were capable of when they had sufficient motivation and sufficient time. The mystery of Göbekli Tepe is real. What was it for? The site has no evidence of habitation, no hearths, no storage facilities, no middens of the kind that accumulate wherever people live. It was not a settlement. The current best hypothesis is that it was a ritual center, a place to which people came from a wide surrounding area for ceremonies, feasting, and the performance of rituals that required the specific physical setting the enclosures provided. If this is right, Göbekli Tepe is evidence that organized religion, or something functionally similar, preceded agriculture rather than following it. Let me turn to a second genuine mystery: the extraordinary precision of ancient astronomical knowledge. Across the ancient world, in Mesopotamia, in Egypt, in the Indus Valley, in China, in Mesoamerica, we find evidence of sophisticated astronomical observation and precise calendar systems. The Babylonian Venus tables, which we discussed in the context of Video 18, track the synodic period of Venus to within minutes of accuracy. The Egyptian orientation of the pyramids to true north is more precise than most modern buildings achieve with GPS assistance. The Maya long count calendar is accurate to a degree that required centuries of careful sky observation to achieve. None of this is evidence for Atlantis or for a lost supercivilization. It is evidence for what patient, intelligent human observation can achieve over many generations. But it is genuinely remarkable, and the specific mechanisms by which this knowledge was accumulated and transmitted are genuinely not fully understood. The specific precision of the Giza pyramid orientation. The base of the Great Pyramid is aligned to true north to within approximately 3/60ths of a degree, has attracted particularly sustained attention. This precision exceeds what should be achievable with naked eye observation alone, using the methods typically proposed for ancient astronomical alignment. The specific method by which the builders of Giza achieved this precision is genuinely debated. Proposals include observation of circumpolar stars, observation of the equinoctial sunrise and sunset, and various other methods. None of the proposed methods fully accounts for the precision achieved, and the debate remains open. This is a genuine archaeological mystery, not a mystery that requires lost technology or alien assistance. The alignment is achievable by human observers with the right methods, but a mystery in the sense that the specific methods used have not been definitively established. This is exactly the kind of genuine, specific, evidence-based question that is more interesting than the grand claims of alternative history, precisely because it is grounded in real and measurable phenomena. A third genuine mystery: the origin of writing. Writing was independently invented at least 4 times in human history: in Mesopotamia, in Egypt, in China, and in Mesoamerica. Each of these inventions occurred in the context of an agricultural civilization that had developed to a certain level of administrative complexity. Each produced a script that began with pictographic representations and developed toward more abstract signs. Each served primarily administrative purposes before being adopted for literary and religious use. The remarkable fact is not that writing was invented, it is that it was invented so recently, relative to the duration of anatomically modern human existence. Homo sapiens has existed for approximately 300,000 years. Writing was invented approximately 5,400 years ago. For the first 295,000 years of our existence, human beings communicated through speech and through the material culture of tools and art, but not through writing. What changed 5,400 years ago? The standard account is that administrative complexity, the need to manage large agricultural surpluses, track debts, record transactions, drove the development of writing. But this does not explain why the same threshold had not been crossed earlier, or why writing appeared in multiple independent locations at roughly similar periods rather than spreading from a single point of invention. The specific conditions that gave rise to writing in different parts of the world, and the specific cognitive and social developments that preceded it, are subjects of active scholarly investigation. The mystery is not that writing was invented, but how the specific conditions for its invention came together when and where they did, and whether those conditions were more broadly distributed in the ancient world than the surviving evidence suggests. A fourth genuine mystery: the origins of agriculture itself. Agriculture, the deliberate cultivation of plants and the domestication of animals, was one of the most consequential developments in human history. It enabled the population growth and the social complexity that led eventually to cities, to writing, and to the ancient civilizations we have been discussing throughout tonight's journey. It also changed the human relationship to the landscape, to disease, and to social organization in ways that are still working themselves out. Agriculture was developed independently in multiple regions of the world, beginning approximately 11,000 to 12,000 years ago in the Fertile Crescent of the Middle East and spreading outward, while also developing independently in China, in the Americas, in sub-Saharan Africa, and in New Guinea. The specific reasons why agriculture developed when it did, after 300,000 years of successful hunter-gatherer existence, are not fully understood. The conventional answer involves the end of the Ice Age and the specific ecological conditions of the Holocene. The warmer, more stable climate of the Holocene made agriculture more productive and more reliable than it had been in the variable conditions of the Pleistocene. But this explanation does not fully account for the specific timing and the specific locations where agriculture first appeared. Göbekli Tepe is relevant here too. The site is located near some of the wild ancestors of the plants that were first domesticated in the Fertile Crescent. Wild emmer wheat and wild einkorn grow in the region today. The specific social and ceremonial activities at Göbekli Tepe may have created the conditions for the first domestication, concentrating human attention on specific wild plants, selectively harvesting and, perhaps inadvertently, cultivating them. The mystery of agriculture's origins may be connected to the mystery of Göbekli Tepe in ways that are only beginning to be understood. These are the genuine mysteries of the ancient world, not the location of a fictional Atlantic island, not the identity of the ancient astronauts who taught the Sumerians to build ziggurats, but the specific, evidence-grounded, investigable questions about how human beings developed the specific capabilities, social complexity, astronomy, writing, agriculture, that created the civilizations we have been exploring. These questions are harder than the Atlantis question. They require engaging with complex and technical evidence. They do not resolve into a single dramatic revelation. They are answered incrementally, partially, provisionally. But they are real questions about a real past, and every genuine answer to any of them is worth more than all the discoveries of Atlantis that have ever been claimed. Let me describe one more genuine mystery in some detail, because it is one of my favorite objects from the ancient world, and it illustrates perfectly what genuine, archaeological mystery looks like. The Antikythera mechanism is a device recovered from a shipwreck near the Greek island of Antikythera in 1900, dating to approximately 70 to 60 BCE. It was found corroded into a single mass of bronze and is now known, through decades of X-ray analysis and CT scanning, to have been a sophisticated mechanical computer, a device of extraordinary engineering complexity that used a system of interlocking bronze gears to model and predict astronomical phenomena. The mechanism could predict the positions of the sun and moon, the dates of solar and lunar eclipses, the movements of the 5 planets known to the ancient world, and the timing of the Olympic Games and other major Greek festivals. Its Saros cycle dial, tracking the 223-month cycle that governs the recurrence of eclipses, was so precise that it encoded the specific variation in the speed of the moon's orbit around the Earth. The mechanism had at least 30 interlocking gears, and its full complexity is still being established as new analysis techniques are applied to the corroded fragments. The Antikythera mechanism is, by any measure, one of the most extraordinary objects from the ancient world. Nothing like it, nothing approaching its mechanical complexity, was previously known from antiquity. The next device of comparable mechanical complexity that we know of is the mechanical astronomical clocks of medieval Europe, more than 1,000 years later. The mystery of the Antikythera mechanism is not that it shows evidence of lost alien technology or Atlantean knowledge. The mechanism is consistent with the known level of Greek, mathematical and engineering knowledge in the Hellenistic period. The Greeks of the 2nd and 1st centuries BCE had sophisticated astronomical knowledge, had developed the mathematical tools for calculating the planetary motions, and had the metalworking skills to produce precision bronze gears. What the mechanism shows is that these capabilities were combined in a way whose full extent was previously unknown. The genuine mystery of the Antikythera mechanism is this: it was almost certainly not unique. The shipwreck that contained it was a Roman-era cargo vessel carrying a collection of Greek art and luxury goods. The mechanism was part of a cargo, suggesting it was a commercial product rather than a unique one-off construction. If the mechanism was commercially produced and traded, there must have been a tradition of manufacturing such devices, workshops, craftspeople, design knowledge, that produced multiple examples. Why has no other example survived? And what happened to the tradition that produced it? This is a genuinely interesting historical question. The silence of the ancient literary record about devices of this kind, the absence of any ancient text describing a working mechanical astronomical calculator, is puzzling. We know that the Greeks were aware that such calculations were possible. Hero of Alexandria and Ctesibius of Alexandria both described sophisticated mechanical devices, but the specific tradition that produced the Antikythera mechanism seems to have left no literary trace. The most likely explanation is that such devices were primarily practical instruments rather than philosophical curiosities, and that practical instruments of this kind tended not to attract the literary attention that theoretical discussions received. The specific gap between the technological reality and the literary record is a known feature of ancient technical culture. We know from the archaeological evidence that the Romans had much more sophisticated construction machinery than the literary record would suggest. This specific gap between what ancient people actually did and what their surviving texts describe is one of the genuine open questions about the ancient world. It is a more interesting and more investigable question than where Atlantis was. And answering it incrementally through the specific analysis of specific objects and specific texts is how genuine archaeological knowledge grows. Let me also mention the Nazca lines of Peru, which we will explore in their own dedicated video later in this series. but which deserve mention here as another genuine mystery that does not require Atlantis. The Nazca lines are enormous geoglyphs, lines, geometric figures, and animal forms, created in the desert of southern Peru by removing the reddish-brown iron oxide-coated stones that cover the desert surface, revealing the lighter yellowish ground beneath. They cover an area of approximately 450 square kilometers and include figures of birds, fish, llamas, jaguars, monkeys, and humans, as well as hundreds of geometric designs and long, straight lines that extend for kilometers without deviation across the undulating desert surface. The lines were made by the Nazca people of pre-Columbian Peru and date from approximately 500 BCE to 500 CE. They are visible from the air in a way that they are not visible from the ground. The full extent of the large figures requires aerial perspective to comprehend. This feature of the lines has generated the most persistent alternative history claim, that they were made for the benefit of beings who could see them from the air, and that the only beings who could see them from the air in 500 BCE were ancient astronauts. The actual explanation for the aerial quality of the Nazca lines does not require ancient astronauts or Atlantean knowledge. The Nazca people could see the lines they were creating by climbing the surrounding hills. The lines are visible from elevated ground near the site. They could also have used simple surveying techniques, sticks and cords, to maintain the straight lines and the proportions of the figures without any elevated perspective. The specific techniques involved are achievable with Neolithic-era technology, but the genuine mystery of the Nazca lines is not how they were made. It is why they were made. The scale and effort of the project, the sustained labor over centuries that created and maintained these enormous figures, implies that they were deeply significant to the Nazca people. The current best hypothesis is that the lines were associated with water worship, that they were ceremonial pathways walked by the Nazca as part of rituals related to water, which was a scarce and precious resource in this desert environment. The animal figures might represent beings associated with water or rain in Nazca cosmology. This is a genuine and interesting question about Nazca religious practice and cosmological thought. It does not require Atlantis. It requires careful engagement with the archaeological and ethnographic evidence for Andean religious traditions and the specific ecological conditions of the Nazca Desert. The genuine mysteries of the ancient world are specific questions about specific places and specific people in specific historical and ecological contexts. They are not the single grand mystery of a lost, advanced civilization. They are dozens of specific, investigable, fascinating questions, each requiring its own specific expertise and its own specific evidence. This is what genuine archaeology is, not the revelation of a single dramatic truth, but the patient accumulation of specific knowledge about specific things, in specific places, at specific times, made by specific people, who were extraordinary in their own specific ways, without needing to have come from Atlantis, and without needing us to invent a story to make them seem more remarkable than they already are. The archaeological record of the ancient world is full of genuine wonder. You just have to be willing to encounter it on its own terms, which is harder than believing in Atlantis, and incomparably more rewarding. Let me ask what Plato was really saying. We have spent much of tonight exploring the Atlantis tradition as a historical question, asking whether the story preserves a genuine memory of a real event, and if so, which event. But the philosophical dimension of the story deserves equal attention, because whether or not the story has a historical basis, it has a philosophical meaning that is both clear and profound. Plato's Atlantis is a story about corruption. Specifically, it is a story about the corruption of something naturally superior by the specific mechanism of success, by wealth, by power, by the specific complacency that prosperity produces. The Atlanteans started with a divine nature. They were literally descended from Poseidon, the son of a god, with divine qualities mixed into their human inheritance. Over generations, this divine nature faded. The human nature, the acquisitive, status-seeking, power-hungry dimension of human experience, became dominant. And once human nature was dominant, the rest followed inevitably. The greedy reach for more territory, the overextension of power, the loss of the moderation that had made the civilization great. This is a specific philosophical claim, that the corrupting force is not external, not an invader or a natural disaster or a rival civilization, but internal. The Atlanteans corrupted themselves. They had everything they needed to be great, and they chose, through the slow accumulation of small decisions and small compromises, to become something lesser. Plato returned to this theme throughout his philosophical writing. The Republic's analysis of political decline traces the same pattern. From the best constitution, the aristocracy of wisdom, through the corruption of timocracy, oligarchy, democracy, and finally, tyranny. Each stage of decline is produced not by external attack, but by the internal corruption of the previous stage. The oligarch's love of money corrupts the timocrat's honor. The democrat's love of freedom corrupts the oligarch's order. The tyrant's love of power corrupts the democrat's equality. The Atlantis story is Plato's historical illustration of this philosophical argument. The Atlanteans start as the equivalent of the aristocratic constitution, ruled by wisdom, moderated by divine nature, possessed of genuine virtue. They decline through exactly the stages Plato describes in the Republic, ending as a tyrannical empire driven by greed and the desire for conquest. And they are punished, not by their external enemies, but by the gods who had created and sustained them. The specific philosophical point is that virtue is not a stable state. It requires constant maintenance, constant attention to the specific qualities that make a person or a civilization good. Once the attention lapses, once the maintenance is neglected, the natural tendency of human nature, the tendency toward acquisitiveness, toward self-interest, toward the substitution of the appearance of virtue for the substance, takes over. The fall is not sudden. It is gradual, barely perceptible step by barely perceptible step, until suddenly you look up and see that what was good is gone. This is one of the most important things Plato ever said, and it required a story of a lost civilization to say it, not because it is true of Atlantis, wherever Atlantis was or was not, but because the story gives the philosophical point, the specific weight of tragedy. The Atlanteans did not have to fall. They had everything they needed to remain good. They were literally the children of a god. And they fell anyway, through the slow accumulation of choices that individually seemed reasonable and collectively destroyed what was great in them. This is, of course, not just a story about Atlantis. It is a story about Athens. Plato witnessed the fall of his city, not the literal physical destruction of Athens which survived the Peloponnesian War, but the moral and political corruption that had turned a great democratic culture into the kind of city that would execute Socrates for asking uncomfortable questions. The Athens that killed Socrates was, in Plato's view, exactly the kind of civilization that Atlantis had become. Technically powerful, politically ambitious, morally corrupted by its own success. Reading the Atlantis story as a meditation on Athens, on the specific way that democratic culture can corrupt itself through the love of freedom that becomes license, the pursuit of equality that becomes the leveling of excellence, the pride in civic achievement that becomes pride without achievement, gives the story a specific and contemporary urgency that is hard to dismiss. But it is also a story about every civilization. Every great civilization in the historical record contains within its own success the seeds of its own corruption. The Roman Republic, which produced some of the most sophisticated political and legal thought in the ancient world, collapsed into civil war and then military dictatorship through a process that was visible to observers like Cicero even as it was happening. The British Empire, at the height of its confidence and power in the late 19th century, began the process of overextension and moral contradiction that would end it within half a century. The specific mechanism of imperial overreach. The point at which a civilization's ambitions exceed its means, where the cost of maintaining what has been acquired exceeds the benefit, is one of the most consistent patterns in the historical record. Plato identified this mechanism 2,500 years ago. He identified it not just as a historical pattern, but as a philosophical necessity, as something that followed inevitably from the specific dynamics of human nature when given the specific conditions of power and wealth and security. The Atlanteans did not fall because the gods were capricious. They fell because the specific conditions of their success, the wealth, the power, the naval dominance, created the specific temptations that human nature is least capable of resisting. The divine punishment at the end of the story is not a supernatural intrusion into a natural process. It is Plato's way of saying, the fall of a great civilization is not accidental. It is a moral event. It reflects choices accumulated over generations that gradually substituted the lesser for the greater. Now let me think about what this philosophical reading of Atlantis offers to us, to people living in the 21st century, in civilizations that face their own versions of the challenges that Plato described. The specific challenges of the current moment, climate change, political polarization, the erosion of shared truth, the concentration of wealth and power, the substitution of spectacle for substance, are not identical to the challenges that Plato identified in 4th century Athens or encoded in the Atlantis story. But the underlying pattern is recognizable. A society that has the resources and the knowledge to remain good, but that chooses, through the accumulation of small decisions and small compromises, to become something lesser. This is a description that resonates with many people's understanding of their own historical moment. Plato's answer to this pattern was not optimistic. The Republic's account of political decline is relentlessly pessimistic about the tendency of good constitutions to corrupt themselves over time. The best you can hope for in Plato's understanding is a moment of genuine aristocracy, of rule by genuine wisdom that delays the onset of the inevitable decline. But Plato also believed that the philosopher's role was to understand the pattern and to describe it clearly, so that those who might be able to see what was happening could see it, and so that the choice between maintaining virtue and allowing its corruption could at least be made consciously, rather than by default. This is what the Atlantis story is doing at its deepest level, not describing a historical event, but describing a perennial possibility, the possibility that something good could be lost, through choices that seemed, individually, entirely reasonable, and the possibility that understanding how it happens might, just sometimes, make the difference. That is worth 2,500 years of telling. Let me develop the specific philosophical mechanism of Plato's corruption theory more fully, because it is one of the most sophisticated accounts of civilizational decline in the history of political thought. Plato's analysis in the Republic proceeds through a specific sequence. The best constitution, what he calls aristocracy, or rule by the best, is a constitution in which those who rule are genuinely wise and genuinely oriented toward the good of the whole community. Under such a constitution, the specific qualities of mind and character that constitute genuine virtue are cultivated, respected, and maintained. The city produces the qualities it needs to remain good. The first corruption occurs when the rulers begin to value honor and military success over wisdom. This produces timocracy, rule by the ambitious, in which the competitive spirit, which is an excellent quality when properly directed, becomes the dominant value rather than a tool in service of wisdom. The city is still relatively well governed, but the specific quality that maintained it, the genuine orientation toward the good, has been replaced by the desire for recognition and status. The second corruption occurs when the timocrats discover that wealth enables the recognition and status they desire. Money becomes the new measure of worth, replacing genuine virtue. This produces oligarchy, rule by the wealthy, in which the specific civic qualities that made the aristocratic and timocratic cities relatively good are systematically neglected because they are not financially productive. The city produces wealth but not wisdom or virtue. The third corruption occurs within the families of the oligarchs. Their children, raised in wealth and seeing wealth as the measure of all things, react against the discipline and restraint that the acquisition of wealth required. They value freedom, the freedom to pursue any desire, to refuse any constraint, to treat all ways of life as equally valid. This produces democracy, rule by the love of freedom, in which the specific ordering of desires that virtue requires is abandoned in favor of the radical equality of all desires. The fourth and final corruption occurs when freedom becomes license. In the democracy, the desire for equality produces a resentment of any authority, any superiority, any claim that some things are better than others. The demagogue who flatters this resentment and promises liberation from all constraint rises to power. The result is tyranny, the worst of all constitutions, in which the tyrant, initially the champion of the people against the oligarchs, becomes the slave of his own worst desires and turns the entire city into the instrument of those desires. The Atlantis story maps onto this decline schema in a specific way. The original Atlantis, the city of the divine descendants, virtuous and moderate, corresponds to the aristocratic constitution. The later Atlantis, greedy, aggressive, empire-building, corresponds to the timocratic or oligarchic corruption. The final Atlantis, condemned by Zeus for its overreach and corruption, is the tyrannical city that has forgotten what it was for. What makes Plato's analysis of corruption particularly interesting is the specific mechanism he identifies. The corruption is not produced by external attack, but by the internal logic of the previous stage. Each corruption follows from the specific strength of the previous stage, taken to excess. Honor is a virtue in the aristocratic city. When it becomes the dominant value rather than a servant of wisdom, it produces the timocratic city. Wealth is a useful tool in the timocratic city. When it becomes the dominant value, it produces the oligarchic city. Freedom is a genuine good in the oligarchic city. When it becomes the dominant value, it produces the democratic city. The tragedy is that each corruption is produced by something genuine and good. Honor is a real virtue. Wealth is a real good. Freedom is a real good. The corruption occurs not because these things are bad, but because they become ultimate. Because they are pursued as ends rather than as means. Because they displace the more fundamental goods that give them their value. This is, I think, one of the most profound observations in all of Plato's writing. Corruption does not require evil. It does not require malice or bad intentions. It requires only the gradual displacement of the good by something that looks like the good, but is actually a lesser version of it. The Atlanteans were not evil. They were human. They made choices that seemed reasonable, the choice to expand their territory, the choice to accumulate more wealth, the choice to assert their power over their neighbors. Each choice taken individually was defensible. Taken together across generations, they produced the tyrannical empire that provoked divine punishment. Now let me think about how this philosophical reading of Atlantis applies to the specific cultural moment in which it was written, and to our own cultural moment. Plato was writing in the aftermath of the Peloponnesian War, which had ended Athens' period of imperial dominance. The war had been caused, in Thucydides' account, by the fear that Sparta and its allies felt at the growth of Athenian power, and by the specific ambitions that Athenian democracy had generated, ambitions that eventually led to the catastrophic Sicilian expedition, one of the greatest strategic failures in ancient Greek history. Athens had sent an enormous fleet to conquer Sicily. The fleet was destroyed, and Athens never fully recovered its previous dominance. Thucydides' account of the Sicilian expedition is itself a meditation on the same theme that Plato explores in the Atlantis story: the corruption of a great democratic city by the specific combination of ambition, optimism, and the desire for more. The Athenian assembly was warned that the expedition was reckless, but the dominant mood, the excitement, the confidence, the desire for glory and profit, overwhelmed the cautionary voices. The result was catastrophe. Plato had lived through this. He was in his 20s when the war ended, and in his 30s when Socrates was executed. He had seen his city make exactly the kind of choices that he later encoded in the Atlantis story. The choices that seemed individually reasonable, but collectively disastrous. The philosophical project of the Timaeus, the Critias, and the planned Hermocrates was, in this light, not just a theoretical exercise. It was a practical intervention. An attempt to describe, clearly enough that it might be recognized in time, the specific pattern of choices that lead from greatness to catastrophe. Whether the intervention succeeded is a question that the subsequent history of Athens and of the Western world does not answer encouragingly. But the attempt was made, and it has been heard in various forms by every generation that has encountered the Atlantis story since. Not as a warning about a literal sunken island, but as a warning about the specific fragility of the good, and the specific persistence of the forces that threaten it. Let me close this part with a thought about what the Atlantis myth offers as philosophy that it cannot offer as history. As history, the Atlantis story is at best a distorted memory, and at worst, a complete fiction. If you go looking for a real island in the real Atlantic, you will not find it. If you look for Egyptian records corroborating the war between prehistoric Athens and the Atlantic Empire, you will not find them. The historical Atlantis is not available. As philosophy, the Atlantis story is permanently available. The pattern it describes, the corruption of genuine virtue by the specific conditions of success, is not tied to any specific time or place. It is a pattern that repeats wherever the conditions repeat, and the conditions repeat wherever human beings achieve enough power and wealth to generate the specific temptations that power and wealth create. This is why the story is still told, not because Atlantis might be found, but because the pattern it describes might be recognized in the choices of cities and governments and individuals who have the capacity for greatness and are in the process of choosing something lesser. Plato wrote the warning. We are still learning to read it. Let me give you the honest accounting of the Atlantis story. We have now explored the story from almost every direction. Its source in Plato, its philosophical context, its possible historical bases, its transmission across 25 centuries, its psychological appeal, its genuine mysteries, and its philosophical depth as a meditation on civilizational decline. Let me now bring these threads together into a clear and honest statement of what we know and what we do not. What we know with confidence. The Atlantis story has a single ancient source. Two philosophical dialogues by Plato, the Timaeus and the Critias, written in approximately 360 BCE. No other ancient author describes Atlantis from an independent source. Every ancient and subsequent discussion of Atlantis derives from Plato. The story is described in those dialogues as a historical tradition, transmitted through a specific chain of oral transmission. The Egyptian priests of Sais told Solon. Solon told the elder Critias. The elder Critias told the younger Critias, and the younger Critias tells the Socratic dialogue. This chain spans approximately 230 years from Solon's time to Plato's writing. The story serves specific and clear philosophical purposes in the context of the dialogues. It illustrates the ideal city of the Republic in historical action. It demonstrates the corruption of natural virtue by the specific conditions of success. It provides a narrative framework for the philosophical claim that justice is more powerful than injustice. The geological record of the Atlantic Ocean is inconsistent with the existence of a large island civilization that sank within human memory. The Atlantic Ocean floor has been extensively mapped by sonar and other methods, and no evidence of large-scale human architecture has been found. Continental land masses cannot sink beneath the ocean on the timescales relevant to human history. The Egyptian textual record contains no corroboration of the specific Atlantis account. No Egyptian text describes a war between prehistoric Athens and an Atlantic empire. The priests of Sais, whatever they told Solon, did not have records accurately describing events from 9600 BCE. Because no human institution of that period was maintaining written records of any kind. What is well supported, but not certain, the Thera eruption of approximately 1600 to 1628 BCE destroyed a sophisticated Minoan settlement on Santorini and had significant environmental impacts across the eastern Mediterranean. Some specific details of Plato's account, the bull sacrifice ritual, the hot and cold springs, the maritime empire character of the civilization, are consistent with the Minoan Bronze Age world and are not explicable as independent Platonic invention from known cultural parallels. This suggests that some fragment of Minoan tradition may have reached Plato through the chain of transmission he describes, however distorted. The philosophical content of the Atlantis account, its specific correspondence with Plato's political philosophy, and its specific resonance with the historical experience of Athens in Plato's lifetime, strongly suggests that Plato shaped whatever historical material he had access to in service of his philosophical purposes. The story as we have it is primarily Plato's creation, even if it is not entirely his invention. What is genuinely uncertain? Whether Plato had access to any genuine historical tradition related to the Minoan world, or to any other Bronze Age Eastern Mediterranean catastrophe, or whether he invented the specific details of the account from scratch. Whether Solon visited Egypt and had any conversation with Egyptian priests that contributed to the Atlantis tradition, or whether this element of the transmission chain is entirely Plato's literary device. Whether the 9,000-year figure is a deliberate philosophical exaggeration, a transmission error, or a genuine attempt to date events at the extreme edge of what oral tradition could plausibly preserve. Whether Plato himself believed the account was historically true, or whether he was knowingly presenting a philosophical myth in the form of a historical account. These genuine uncertainties are not failures of investigation. They are the honest condition of inquiry into a text from 360 BCE, whose claims cannot be verified against any independent source. Now let me say what the evidence most clearly points toward. The most parsimonious reading of all the available evidence is that Plato created the Atlantis account as a philosophical myth, a narrative illustration of his political philosophy shaped primarily by his own intellectual concerns and his specific historical experience of Athenian democratic decline. The story may have incorporated fragments of genuine ancient tradition. Perhaps the Thera eruption and the Minoan collapse reached him as garbled folk memory through the Mycenaean Greek cultural chain. But the philosophical architecture of the account is Plato's own. This reading does not diminish the story. It makes it more remarkable in a specific way that a story created primarily as philosophical illustration has persisted for 2.5 millennia, has generated sustained investigation and debate across many disciplines, and continues to capture the popular imagination in a way that almost no other ancient philosophical text manages. The story works not because it is historically true, but because it is philosophically true. Because the specific pattern it describes, the corruption of the good through the specific conditions of its own success, is a pattern that recurs in human history with disturbing regularity. The honest accounting of the Atlantis story is therefore not simply a debunking. It is a reassessment, a shifting of attention from the historical question, which cannot be definitively answered, to the philosophical question, which can. Is there genuine historical material in the Atlantis account? Possibly, in the form of distorted memories of the Bronze Age Mediterranean world. Is there a literal Atlantis waiting to be found in the Atlantic Ocean? No. Is the Atlantis story important? Yes. More important as philosophy than as history. More important as a mirror of the recurrent patterns of civilizational decline than as a record of any specific ancient event. Is it worth reading? Yes, in its original form, in Plato's own words, with attention to what Plato was actually trying to say. Let me close this part with a specific thought about what honest engagement with the Atlantis tradition, as opposed to either credulous acceptance or dismissive debunking, actually looks like. Honest engagement means taking Plato seriously as a thinker rather than treating him either as a secret keeper of ancient historical truth or as a mere inventor of entertaining fictions. Plato was a philosopher of the first order, and his philosophical purposes were real and serious and worth understanding. The Atlantis story is one of his philosophical instruments. And like all his philosophical instruments, it rewards careful reading. Honest engagement also means taking the genuine archaeological mysteries seriously. The Minoan civilization, the Bronze Age collapse, the younger Dryas, the origins of agriculture and writing and social complexity, as genuine mysteries rather than as evidence for Atlantis. These genuine mysteries are rich enough to sustain the sense of wonder that the Atlantis tradition promises. They do not need the myth to make them interesting. And honest engagement means sitting with the genuine uncertainty about Plato's sources and intentions, without resolving it prematurely into either confident historical claims or confident dismissal. The story came from somewhere. It went somewhere, and what it means depends more on where it went than on where it came from. 2,500 years of human longing and searching and arguing about a story that may never have had a historical basis. That is its own kind of remarkable. Plato gave us an extraordinary thing, whatever he intended. let me develop the concept of philosophical truth more carefully, because it is the key to understanding why the Atlantis story matters, even if it has no historical basis. When I say that the Atlantis story is philosophically true, I mean something specific. I mean that the pattern it describes, the corruption of the good through the specific conditions of its own success, is a pattern that the historical record consistently confirms. This pattern is not invented by Plato. It is observed by him in the specific history of Athens and in his broader understanding of political life. The Atlantis story gives this observed pattern a narrative form, and narrative form makes patterns visible in a way that abstract analysis cannot. The Republic's account of political decline is abstractly powerful. It traces the logical sequence of corruptions from aristocracy through tyranny with great philosophical precision. But abstract analysis does not move people in the way that narrative does. The story of a great civilization, beautiful, powerful, descended from the gods, choosing, step by step, to become something lesser, and then being consumed by its own corruption. This is a story that lands in a different place in the human psyche than a philosophical argument. This is why Plato needed the Atlantis story. He could have written an abstract analysis of civilizational decline. He effectively did in the Republic. But the abstract analysis required the narrative illustration to give it the full weight of tragedy. The Atlanteans needed to be real, or feel real, for their fall to carry the specific emotional charge that the philosophical point required. The philosophical truth of the Atlantis story is therefore not separate from its emotional impact. It is realized through the emotional impact, the feeling of loss, the feeling of contemplating what the Atlanteans had and what they chose to become, is the medium through which the philosophical insight about the fragility of the good is transmitted. This is a specifically Platonic understanding of the relationship between philosophy and feeling. Plato was deeply ambivalent about poetry and the emotions it generated. The Republic famously expelled the poets from the ideal city on the grounds that poetry stimulates the passionate and non-rational parts of the soul at the expense of the rational. But Plato was himself a master of the literary form that generates exactly this kind of emotional engagement. His dialogues are works of literary art as well as philosophical argument, and the myths he uses throughout them work precisely by generating the emotional charge that gives philosophical insights their weight. The Atlantis story is Plato using the tools of poetry in the service of philosophy, using the emotional power of a great narrative to carry a philosophical insight that abstract argument alone could not convey with the same force. Now let me think about what the honest accounting of the Atlantis story implies for how we should read Plato more broadly. The standard way of reading Plato's dialogues treats the philosophical arguments as the content and the literary elements, the dramatic settings, the characterization, the myths, as mere vehicles. On this reading, the philosophical content of the Timaeus is the cosmological theory that follows the Atlantis account, and the Atlantis account itself is merely a dramatic preamble. But this reading misses something. The Atlantis account is not merely a preamble, it is a philosophical contribution in its own right. A specific claim about the relationship between civic virtue and political power, between the divine potential of human nature and the corrupting force of success, between the ideal that a city might embody and the reality that cities tend to become. Reading the Atlantis account as philosophical content rather than dramatic preamble changes what the dialogues as a whole are doing. The Timaeus is not just a cosmological treatise with an entertaining introduction. It is a dialogue about the relationship between the cosmos and the ideal city, between the mathematical order that governs the heavens and the mathematical order that should govern the soul and the community. The Atlantis account introduces this theme by showing what happens when a city loses its connection to that cosmic order. This broader reading does not require believing that Atlantis was historically real. It requires only recognizing that Plato was a philosopher who used all available means, argument, dialogue, myth, narrative, to advance his philosophical project. The Atlantis account is one of his most powerful means, and it is more powerful because of its ambiguity, because it presents itself as historical while serving philosophical purposes. The specific power of the ambiguity is that it engages readers at multiple levels simultaneously. The reader who takes it as historical is drawn into the emotional experience of a real civilizational fall. The reader who takes it as philosophical myth is drawn into the intellectual engagement with the patterns it describes. And the reader who holds the ambiguity open, who does not resolve it into confident history or confident myth, is held in a state of sustained questioning that is, perhaps, the most productive state of philosophical mind. Plato may have intended exactly this state of sustained questioning. The philosopher who wrote that the unexamined life is not worth living was not in the business of providing comfortable certainties. He was in the business of generating productive uncertainty, of creating the intellectual discomfort that drives genuine inquiry. The Atlantis account, unresolved, is productive uncertainty in its most compelling narrative form. We do not know whether it is history or myth. We do not know whether Plato believed it or invented it. We do not know whether there is a real event behind the story. And sitting with these genuine unknowns, rather than filling them with either confident affirmation or confident denial, is perhaps the most genuinely Platonic response to the story. The story is a question, an extraordinarily well-crafted question, one that has been generating useful inquiry for 2,500 years. And that shows no sign of exhausting its capacity to do so. Let me close this part with a thought about what the honest accounting of the Atlantis tradition enables that the credulous acceptance cannot. If you believe that Atlantis was a real place, you are committed to an ongoing and inevitably disappointing search. Every proposed location fails. Every claimed discovery is eventually refuted. The emotional investment in the story requires the story to be confirmed by evidence, and the evidence consistently fails to confirm it. The result is a specific kind of cognitive dissonance, holding the belief despite the evidence, that requires increasingly elaborate explanations for why the evidence has not been found. If you engage with the story honestly, acknowledging what is known, what is uncertain, and what is almost certainly false, you are freed from the search for the literal island. And this freedom opens up the more interesting engagement with the philosophical content of Plato's account, with the genuine historical mysteries of the Bronze Age Mediterranean, with the psychological and cultural functions of the lost civilization myth. The honest engagement is not a lesser engagement with the story, it is a deeper one, because it frees you from the literal to engage with the real. The real mystery of Atlantis is not where it was. The real mystery is what it means. And that mystery is inexhaustible, unlike the ocean floor, which has been mapped and contains no sunken city. Let me ask the deeper question. Across the world, in cultures that had no contact with each other, human beings have told stories about floods, about the world before the flood being better than the world after, about a great civilization or a great way of life that was destroyed by a catastrophe, by water, by fire, by the anger of the gods. And that is remembered with a specific quality of longing. These stories are everywhere. the Mesopotamian flood tradition, which we explored in video 18, the Genesis flood of the Hebrew Bible, the flood of Deucalion and Pyrrha in Greek mythology, after which the human race was remade from stones thrown over the shoulder, the flood in the Hindu tradition, in which the god Vishnu appears as a fish to warn the sage Manu and instruct him to build a boat, the flood in the Norse tradition, in which the world is remade after the great winter, Fimbulwinter, the flood traditions of indigenous peoples across North and South America, across sub-Saharan Africa, across the islands of the Pacific. The specific details differ. The specific deity differs. The specific hero who survives differs. The specific form of the catastrophe differs. Water in most traditions, but also fire, storm, ice, cosmic darkness. But the underlying structure is remarkably consistent. A world that was better than the current world. A catastrophe that ended it. A small number of survivors who preserved what was valuable. And a new world built from the ruins of the old. What does this consistency mean? We have already established, in the context of the cross-cultural parallel argument about the Anunnaki, that widespread cultural similarities do not require a common historical source. Independent development, universal human experiences, and the specific architecture of the human cognitive system can produce similar cultural forms across unconnected populations. The flood myth is a case where all three of these factors are clearly relevant. Human beings have always lived in close proximity to water, to rivers, to coasts, to lakes, because water is necessary for life. And water has always been catastrophically dangerous. The flooding of riverine settlements, the storms that overwhelm coastal communities, the tsunamis generated by earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. These are not rare events in human history. They are recurring features of the human environment in every part of the world where major rivers and coastlines exist. The specific memory of a great flood is therefore plausibly explained as the memory of a real, catastrophic flood, or, more likely, the accumulated cultural memory of many real catastrophic floods over many generations, distilled into the archetypal narrative of a world-ending flood survived by the pious and the prepared. This explanation accounts for the widespread distribution of flood myths without requiring either a single universal catastrophic event, like a comet impact or the collapse of an ice dam, or a single cultural source that spread the myth around the world. Floods happen everywhere. Memories of floods are preserved everywhere. The specific narrative form that these memories take is shaped by the universal human tendency to find meaning in catastrophe, to understand natural disasters as morally significant events produced by divine judgment. But this explanation leaves a specific residue. Even if we accept that the widespread distribution of flood myths reflects the widespread reality of floods, the specific quality of loss and longing in these myths, the specific claim that the world before the flood was better than the world after, still requires explanation. It is not just that floods happen and are remembered, it is that they are remembered as the end of a golden age. The golden age element is not obviously explained by the experience of floods themselves. A catastrophic flood is terrifying and devastating. But why should it produce the specific belief that the world before the flood was superior to the world after? Why should the pre-flood world be golden? One answer is purely psychological, the tendency to idealize the past, what we sometimes call nostalgia. Though this word is too weak for the cosmic scope of the Golden Age myth, is a universal feature of human experience. We tend to remember the past as better than the present, particularly when the present is difficult. The catastrophe of the flood intensifies this tendency. The world before the flood is the world that was lost, and lost things are always imagined as better than the imperfect things that remain. Another answer is historical. The end of the last ice age, which occurred between 18,000 and 6,000 years ago, involved the flooding of vast areas of coastal land that had been inhabited during the glacial period. The specific experience of watching the ancestral shoreline disappear beneath rising waters, watching, over the course of generations, the landscape of your predecessors being consumed by the sea, might have generated exactly the kind of memory that the flood myths preserve. A world before the water, better than the world after, lost beneath the sea. A third answer is sociological. The transition from hunter-gatherer to agricultural life, which is what the Neolithic Revolution produced across the world, involved the loss of specific qualities of life that hunter-gatherers valued. The specific freedom of movement, the specific relationship with the natural world, the specific social egalitarianism of small-band hunter-gatherer societies. All of these were constrained by the sedentary agricultural life. The myth of a world before the flood might preserve, in mythological form, the memory of a way of life that was genuinely better in specific respects than the agricultural world that replaced it. Each of these answers captures something real. The psychological tendency to idealize the past is real. The historical experience of coastal flooding at the end of the Ice Age is real. The sociological contrast between hunter-gatherer and agricultural life is real. The flood myths are probably shaped by all three. What the Atlantis story adds to this universal human tradition is something specific, the civilizational scale. Most flood myths involve the destruction of a way of life, of a world in the cosmological sense. The Atlantis story involves the destruction of a specific civilization, a named place with specific dimensions, specific institutions, specific achievements. This civilizational specificity is what makes the Atlantis story feel different from the generic flood myth, and it is what has made it so productive as a vehicle for the specific human desire to recover a lost technological or spiritual heritage. The step from the flood myth to the lost civilization myth is a step from the mythological to the historical, from the sense that the world before was better to the specific claim that a particular people in a particular place had achieved something that we have lost. This step is what Atlantis takes, and it is why Atlantis is such a uniquely compelling story. But both the flood myth and the lost civilization myth are expressions of the same underlying human experience. The experience of living in a world that is clearly imperfect, of knowing that things could be better, and of reaching backward into the past, into the dim region before the catastrophe, before the loss, before the fall. For evidence that better is possible because better once was. This reaching backward is one of the most distinctively human things we do. No other species does it. No other species looks at the present with the sense that something important used to exist and has been lost. This specific quality of historical consciousness, the sense of loss projected onto the past, may be one of the things that defines us as the specific kind of animal we are. The Atlantis story is one expression of this defining human quality, the oldest surviving literary expression of the specific hope that something lost might be recovered, that the world before the catastrophe might somehow be glimpsed again, through the searching, through the remembering, through the telling of the story, in the dark, at whatever hour the night has reached. Let me develop the specifically human quality of historical consciousness, the quality that makes flood myths and lost civilization stories possible, more fully because it is one of the most interesting things about our species. Most living organisms respond to the past through instinct and learned behavior, through mechanisms that allow them to avoid dangers that have been experienced and to repeat behaviors that have been rewarded. But this response to the past is entirely functional. It serves the organism's survival and reproduction. There is no evidence that other animals experience the past, as something that is gone and might have been otherwise and is mourned for its absence. Human beings do this. We experience the past, as something that was and is no longer, and whose loss is felt as loss. We remember not just what happened, but that it happened in a world that is no longer the current world. We feel the gap between then and now. We understand that the past was different from the present, and we can compare them, and we can prefer one to the other. This specific quality of temporal consciousness, the awareness of pastness, the capacity for nostalgia, the sense that time moves in a direction and that what is behind it cannot be recovered, is one of the things that distinguishes human experience most sharply from the experience of other animals. And it is one of the things that generates the specific suffering that human beings are uniquely capable of. The suffering of loss, of grief, of the sense that what was good has ended. The flood myth and the lost civilization myth are cultural responses to this specific form of suffering. They take the individual experience of loss, the sense that the past contains something the present lacks, and give it a cosmic frame. It is not just you who has lost something, it is humanity. The world itself has lost something. The loss you feel is not personal. It is the mark of the cosmic catastrophe that ended the Golden Age and produced the diminished present. This cosmic framing does several things simultaneously. It validates the feeling of loss. It says, yes, you are right to feel that something is missing. It provides an explanation for the feeling. The missing thing is the world before the catastrophe, and it provides a community of fellow sufferers. You are not alone in your sense of diminishment. All of humanity has lost the same thing. The specific community created by the shared sense of loss is one of the most powerful features of mythological thinking. When you tell someone the Atlantis story, you are not just sharing information, you are inviting them into a community of loss. A community defined by the shared recognition that something important has been lost, and that the world would be better if it could be recovered. This community of loss is itself valuable. The specific loneliness of the sense that things are wrong, that the present is diminished compared to what it should be, is one of the more painful aspects of human experience. The mythological tradition that says this feeling is correct, that the world was indeed better before, that you are right to feel the loss, provides a specific consolation. You are not crazy. You are not alone. The diminishment is real. Now let me say something about the specific relationship between the flood myth and the genuine history of the end of the Ice Age. Because the connection between the mythological tradition and the actual geological and climatological events of that period is genuinely interesting. The end of the last Ice Age involved the flooding of vast areas of continental shelf around the world. The specific areas that were flooded, the shelves around the North Sea, the shelf that connected Britain to Europe, the areas now submerged in the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Thailand, the shelves around Indonesia and Australia, were all inhabited by human populations during the glacial maximum, when sea levels were 120 meters lower than today. These were not uninhabited wastelands. They were productive coastal and lowland environments, rivers, marshes, forests, coastlines that supported substantial human populations for thousands of years during the glacial maximum. The people who lived in these landscapes were anatomically modern humans with the full cognitive capacities of contemporary people. They had language, culture, ceremony, spiritual life. They had communities, relationships, memories, traditions. And then the water came. Slowly, by geological standards, but fast enough, at peak rates of sea level rise, to be perceptible within a human lifetime. The coastlines retreated. The islands that had been hills on the coastal plain became isolated in the rising sea. The rivers that had flowed through the lowlands were drowned by the expanding sea, their valleys becoming estuaries and then bays. The populations that lived through this process, over many generations from approximately 14,000 to 6,000 years ago, would have experienced the progressive loss of their ancestral landscapes in ways that would have left deep cultural traces. The grandparents remembered a world that the grandchildren could not see. The stories told about the places where the ancestors had lived, the specific caves and rivers and coastlines of the glacial landscape, became stories about places that were now beneath the sea. This is exactly the kind of experience that generates flood myths. Not a single catastrophic event, but the accumulated cultural memory of a world progressively lost to rising water, transmitted across the generations in stories that eventually crystallized into the great flood traditions of the ancient world. The connection between the end of the Ice Age coastal flooding and the flood myths is not the same as the connection between the younger Dryas impact hypothesis and Atlantis. The Ice Age coastal flooding was real. It was experienced by real human populations. It left a genuine cultural trace. And the mechanism by which that trace could eventually crystallize into mythological narratives is plausible even across the timescales involved. This is not a chain of speculation. It is a reasonable inference from known facts about human cognition, cultural transmission, and the specific history of the Holocene world. The specific flood myths of the ancient world are probably the residue of this experience, the accumulated cultural memory of a world that rose and disappeared over thousands of years, preserved in mythological form through the oral traditions of the survivors and their descendants. Atlantis is one more expression of this residue, not a direct memory of any specific Ice Age event, but a story shaped by the specific quality of temporal loss that the flooding of the Ice Age world produced in the human cultural imagination. The longing for the world before the water, the specific human ache for what is gone, which the Atlantis story carries and gives form and makes bearable by naming it. Let me close this part with a thought about what the universal persistence of flood myths and lost world traditions tells us about the kind of animal we are. We are the animal that mourns. We are the animal that looks at the present and feels the absence of what is no longer here. We are the animal that tells stories about what was lost as a way of preserving it, or at least of preserving the memory of it, against the ongoing erosion of time. Every culture that has ever existed has had its flood myth, its golden age, its story of a world that was better before the catastrophe. This universality is not a coincidence. It is a feature of the human condition, of the specific way that our temporal consciousness, our capacity for language, and our tendency to give meaning to experience interact to produce the stories we tell about ourselves and our past. The Atlantis story is one of the most elaborate and most persistent expressions of this universal human tendency. It is a story about loss, shaped by one of the greatest minds in the history of Western thought, given a specific literary form that has endured for 25 centuries. Whatever its historical basis, real or invented, it carries something true about what it is to be human. The longing for what is gone, the hope that it might be found, the willingness to search, even in the dark, even at this hour, even knowing that the search may not succeed. These are human things. And the Atlantis story is, above all, a human story. Let the night settle back over the Caldera. We began tonight's journey on the rim of Santorini at dusk, watching the light change over the dark purple water that fills the bay where an island used to be. Let us return there now at the end and let everything we have explored settle into the specific quality of this particular place at this particular hour. The Caldera is still. The lights of Oya on the rim above are reflected in the water far below, small and wavering. The darkness between the rim and the water is absolute. The collapsed walls of the ancient volcano dropping sheer into the bay. The stars are out over the Aegean in the specific way that stars are out over the Aegean when there is no moon. Very bright, very numerous, the Milky Way visible as a soft river of light from horizon to horizon. This is the view that the people of ancient Akrotiri would have had. Not the Caldera, which did not exist until after they were gone, but the night sky over the island, the stars that the astronomer priests of Minoan Crete tracked with such care, the specific darkness of an Aegean night 3,600 years ago that was not so different from the darkness of an Aegean night tonight. Somewhere below the water of this caldera, under tens of meters of sea and then under tens of meters of volcanic rock and ash, is the city that the Akrotiri inhabitants walked through every day. The streets they walked, the doorways they passed through, the workshops where the potters made their elegant vessels, the upper rooms where the wall paintings were made, the swallows over the red lilies, the young men bringing fish, the fleet of ships sailing in procession across a blue harbour. These rooms have been filled with ash and rock for 3,600 years. Some of them have been excavated, some of them have not. The ones that have not been excavated are still there, still full of the specific objects of a specific Bronze Age life, waiting for the next archaeologist who will brush them clean. This is not Atlantis. This is Akrotiri. It was not lost beneath the Atlantic Ocean. It was buried under ash and pumice on a Greek island, and it has been progressively recovered by careful, patient work since 1967. The actual lost civilization of the Bronze Age Aegean is here, visible, tangible, still giving up its specific human reality to the people who are patient enough to look. Now let me try to give everything we have learned tonight the specific weight it deserves. Plato wrote the Atlantis account in approximately 360 BCE. He was a man who had witnessed the fall of his city's greatness, the execution of his teacher, the corruption of the democratic institutions that had once been Athens's glory. He was writing, at the end of his life, a series of dialogues about the nature of the cosmos and the proper organization of the human community, trying to say, with the full resources of his philosophical intelligence, what had gone wrong and what it would look like if things went right. He reached for the story of Atlantis, whatever fragment of genuine tradition he had access to, or whatever philosophical invention he brought to the page, because the story gave him a form for what he needed to say. A great civilization, descended from the divine, possessing everything it needed to be good, choosing over many generations to become something lesser, and being consumed by that choice. The warning that no civilization is immune from this process. The reminder that virtue requires constant attention. Whether the story is history or philosophy or some combination of both, this is a question we cannot definitively answer from the evidence available. But we can say what the story does, and what it has done across 25 centuries of human culture. It has carried the specific human sense that something important has been lost. It has given that sense a form, a named place, a specific catastrophe, a single night of destruction that makes the loss feel real and specific rather than vague and diffuse. It has generated 2.5 millennia of searching: geological searching, historical searching, archaeological searching, and the more internal kind of searching that happens when you encounter a story that resonates with your own sense of the gap between what is and what might have been. And it has carried underneath all the searching the philosophical message that Plato built into its structure: that the gap between what a civilization is and what it could be is produced not by external enemies or random misfortune, but by internal choices, by the slow displacement of genuine virtue by its appearance, of wisdom by ambition, of moderation by greed. This is a message that has not dated. Let me say something now about the specific quality of the night, about what it means to engage with these questions in the small hours, in the dark, in the liminal state before sleep. The ancient world is most accessible at night. During the day, the modern world is insistent. Its sounds, its demands, its specific quality of presence presses in and makes the ancient world feel very far away. At night, in the dark, with the modern world receding, the ancient world feels closer. The specific quality of the darkness connects to the darkness that every human being who has ever lived has experienced. The stars connect to the stars that the ancient astronomers studied. The stillness connects to the stillness of every night in every age before the age of electric light. This is why these stories, the stories of ancient civilizations, of lost worlds, of the people who lived before us and built things that still stand, are particularly powerful in the hours before sleep. Not because they are more true at this hour, but because the particular quality of the mind in the hours before sleep, quieter, more permeable, less defended by the habitual structures of daylight reasoning, allows the stories to land in a different way. The ancient world becomes present in a specific way at this hour, not visible, not audible, but felt. As the specific weight of time, the specific density of all the human lives that have been lived between the Minoan artist painting swallows over red lilies and the person listening to this in the dark of their room. Let everything we have explored tonight settle now. The Caldera, the ash that buried Critias, the spring fresco in its room, Plato at his desk in Athens writing a story about loss, the 25 centuries of searchers who followed him, the genuine mysteries of the Bronze Age world that are still being recovered, and the question that the Atlantis story has always asked: not where the island was, but what was lost when it sank, and whether what was lost might still be found, not in the ocean, but in the choices that civilizations and individuals make when they have the chance to be good. That question is still open. It will still be open tomorrow. It will be open whenever you next look up from your ordinary life and feel the specific weight of what might have been. That feeling is the beginning of the question. The Atlantis story is the form the question takes when you give it language, and Plato was the person who first gave it that language, and it has not stopped being asked since. Let the Caldera rest. Let the stars move in their ancient circuits over the Aegean. Let the question settle under the dark water, waiting, as it has always waited, for the people who are willing to sit with it, in the dark, at this hour. Sleep well, but stay with the Caldera a little longer if you can. There is something specific about this particular night at Santorini that deserves more time. The specific quality of sitting with a story that has been told for 25 centuries and that still has not resolved into a clean answer. Most of the questions we ask about the world eventually get answered. The speed of light has been measured. The mechanism of natural selection has been established. The The chemical structure of DNA has been determined. These were once open questions, and now they are closed, and the closure is satisfying. Not because mystery is bad, but because understanding is good, and the specific form of understanding that science provides is one of the most reliable and most powerful forms available. The Atlantis question is different. It is not a question that better instruments or better methods will eventually close. The specific uncertainty at its center, whether Plato was recording a genuine historical tradition or creating a philosophical myth, whether the story has a real event at its origin or is entirely his invention, is an uncertainty that the available evidence cannot resolve and that may never be resolved. There are no new documents that are likely to appear. The Egyptian archives have been extensively studied. The Greek sources have been extensively studied. The geological record of the Atlantic has been extensively mapped. The archaeology of the Aegean Bronze Age is reasonably well understood. The open question is not an open question of the scientific kind, a question that could be answered with better data. It is an open question of the hermeneutic kind, a question about meaning and interpretation, about what a text is doing and why. And hermeneutic questions do not get answered in the same way that scientific questions get answered. They get explored. They get illuminated from different angles. They generate new perspectives that reveal new aspects of the text and its context. But they do not get closed. This is not a failure of the inquiry. It is a feature of the kind of object that is being inquired into. A great literary text, and the Atlantis account is a great literary text, whatever its historical basis, is not the kind of object that yields to a single, definitive interpretation. It is the kind of object that rewards sustained engagement across many centuries, revealing new aspects to each generation that brings new questions. The Atlantis account has been rewarding sustained engagement for 25 centuries. It will reward it for 25 more. Let me try to say in the specific quiet of this hour what it has meant to spend this night with the story. We have been through a great deal of territory. We have read Plato's account carefully and understood what it actually says. We have understood who Plato was and what he was trying to do. We have examined the Egyptian source claim and found it wanting as historical record. We have explored the Bronze Age collapse and found it suggestive, but insufficient. We have made the case for the Thera eruption as the most archaeologically grounded candidate for the story's historical basis, and we have been honest about the limitations of that case. We have examined the Atlantic and found it empty. We have visited the Americas and found genuinely extraordinary civilizations that owe nothing to an Atlantic precursor. We have sat with the younger Dryas and found it genuinely dramatic but only speculatively connected to Atlantis. We have traced the story across 25 centuries of transformation. We have asked what the story does psychologically and what it means philosophically, and what the universal human tendency toward flood myths and lost golden ages tells us about the kind of animal we are. And we have returned at the end to the Caldera, to the water where the island used to be, to the specific place where, if the Thera hypothesis is right, the real event that generated the real tradition that eventually reached Plato began. The spring fresco is in there, under the ash. The swallows still fly over the red lilies in the room where they were painted. They have not moved. They cannot move. They are painted on a wall, and the wall is buried, and the swallows will fly over the red lilies until the wall crumbles, which will take longer than anything currently alive will be around to see. This specific permanence, the permanence of a painted image, the permanence of the question Plato asked, the permanence of the caldera where the island was, is worth sitting with as the night ends. Some things last. Not everything, not most things, but some things. The Minoan artist who painted those swallows lasted, not as a name, not as a face, not as a set of memories preserved in a written record, but as a skill and a vision preserved in pigment on lime plaster under meters of volcanic rock. They are still present, in the most specific and material sense, in the work they left. Plato lasted, as a name, as a face in the ancient portraits that were made of him, as a set of ideas that have been argued over and built upon and rejected and recovered for 25 centuries. He is still present in every philosophy classroom and in every person who has ever grappled seriously with the questions he asked. The question lasted. The question about Atlantis. The question about what was lost. The question about whether the good can sustain itself in the face of the specific corrupting forces that success generates. The question about whether the lost can be found. These are old questions. They will still be questions when everything else about this night is forgotten. Let them rest now, under the water, under the Caldera, under the stars, in the specific dark of the Aegean night, waiting, as they have always waited, for the next person who is willing to sit with them, without demanding an answer, without closing the search. Sleep well.